In the first grade one of the meet, trainer Chad Brown's dominance continued in the Diana. Today is Philly's Mommy's turn. Looks for some revenge in the ninth. While unsettled early, she quick and late looked like a winner until Trail of Gold somehow got up in the last jump to steal that victory. Today, those two meet again as Trail of Gold looks to go back-to-back. Hall of Fame trainer Mark Casse, he is one win away from a huge milestone, win number 4,000. He'll have two chances at that mark in today's Suzie O'Kane, including stakes play Charlotte's Heart, who gets back on the turf for the first time since her debut. It's all next as we kick off week 2 of the meet here in Saratoga Springs. Welcome to Saratoga Live. Good to have you with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. We'll kick things off, right there over the jumps for the Jonathan Kiser Memorial Novice. We have a little help to get us through that first race as well on a gorgeous Wednesday afternoon. Sun shining, warm weather, and just about 9 minutes away from getting things started here on this Wednesday card. I'm Greg Wolf. Thanks for being with us here on the Wednesday card. And beautiful weather. Yes, we look forward to that. Fingers crossed for the rest of the weekend as well. And as we get closer to the weekend, big one coming up in that 3-year-old filly division. We will talk plenty about that coaching club, American Oaks. Lacara expected to be the big favorite there. Multiple Grade 1 winner looking to add another for the man who is sitting on 3,999. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. We'll kick things off over the jump. Start of the late pick 5 in that 5th. Early pick 5 starts in race 2 today, and our feature will close things out on the afternoon. With me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, Joe Clancy from the Saratogian. Good to have you both on the set, and we'll kick things off over the jumps.
I feel like this is truly Saratoga now. We've got you on the set.
I'm not that important, but you know,
you're important
I
to us.
love being here, and it's beautiful. You know, like we talk about it all the time. You come up here, it's got the perfect mix of racing, weather, people, and activity.
And everything going okay at the Saratoga Special?
Yeah, we're 3 issues in on a 20-edition run, and we've got some kinks ironed out, as always, out of the first few, and good racing to cover. I got the fortune of covering the Diana on Saturday, and get a good chance to write about horses like that, which always makes it special.
Let's get to who this race is named after to kick things off. Someone, Joe, I know who you got to see in person. Incredible what he was able to accomplish at a very young age and lost way too soon.
Yeah, Jonathan Kiser was 22 years old. He was a 2-time champion steeplechase jockey, rode a lot for Tom Boss, Jonathan Shepard, pretty much anybody. He died at 22 in a non-racing accident, kind of a freak thing. It was 25 years ago. Kind of didn't realize that until I started looking at it. He'd be 47 now, which doesn't seem possible. But, you know, classic rider, very good jockey, one of the best America ever produced.
Here's a look at the field that will line up in this Jonathan Kiser Memorial Novice. 2 3/8 miles coming up. The favorite right now. How good is China Beach?
He's turned into a really good steeplechaser. I mean, his flat career kind of bottomed out at $62.50 at Gulfstream Park. He was bought really cheap and got turned around. Ted Thompson trained some on his own, took him home to Tennessee, played with him, gave him to Bernie and Kate Dalton. He's won 3 in a row.
Post parade kicks off with Evie's Prince, who has been beat by China Beach.
Yeah, and we saw him after that. He came up here and was second in the Grade 1 over Belmont weekend, ran really well. We'll see if he can pull it off again.
Is this the one to catch early?
Yeah, Beat Laban will be in front. He's just he's a little too erratic, very strong for his riders, and we'll see how long he lasts.
Carmeline's been away since April of last year.
Yeah, class horse. Probably has some of the best form back there. It's just coming off a layoff. Horses coming off a layoff here, going 2 3/8 is a tough task.
Big win on soft going for the 4.
Yeah, Sultan Pirji, I liked him a little bit coming into the Belmont race. I think he'll move forward off of that. I know he missed a little training coming into that, and at a big price, he could be in the picture.
5 and 6 went by. Here's La Avocado.
Toughest race he's ever run in, kind of first stake start, capable enough, but taking a class jump.
8 to 5 favorite. There's China Beach, won 3 in a row.
Yeah, came up from South Carolina for Bernie and Kate Dalton, who win a lot of races here. People remember Bernie getting on horses for Kieran McLaughlin as an exercise rider, and Kate used to work for Jonathan Shepard, so very capable connections.
And outside, Blue Creek will try and turn the tables on China Beach.
Yeah, and I wish he'd calm down. He looks a little rank warming up there, but that's my pick. He was second to him last time. I'm hoping they ride him a little closer, and he's not quite as late trying to get into the picture at the end.
You can play all the action. This race, early pick 5 starts in race 2. Pick 6 all summer long and beyond right there. Get signed up. New members punch in that code SPA200 at sign up. Get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus at NYRABets.com. So let's go back to China Beach, and quite a roll that this 7-year-old is on right now, having won 3 in a row.
Yeah, and we see that. I mean, he just wasn't that good of a flat horse. He won a few races, but, you know, was not going to progress. And I'm sure the change of scenery, farm life, farm training, longer distance, slower pace, you know, fewer racing has made a huge difference. And you know, he's gone right up the ladder. He's never run an allowance race, won a maiden race, went right to these restricted stakes, and has won 2 of them.
You know what I think is kind of interesting? I was looking through. 7 of the 9 horses have foreign sires, European mostly sires. Is that becoming more and more of a trend in the jumpers we're seeing?
Yeah, and it's probably more, I mean, it's like a byproduct too, just because those types of horses produce long distance grass horses more than, you know, our dirt horses do. I don't think people go looking for that specifically, but it certainly is something that you factor in. Hard spun, you know, an American sire who you wouldn't say long grass, but he's produced some really good steeplechase horses, you know, Snap Decision and a couple others that are out there.
So this is the one you were a little concerned with the way he was behaving moments ago. Better now?
Yeah, he looks a little more chill now, so I think that's a good thing. I know talking to Kerry Bryan, they've brought him along. They actually bought him as a yearling, steeplechase trainer buying a horse as a yearling, and for Patrick Lewis, Upland Flats Racing. And they took him flat racing, ran in the Awad. It was 3rd in the Awad Stakes as a 2-year-old, 3rd in a stakes at Colonial Downs, and you know, has been brought along very slowly as a jumper. 4-year-old taking on some older horses, but you know, hopefully he's got to improve to beat China Beach, obviously, and hopefully he's got another step forward.
Is Patrick here? Patrick
Yeah,
Lewis?
he should be. Yeah, he usually is.
He better be.
Looking for a Saratoga win.
Evie's Prince was a very short price in a Grade 1 last year on the New York circuit.
Yeah, and then just this in June here, this is the race at Belmont Week, and that's him second, kind of coming after Awaken, and he sort of just got a little lonely late and Proven Innocent outside, ran them both down. Plenty capable horse. I think a longer, more relaxed steeplechase meet course probably suits him a little better than the racetrack. And, you know, kind of just got caught here. Ships in for Neil Morris from Virginia. Has a little bit maybe more experience than China Beach or Blue Creek, but I'm not sure he's quite the speed as them.
9-2 right now with more on the Jonathan Kiser. Let's bring in for the first time today Maggie Wolfendale.
And guys, I'll pick up right where you left off. And while you have Joe on set, I was getting the real intel in the paddock from the other Clancy. Sean Clancy, of course. I had fun chatting with him. And just, you know, you need a little help, as Joe is there to give us that help in these races. And I had asked him because I know Eric Poretz from Maryland, and I know that he had won the Maryland Hunt Cup over Timber. And I said, where has he been? And Sean said he's taken a couple years off. He's still an amateur, considered an amateur, but I've always liked the way that Eric rides. So Neil Morris, you know, searching for somebody to climb aboard Evie's Prince, and has Eric aboard, and both of them honestly looking great in the warm-ups. Evie's Prince is such a good-looking horse. He honestly, I think, looks a little stronger behind than when I last saw him back at Aqueduct for that Grade 1 Lonesome Glory. And I totally understand what Joe is saying about him not necessarily loving a racetrack conformation, but he has won at racetracks, you know, Saratoga, Colonial, in the past. Granted, yeah, so I think he makes a lot of sense here at 4-1, and hoping to get my good friend Eric home as we will take a look at the outside two. Number 8, your favorite for Bernie and Kate Dalton, China Beach. This horse just won with so much in the tank last time out at the Iroquois. It was very impressive. He just traveled into the bridle, into the race for Bernie, and I thought one was something left. Now, he does have to come off Lasix today. We'll see if that has any ill effects on him. He was nice and calm in the paddock, but he's got a little hot out there, but that's okay. It's a really warm day. Now, as Joe accurately said, Blue Creek came out here full of beans. He tried to take Seymour Queen on a bit of a ride, running off the wrong way for just like an 1/8 of a mile. He got him back, though, and he settled nicely into a warm-up. But a horse that's coming off a bit of a freshening, only his 3rd start of 2025, but looks incredibly fit here for Kerry Bryan, guys.
Maggie, thank you. And as they always do, going up to get a look at that first fence. Again, what is this for those who don't know, Joe?
I don't know if it matters. It's probably more for the people than it is for the horses. They know they're going to run over jumps, but they walk up and take a look at the first jump, and supposedly it's to lock the horse in so he knows he's going to do it. Some countries, they actually have a warm-up fence which seems really scary to me because if your horse doesn't jump that very well, how much confidence are you going to have riding him in the race? But it's more of it's kind of a tradition, probably last chance for jockeys to adjust anything tack-wise, whether they want to adjust reins or retie their knot or drop their irons or pull their irons up, that kind of thing.
I like the figure 8 they have at Auteuil. That thing is so cool, right?
Well, there's a handful
They
of
go
kind of
in,
courses,
they do a figure 8 with 4 jumps, and they come out of it, and then they run 2 miles more.
Right.
China
20
Beach.
horses.
That would work here.
Tremendous.
We could run over to Oklahoma and loop back across the road. That would be a great course.
The 8 trying to make it 4 in a row, and he is the 3-2 favorite here. As we kick off this second week of action, opener from Saratoga, the Jonathan Kiser Memorial Novice. And Frank Miramati here momentarily will kick things off on this firm going to begin things on a beautiful day here in Saratoga Springs.
It's post time for the Jonathan Kiser Memorial Novice event. And they're off. And Beat Le Bon, the 9-year-old, goes straight to the front, caramelized, comes away in second. And then it's Sultan Pirji as Beat Le Bon is very eager going over that first jump and has widened at will. So Beat Le Bon, the runaway leader, has it by 6 lengths in the early stages. Caramelized, Sultan Pirji in between rivals, and Kitten Around is just outside of that pair, followed by Blue Creek. And then it's China Beach as Beat Le Bon runs up the score to be double digits in front. Losing the rider there, L'Avocato. L'Avocato has lost the rider in the early stages of the Jonathan Kiser Memorial Novice Stakes. So they're by the stands the first time, and Beat Le Bon takes that next jump, and the rest of them get over fine. It is Beat Le Bon in front by 8 lengths. Caramelized is in second, and then Sultan Pirji taken a hold of in third. They're followed by Blue Creek. China Beach is very well spotted at this stage by the stands here at Saratoga Racecourse toward the back of the field. And to his outside, Evie's Prince, Quick Master, is down on the rail. Beat Le Bon, taking them as far as he can, leads it by 3.5 lengths. Caramelized has gotten much closer in second. A gap of 10 lengths then to Sultan Pirji, who's in third. Evie's Prince is widest of all. Evie's Prince now within about 12 or 15 of the leader. They are followed by China Beach, cruising along at this stage, traveling kindly as China Beach. 1.5 lengths, Quick Master, and Blue Creek. Continuing the run down the backstretch. Plenty of real estate ahead. It's still Beat Le Bon. Beat Le Bon, 2-length advantage. Caramelized, closing in steadily in second. Evie's Prince and Sultan Pirji are side by side. Same for China Beach. Racing on the inside of Blue Creek. And another 2. Back to Quick Master. They're moving around the far turn once again. And it is Beat Le Bon. Beat Le Bon has been joined and passed by Caramelized. Beat Le Bon is now retreating in second. On the outside, Evie's Prince is a joint third with Sultan Pirji. As they go over that jump, China Beach is now starting to make a little bit of a move along the inside as Caramelized starts to shake free. L'Avocato, Kitten Around, both out of the race with a lap to go. And it is Caramelized. Caramelized trying to sprint clear and has done just that. 7-length advantage. Evie's Prince making steady headway along with Blue Creek. Those two are on the outside of Beat Le Bon. And then it's China Beach covered up behind that group. But moving right into contention is China Beach on this nice win streak. Angling to the outside now as they make their way toward the backstretch. And just behind them comes Quick Master. Tailing off is Sultan Pirji. Caramelized has been caught. And China Beach is poised to pounce in second. On the inside, Quickmaster has breathing room, and Quickmaster goes on with China Beach. Those two get to the front. Evie's Prince is in third. Nothing left for Caramelized, who is just passed now by Blue Creek. They move into the far turn, and it's Quickmaster on the inside, and China Beach putting the pressure on, rounding the far turn. China Beach, Quickmaster, Blue Creek. They've separated themselves from the rest. Evie's Prince is a distant fourth in the Jonathan Kiser Memorial Novice Stake. And China Beach puts his head in front. Quickmaster is tough, fighting on bravely, and Blue Creek swings to the outside. These three line up with less than 1/8 of a mile to travel, and here's Blue Creek. Blue Creek runs by China Beach, and Blue Creek's in front. China Beach a half length back in second. Quickmaster has been softened up. It will be Blue Creek. Blue Creek cruises home to win it by almost 4 lengths over China Beach. Quickmaster was third, and Evie's Prince tried his best, but settles for fourth.
Blue Creek 5-1, and we need more Joe Clancy on this show.
You should stay.
Whole
I'm
deck
done.
of stay for the
rest
I'm
of the
done.
day.
You're staying the rest of the day.
I'm not as good on those, but
Whole try.
Funny kind of race. There was some calamities, a few things, and now the rider's off the winner, which hopefully that's okay. Blue Creek was up close, and then he sort of let these horses run by him and then picked them all up in the stretch. And, you know, Carrie Bryant said he had a little more speed than she realized, and he kind of used it there late. This horse has been prepping. They opened the turf course at Fair Hill in Maryland, and he worked down there on that, which probably helps at a situation like this. But 2 class horses, they were 1-2 in May. They're 1-2 again, just the opposite order here today.
It seems like the rider made a very good decision in the backstretch. They're all moving, and he kind of let the 8 take, the favorite, and he tucked in behind them and ended up working out. That was a very good ride.
Yeah, it was funny. There were a lot of horses moving at different times there for sure. So picked up the pieces. Nice horse, nice win for Patrick Lewis. Hopefully he's here. He'll love that.
I know where he'll be for dinner.
China Beach had handled this one pretty easily last time out. Distance maybe a little too long for him.
Yeah, maybe. And then he got caught up in that sort of everybody moving, maybe a little early on the backside there the last time, and maybe just burned up a little energy there. And that long run to the wire, especially with some inexperienced horses, it catches them out a little bit. It is a little different, and they kind of just keep grinding away, and that horse sort of got last run and was able to see it out.
Blue Creek 5-1. Stephen McQueen, Kerry Bryant, Upland Flats Racing, an upset to kick things off here in this Jonathan Kiser Memorial Novice. 9-8-6-1. Trifecta given out cold by Joe Clancy. Incredible job. We'll be back just underway here on our Wednesday coverage on Saratoga Live on FS2. We'll be back right after this.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Thanks for being with us here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. Jonathan Kiser, Memorial Novice in the books. Blue Creek with the win. We saw him pulled up after the finish. With more on that and an update, let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, I had a chance to speak with Connections regarding Blue Creek, who was pulled up. He was fitted with the Kimsey boot and loaded onto the equine ambulance. And he tentatively is being diagnosed with a soft tissue injury, so not life-threatening. He will be assessed back at Kerry Bryan's barn for any further diagnosis. But it wasn't a great thing to see. Obviously, we'd love to see the winner back here in the winner's circle, Greg, but it looks like Blue Creek will be okay.
Well, that's really all that matters. So good to hear that. Thanks for that update, Maggie. Blue Creek, valiant effort here in this victory, and we hope to see him back soon.
Yeah, and you see horses, especially the steeplechase horses, it's a tendon behind their leg. It's landing, they land on it with a lot of force, and it's a common injury, layoff. There's some surgery, different things they do sometimes, but usually it's time, it heals, and they come back, you know, as good as ever, really.
And it isn't even remotely life-threatening.
No, it's not a cut. It's like a probably not quite as bad as a person rupturing their Achilles, but something like that, a ligament tear in your knee.
So horses have had those and come back and had great careers.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of horses have had them, and it's tough to ever come back. But there have been some very good horses that have had them and been able to come back and race at a high level.
Yeah, and I think any steeplechase trainer is always kind of cognizant of it. They're a little bit older horses with some more starts on their book. They are leaving the ground multiple times in a race and landing on their front legs, which adds to it. And they're very, very cognizant of that type of thing. And again, I'm sure he'll get the best care and they'll figure out a plan. And hopefully we get to see him back here.
We're going to see a lot of you over the next few weeks. Next week, we have a Grade 1.
Yeah, the AP Smithwick Memorial, the Grade 1 horses, some of those horses that ran in the Steinman Belmont week should be back. Awakened, who was off, long layoff. He won the Jonathan Shepard here 2 years ago. He was third in the Steinman, which will help him a lot to come back here in the Smithwick.
We should also mention that Peggy Steinman not able to come. We have the race for her, but if she's watching, we wish her well.
Yeah, definitely.
I miss seeing her here.
Yeah, for sure. And if there's a chance, I'm sure she'll get here.
Yeah, it's a big part of Saratoga for many, many years.
Prices in. Blue Creek, again, 5-1 to kick things off. $12 winner, beating a 3-2 favorite. Quickmaster in third, and that Joe Clancy trifecta for 50 cents, 77-12.
You're 2 for 2, including the Belmont Stakes week, which probably means you got like an 0 for 6 or 7.
Well, yeah, there's a slump coming.
You know, there's the regression to the mean is
it's going to happen
undefeated.
somewhere along the line. So yeah, just pay attention.
Great call.
Terrific work.
$300 try, over $300 for $2. Nice work.
Race 2 will kick off the early pick 5.5 furlongs on the turf. Maiden special weight. And Wesley Ward has 2 in the race, including the favorite right now, Beer Run Andy, who's 0 for 8 so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's still the horse to beat. We were talking about it, you and I earlier. He's faced some pretty good horses in his losses, but it's unusual to see Wesley Ward with a horse like this that's been bet a lot and not be able to get it done. And there are a lot of, I mean, really, you can make interesting cases for just about everybody in here.
Joe, as always, we enjoyed it. Find his work at the Saratoga Special tremendous. You've had so many great, that's part of my fun this summer, is grabbing one of those and reading all the updates of what's going on around town in the barns.
That's the idea. Hopefully we're bringing a little bit of Saratoga to everybody, whether they're here or somewhere else. I mean, it's a fun thing to do. Fun project, a lot of work, but a fun project.
And the website is thisishorseracing.com, so check that out if you're not able to come here.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Big one for the 3-year-old filly division this weekend. That man sitting on 3,999 wins. He's got the leader, potentially, of this 3-year-old filly division lining up in a Grade 1 on Saturday. Lacara looks to add one more. We'll have a preview coming up.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 5th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day features the Rick Violet Stakes, named after the pioneer in aftercare in New York, and celebrates both retired racehorses and the great organizations established in New York to support them. Bring the whole family. It's a day at Saratoga you don't want to miss. Free with paid admission. New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, Thursday, July 17th.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Here with Wesley Ward, who will send out Super Dave as a first-time starter, homebred for you. But first, we've got to get into his name. Super Dave Osborne fan here?
I am, big time. He's so funny, that guy. And his owner is Dave Reed, Ice Wine Stable that bred the colt and owns. And so he's the greatest guy. I always call him Super Dave. Got a great name after a great guy, Super Dave Osborne and Dave Reed. So yeah, see what happens.
I thought watching one of his workouts on the turf, it got a little muddled with some other company being involved, but he just went around the outside of them well in hand. Looked as though he really enjoyed himself out there on the turf course.
He did. You never really know if they're going to like it or not, and we're fortunate that up here at Saratoga you can breeze maidens, first-time starters, and you can get a feel as a trainer. You don't never know until they're on it, but yet here, you know, you can actually visually see and get a feedback from the rider being Victor Espinoza, who's won thousands of races, and he said, yeah, Wesley, he likes both surfaces.
Well, Wesley, best of luck with Super Dave and Victor.
Maggie's 2-year-old report brought to you by Spendthrift, and Wesley Ward always comes ready to go out of the gate.
Tell you what, he's been participating more, I think, than usual at the meet so far, and as you know, he's a dangerous man, just like you.
Paula Duquette joining
Dangerous
us now,
man
taking
that you are.
over as we get to our flat racing. Good to see you.
Thanks. I don't know how I follow up Mr. Clancy after burying a trifecta.
You're
After
screwed.
Two horses pulled up. I mean, that was a nice try, too.
77 and change for 50 cents.
Yeah, yes, it was. Take a look at the feature. Going to close out this card. This is a good group. Wide open race. The Suzie O'Kane, named after someone who did a little bit of everything in this sport, including a lot for breast cancer research, was on the board of the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. And this race, mile and a 16th on the turf. Rematch of Mommy's Turn and Trail of Gold.
Yeah, I mean, and they're meeting some new foes here coming from different directions. I think the important part to watch, and hopefully we'll show it after this, is the head-on of the stretch, because his grace and grit makes the lead in the outside, and you've got the very difficult-to-handle Mommy's Turn, who Jose Lezcano's done a great job with him, looming on the outside. Eventually, the horse's fourth now is going to catch them all at the wire, but as the 5 Mommy's Turn is going by, if you see the head-on, Grace and Grit absolutely slams her, and I think there's a very fair argument that she would have won had that not happened.
Yeah, it was very tight in between. And Mommy's Turn, you're right, was keen early. I thought Lezcano did a good job of sort of getting him to settle down. You know, watch this horse with the white face and the shadow roll come out here.
She's come out much worse right here. She's sort of, they're both a little erratic. Right here, Kendrick with a left-hand whip absolutely fouled that horse. And the reason there was no inquiry was that the horse finished third that fouled her. But I think it cost her the win. The question is whether or not some of the new shooters might be better than these horses.
Could be the case. And there's Trail of Gold, who wound up getting the win in that race for David Donker. Rat Ortiz Jr. Will be back aboard. 9-2 morning line. We have Mark Casse with a couple of those new faces in this race. Charlotte's Heart, Disco Star. Here's Charlotte's Heart from last summer at Saratoga.
It's hard to believe she has not been on the turf since this race, Paulie, and both she and Disco Star are going to try to stretch it out to the mile and a 16th. Now, Disco Star is a Disco partner, so whether or not you get stamina there, but Charlotte's Heart being an authentic, Paulie, you would think that she has the pedigree to stretch out.
I would think so, too. And if you look at her races, they've kind of been even. You know, her issue has been the gate. One time she got out of the gate, and that was on the synthetic at Woodbine. If you look at her last effort, she kind of grinded like a horse that wants to go 2 turns. And she's talented, and the way Mark Casse started this meet, I could see her winning this race.
And we'll have Disco Star as well. He's sitting on 3,999 career wins. Hall of Famer, who is obviously in Canada, class of his own.
He could be working on win number 5,000 by the time we get to this race, depending on how many horses he's running out of town.
He runs a lot of them all across the country.
He's an action man.
Again, we talked about it on Talking Horses, but he would love to get it here. But he's got a lot of action today. Yeah, Colonial, he'll have 3 running. He had a race earlier on the card, unfortunately scratched, but he'll have 2 in that nightcap in that Suzie O'Kane.
Yeah, he got to sleep in today. Little late action for Mark Casse here. And listen, it's a milestone that is absolutely phenomenal. You know, to be honest with you, Tom Amos was sitting earlier with us in the week last week saying, where is he on the list? Well, Tom, he's right behind you. He's going to be the 16th trainer ever to win 4,000 wins, and Tom's got about 4,300, 42-something, somewhere in that area.
And, of course, he'll have probably the leader of that 3-year-old filly division this weekend in that coaching club, American Oaks, so we'll talk about later, Lucara.
Well, a win in the CCA Oaks would give her 3 grade 1s this year, which makes her absolutely the leader of the division. It's still early in the year, but she's a bit of an in and outer. You and I talked about this. If she can get clear in the front end, she can beat anybody. But if she doesn't, she's a little bit dicey.
She can be dicey. She's fast. I mean, she even works fast in the morning. She worked 45 and change or something like that before the Oaks. So she is a quick horse.
We'll dive in a little deeper to that race later in the program. Let's dive into this early pick 5, our first flat race of the afternoon. And 5.5 on the grass. Mackie Monarchy is going to cut back in distance, Andy, for Whit Beckman.
And I'm not big on turnbacks in general, but this horse tried to go shorter early in the career, and obviously something went wrong, was off for 9 months. I thought coming off that 9-month layoff, going long, I thought this horse ran a very, very respectable race, and a race that's good enough to win here. Now, obviously, 5.5 furlongs is a very different animal, but something went wrong first time out when the horse was laid up for 9 months, and I like this effort. The horse who won Plensa is a Rusty Arnold horse coming back later this week here. It feels like has some talented, so I've got to try to right the ship after a rough first week with the bankrolls. So, Paulie, I'll be the first one to bet in this meet, and I'm betting 100 to win on Mackie Monarchy with my bankroll, and I have another bankroll bet later in the card.
$1,000 a week for these guys to make their plays, so hopefully
you crushed the
right
first week. You crushed last week.
I did okay. I went over 500, but I had a chance to close out, and I didn't use the Linda Rice in that. I used the other also eligibles, the 15, 16, but I have a pick 5 coming up here, too, and I like the 2 Mackie Monarchy.
All right, we'll get to your plays a little bit later on. Let's go to Maggie.
Taking a look at Mackie Monarchy. That is a funky word name to say. It doesn't really roll off your tongue. But I really like the turn back with this horse, as I thought last time, really gunned to the lead when he was coming in fresh at Churchill, going that 2-turn mile. And he was dueling early. He was on his wrong lead down the lane, and then he kind of wanted to lug in a bit, just hinting at, obviously, maybe a little ring rust, maybe just being a little too fresh. So I actually like him turning back, especially based upon what I see here in the paddock. He is fresh, he is sharp, he is ready to go, and he's a bit of a smaller, shorter coupled type where physically I think this kind of spot here going the 5.5 furlongs actually suits him down to the ground. So good luck, Andy. You get the stamp of approval here in the paddock. Moving on to another turn back, but this is off of a serious layoff. Nearly 2 years since we've seen number 4, Innate. He'll go out for Phil Antonacci, comes back as a new gelding, gets Lasix as well, and this will only be his 3rd start of his career, but when he came from Ireland and I saw him in the Aqueduct paddock, I'd written in my notes, looks like a sprinter. Now, maybe this is just a jumping off point, getting him back to the races, but I still think this horse is more of a sprinter. He hasn't necessarily necessarily grown, which is good, coming back in this spot. He's stout. He's that short back type. And furthermore, I know he's a big price on the board, and rightfully so. He hasn't really shown that much. And how can you trust a horse off this long of a layoff? But I like his workout. He only has one here at Saratoga on the Oklahoma training track where he was by himself on the turf. He did get a little bit washy, but he's not washy here. And honestly, you want horses to be sweating today. It is quite warm. But he was going so easily. His stride was really efficient and fluid. I think at a price, Greg, he could make some noise here in this spot.
We will see 15-1 on the one who's been off since October of 2023. Let's go to Beer Run, 1-2 for Wesley Ward. This is the favorite. Hard to believe. A horse who's shown a lot of talent sprinting on the grass for Wesley Ward has not broken through. 3 seconds, 3/3. This is start number 9 now, Paulie, trying to get that first win.
Well, if you look at this horse's PPs, right, he's hit the front one time where he's gotten away from a group. Other times he's just never gotten to the front end, and he's thrown in some good efforts, 3 seconds and 3/3. So now the blinkers go on, and I think they got to get to the front because that was his best effort, Andy, when he lost a Mischievous Angel in his second career start when he got to the front end.
And I think he is dangerous to get the front end in this race. The rails are out 12 feet in the Mellon course for what that's worth. Probably means there won't be much bias out there, but for what it's worth.
Should I just open my photo app now and punch this in, Paulie?
So I thought this was a difficult pick 5.
You got $8 left, by the way, for
$8,
show
so
later in the day.
I thought this was good pay. So I like the 1 and 2 in the next race. 3Bs I think will be tough in race number 2. I'm going to take a shot with just the 2 and the 5, Iron Dome and Undisputed. I like Undisputed a little bit. Race 5 was where it gets tricky. 3, 7, 8, 10.
It's tricky before that.
Right, I know.
He left out the rap album.
The 5 is dangerous in there. Spirit in New York, I think, is dangerous in there. And then in race 6, I thought was a very difficult field. 1, 3, 5, 7, 8, 10.
Not a Nas fan, huh?
No. You like that horse?
A little bit.
I picked Illmatic, but
let's go
just
to Maggie.
a guess.
Well, Polly, wishing you the best of luck with your ticket. I do like Wesley's other horse in here, number 7. Don't worry about nothing, as he will get on the turf for the first time. The son of Munnings. Now, the dam was 0 for 9 on it, but her faster races did come on the turf. Sorry, she was 0 for 9 altogether, but her faster races on the turf. It's more of a dirt pedigree, I will admit. And the thing is, though, is this horse was the favorite in his debut over a sloppy sealed racetrack. And he got knocked around a bit at the start. He was kind of mid-pack towards the inside when he went around the turn. And then he got a lot of kickback. And he wanted to kind of lug in to try to get away from it. He didn't really know where to run down the lane, but he showed a bit of ability. And looking at him here in the paddock, this looks like a turf horse. He has an incredibly slack pastern and flatter foot to him. I like the way he's put together. Now, he is quite laid back, so he's not indicating to me that he's going to do a 180 suddenly and be that much quicker out of the gate. So that's a little bit of a negative for me. I wish he was a little bit more awake, a little bit more alert. Wish he was actually sweating a bit more here in the paddock given the heat. So we'll see how he does, but I do think the surface change is a positive. Now, there's a firster in here that's taking money at 3-1 is irrelevant. Going out for Joe Sharp, but this horse, the bulk of his warm-up, if you will, the bulk of his works at Penn National. And you notice owner Clovis Crane, who is a guy who does a lot of breaking of horses, a lot of sales prep and pin hooking. So I would think this horse has been with Clovis, who I have the utmost respect for, a really good horseman overall. The problem is, and while Instilled Regard actually is quite good with his turf sprinters, he's only had 8 to run on the turf with half of them winning. This horse just doesn't have any turf confirmation to me. He's got an incredibly straight hind leg, very straight pasterns, very clubby, kind of cuppier foot to him. He's a good-looking type. I also think maybe this is just a race to get him going. He is sharp, so would not be surprised if he does have some early foot out of the gate, Greg.
3-1. We always pay attention on a board, especially with first-time starters. And important point, though, you wanted to bring up about this barn.
Yeah, and Clovis Crane, and Maggie was touching on this, to be fair. I mean, this is not contradicting in any way what she said, but Clovis Crane, very sharp. She's talking about breaking horse, has been involved a long time. Actually rode a long time, so old. I remember when he rode. This horse has been training at Penn National. So chose one work at Saratoga on July 10th and a July 4th work at Penn National. So as talented as Joe Sharp is, he's only had this horse now for what, about 12 days at the most. So in all likelihood, you're betting this horse with whoever was trained the horse at Penn National. Not to say that means the horse can't win. Maybe the horse trained great, maybe the horse is going to do well. But I don't see this horse as a true Joe Sharp first-time starter.
Important distinction. Apparently on dirt, been working well. We'll see what happens here on the grass. Riders up. Kinder Carmouche hopping on Irrelevant here for the debut coming up. 3-1, second choice on the board. Again, this race will kick off that pick 5. As we get a look at the favorite, just hard. It's 9-5. I get it. It's Wesley Ward has hit the board, has shown talent, and has come out of some tough races too. But this short of price when you're 0 for 8.
Well, yeah, you're right. I mean, it's almost like comfort food, right? Wesley Ward, the horses run reasonably well, feels like a speed, but Quando's okay. With 7's an unknown. The 5's an unknown. The 4 is actually kind of a weirdo, right? Ran one race in this country in a stake a year and a half ago. I like Mackie Monarchy. I know Paulie's interested in that horse too. Snare didn't even run the Valley. There's a lot going on in this race. This is not a layup field for anybody.
Well, 7's the key horse in this race. First time gelding, hasn't run since April, was on a sloppy racetrack, did not break well. Victor Espinoza gets aboard. I thought that was telling. And for the people that do like the Joe Sharp horse, I mean, why would Jose Ortiz get on an 0 for 8? Now, I get it that the entries might have come out. You never know how these jockeys, you don't want to play that. But Jose rode every Joe Sharp winner, I mean, throughout this whole winter.
It's hard to know when the jockey assignments come and why. So, you can't knock him for riding the favorite.
Join us to the track for our next giveaway, this Saratoga Hawaiian shirt. You could pick yours up at the Big Red Spring on Sunday, July 20th, while supplies last.
So I don't know when I'm on the set with Jonathan this week, but I plan to wear the Hawaiian shirt on the set, which I think is only fair. I think he'll appreciate that.
I think it will look good on you. I will tell you this. I've gotten a lot of texts. You better get here early. People want the Hawaiian shirt. I'm just telling you that right now.
It's incredible, these giveaways. There's the line getting in 2 to 3 times longer than any normal day. Even like Whitney Day, days like that, they want these giveaways. They're a lot of fun. Here's Snare, who was coming out of a very fast race and closed into some fast fractions to get third.
Has a big pedigree. I actually kind of used this horse last time, but did have ride the best part of the racetrack. But ran fast enough to be at least in contention.
Cut back in distance, Mackie Monarchy.
Yeah, horse that's got a good chance in here for Whit Beckman.
Long time away for an 8.
Yeah, an 8 for Phil Antonacci, a first-time gelding, Lasix, and hasn't been seen since October 2023.
First-time starter Joe Sharp, Irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, there's the money has to be considered interesting. Maggie had some reservations about this horse sprinting. We'll see.
Beer run went by.
Yeah, a little washy on the racetrack. I want to see what Maggie wants to say about the 6.
There's Don't Worry About Nothing for Wesley Ward, turf debut.
First time in the turf for this one. Munnings is good in the turf. The dam side, it's really very good dirt, not huge turf.
And Quando showed big speed last start on a fast turf course.
Yeah, I got blinkers last time. I tried to change it up a little bit and ran another second-place finish. 5 second-place finish in 14 starts.
Early pick 5 coming up. That man had a huge opening week to pace all riders. Jose Ortiz with 8 wins. First 4 days of action here at the premier meet in the country. Can he keep things going? We'll be back.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Back with you on our Saratoga Live coverage. Look at Saratoga Lake, just a few moments away from the racetrack. Paul, are you going to make a visit there this summer?
Yes, of course. You can get a boat for
very reasonable.
Very, very reasonable, yes.
Yeah, day
I learned to
trip is
water
a
ski
must.
on Saratoga Lake years ago.
You what?
I learned to water ski on Saratoga
did?
Lake years ago, yeah.
Very nice. We've not talked about the speed of the race, potentially. Could it be this one, who was very fast early, adding blinkers last start, Quando?
Depends how aggressive Jose Ortiz is, but Quando has a lot of speed. And, you know, I will say that Quando was very much for the racetrack last time. The inside was the place to be that day, and he rode the inside. But he's a horse that's run well in his sprints, his 2 turf sprints, and I wouldn't say he's had a lot of chances, but he's only 0 for 4 in the turf, Paulie, so it's not like he's been a big failure on grass.
Yeah, I get where you're going. I mean, the blinkers last time put him on the front end. He went pretty fast. Now, the racetrack obviously was playing fast at Belmont and Aqueduct. You know, Beer Run is worked up a little bit, so I'm wondering if Beer Run, with the blinkers on, just outfoots early this field. But I don't know how if he's gonna stick late.
9 to 5 on Beer Run. Yeah, will he be quick again without equipment change? Let's go to Maggie.
Taking a look here at Beer Run, it feels as though we potentially have some professional maidens. And I say that is more applicable to Beer Run as opposed to my selection here, Quando, whom I'll get to in a moment, because Beer Run, A, goes out for Wesley Ward, who you expect these horses to win. If not their first start, their second start. But what's also odd is that Wesley goes to blinkers for the first time for a horse that did not wear them, you know, to begin his career. Now, granted, he started his career as a 3-year-old. He's a 5-year-old, let's not forget. And Wesley's rule is every 2-year-old runs in blinkers, and then when they turn 3, if they definitely don't need them, then they come off. So he goes out there too with a halter and the chain attached to him still, which isn't usual protocol for most horses. They usually just have that leather strap, pony strap that goes into the ring of their bit, which is just nice light hold, but enough control for the pony rider. Still talking about number 6 here, Beer Run. Now, he is sharp, but that's how he's supposed to be, Beer Run. He is hot, yes, but it's a hot day. I'd much rather these horses be sweating. You know, I kind of, looking back at the steeplechase race, the horses that were sweating the most were the ones who ran 1, 2, 3. And I think we need to be cognizant of that. So I'm okay with him like this. We'll see if he can finally get the job done. Number 8 is Quando. But the thing with Quando is, yes, he's 0 for 14, but he's only 0 for 2 sprinting on the turf and 0 for 1 with those blinkers on as they were added last time. I thought he ran incredibly well. The horse that he dueled with early ran last in there. Now, maybe something went wrong, but the horse that won got a perfect trip, and I think Quando, this is ultimately what he wants to do. I like his post position. I like how he looks today. We'll see if it's lucky at number 15. And just really quick, Andy, it wasn't the distance I was worried about with number 5, Irrelevant. It was actually the surface, but we'll see.
It's post time. The horses are ready.
2 to 1 favorite. Beer Run, start number 9, and an equipment change for the first time. The blinkers going on for Wesley Ward, who usually wins early with his horses. But despite the 0 for 8, still favored. And is that first timer, the 5 to 2 for the Joe Sharp barn with Kendra Carmouche.
I obviously I bet the 2, and I'm live in the double with the 2, thankfully, because of Joe Clancy. But I'm really fascinated to see what this horse does. Either they're super sharp and they came here to get the money, and I always admire connections, Paulie, when they try to get the money in a place like Saratoga and they succeed, because it's a lot harder to succeed than I think people realize.
This horse is taking a lot of money. I'm going to stick with the 7. I think the 7 has got the most upside. The 2 is causing a little trouble at the gate, but he'll be all right.
There's the 7, the other Wesley Ward, who's 9 to 2 on the board. Debuted on dirt, new gelding, and gets grass for start number 2 with Victor Espinosa. And it's Wesley Ward who convinced Victor Espinosa, who said he came out here to vacation a little bit. He says, why don't you ride and be serious about it? And Wesley's giving him a lot of opportunities.
Well, the jury's still out, as he has not won a race yet, but it's very early. He has a great
Very
agent, Jose Santos Jr., but we'll see how Victor does. I don't know that until this meet he had ridden here since losing on American Pharoah in the Travers. Got a ghost.
Start off our first of the flat races. Early pick 5 begins in this 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Beer Run. Wesley Ward the favorite. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Quando will be the last one to load. Goes in. And they're off. Quando and Snare are both out very quickly. Here's Innate splitting that pair and up to take the lead. It was not a smooth start for Irrelevant, who has recovered since and is now fighting for second, backing off to third. Beer Run is fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. Then Snare, who was much closer earlier. Maki Monarch is racing second to last. And a 3 wide, Don't Worry About Nothing at the back. 21-1 for Innate, dueling with Quando to the quarter pole. These two will arrive at the top of the stretch together with Quando in front. It's 2 lengths back. Irrelevant is in third. Down on the inside, Beer Run coming after the top pair in fourth. Center of the course, Don't Worry About Nothing. They're in the final furlong, and it's Innate going on willingly. Beer Run takes up the chase along the inside second. Quando is in third. Down at the rails, Snare getting interested once again. Innate keeps on going. It's Innate, a half length. Beer Run, a final try. Innate outruns Beer Run. Third went to Snare, and Quando was fourth.
Snaky horse who, when we last saw him a couple of years ago, he was in a stake race for 2-year-olds in the Awad, off since October of 2023. Surprising he won, even more surprising that he was on the lead.
If somebody told you this horse, Paulie, was going to wire the field going 21.29 to the first quarter, you'd have laughed in their faces. Now, I don't think anybody's shocked he won. He was a wise guy horse that ran once here in a stake after running in a race over in Ireland at 6 furlongs. But, Paulie, to show this kind of speed today, and credit to Phil Antonacci for having this horse ready off the layoff.
Yeah, it's just a tribute to Phil. This was a great training job. And Ricardo Santana put this horse on the front end, and he kind of knew when Beer Run came up the inside, like Maggie said, some career maidens in here was just never going to go by. And the one thing about Innate, only 2 career starts. I know the races have been long apart, but he's 0 for the least in this field. And, wow, the longest shot on the board besides the one here, get your pick 5, started off to a good start.
The heavily bet 5, who broke a step slow and rushed up to go after this horse in that fast pace, finished last. Not easy to come to Saratoga and try to get one over. But Phil Antonacci just did it, and I hope he bet.
Yes, I do as well. A little surprising this one took no attention.
I guess
it was a bit of a wise guy horse.
It was, but they just get lost. I mean, listen, I didn't have this horse in the top 4, and I'm not falling out of my chair that he won the race because it's just tough to get all these horses in there. So not a horse I could have bet on, but I can't sit here and say I'm shocked that he won. I'm more surprised, Paulie, at how he won.
No, I'm with you. Listen, I told you right before I played, I used 4 horses in this race, didn't use this horse. This is going to be a monster pick 5. It was just one of those things where you just knew that this was going to be a tough card, and there you see Phil Antonacci getting ready to his picture taken.
The good news is, Paul, you got $8 left to play a late pick 5 today to try to get back the money.
I think I'll save it for tomorrow.
Really?
No,
well,
you will not.
I don't know.
No, you will not.
I think
20 to 1.
$8 late pick 5, Paulie.
Innate off a long time away. Third time the charm to get to the winner's circle is the biggest price on the board, 4-6-1-8 finish. Huge race in the 3-year-old filly division coming up on Saturday in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Lacara, Immersive 2-year-old champion filly got the better of her in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. They will meet again Saturday in the Coaching Club American Oaks. We'll have a preview when we come back.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The champion 2-year-old. one of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live as we kick off Week 2 action with some big ones to come over the weekend in the Distaff Division and the 3-year-old filly division with that coaching club, American Oaks. Download free Equibase Patch Performances. Get the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys by going to nyra.com/TV schedule.
The CC Oaks this year has 3 Grade 1 winners in it. It's a
Good
strong
group.
field. It's very strong.
Yeah.
Innate, away since October of 2023. Last seen in the Awad, running 4th that day. Phil Antonacci has this one ready to roll off the bench. Quick like a rocket out of the gate, went to the lead, goes gate to wire. Let's go to Maggie.
Phil was just telling me his first winner over 10-1. That 20-1 smarts a little bit because you had him ready. A near 2-year layoff, and his work here, I know you were working him over at Lindy Farms, but his work here on the turf was just sensational. Was that kind of confidence building?
Yeah, absolutely. And like the 2-year layoff probably looks worse than it was. We put him away for the winter time, and he actually got kind of just a bit of bone bruising coming back beginning of last year. So we just did the right thing by the horse, gave him the time. So, I think it just shows you give him time and do the right thing, and they reward you.
Patience is key. Obviously, you have a good ownership behind you to do so, but also is it difficult to bring these horses back? Is it more difficult, for a dirt horse or a turf horse like him?
Yeah, I think the easy answer is the turf horses are easy, especially the sprinters. I mean, he takes care of himself. He's a gelding now, and I think it's in his pedigree to sprint on the turf, and I think those horses you have the best shot with. So it didn't take too much to get him back. Just kind of it all came together today.
How about Ricardo Santana being aggressive, as he always is?
Yeah, exactly. And I was probably a little coy in the paddock. I said, he's off a layoff, and he probably needs the race. Let Wesley get in front and sprint. And then Ricardo said, "Well, I think we can win today." I said, "Oh, okay, let's do it then." Okay. And he broke sharp, and Ricardo just put him in the right spot and put him to sleep a little bit, and then woke him up again. So it was great.
Love his confidence. I think it is translated to the horses too. Well, congratulations. Really job well done with the Nate.
Thank you. Appreciate
All right, $42 winner, Greg, for the first flat race.
Saratoga never ceases to surprise you, does it?
It's pretty amazing, and Joe Clancy just pointed this out to us. The winner of the jump race finished 3rd, the 2023 Awad. The 4th place finish in that race was a Nate, who hasn't run since then.
That's
so
crazy.
if you judge the Awad as a key race,
it's becoming
is it now
that way.
a key race? Because it's
I
got a
think so.
jump stake winner. It's got this horse going home. A little late, though, Paulie, for that one.
Well, yeah,
Dave Donk should have had
You
this
don't
double.
want a red board, but sometimes you want to look back and you see right there in front of you, this horse had a work June at Saratoga. Then he took the horse off to Lindy Farm. So maybe there was something there, worked well over the turf course and proved it today. Wow.
Dave Donk, who should have had that double, right? The horse is out of the AWOD.
No question.
Dave.
20 claiming race. We briefly showed you those odds. Linda Rice at even money right now at 3Bs. We'll get back to that in a moment. Fox Saratoga Saturday kicks off this weekend with a grade 1 in the 3-year-old filly division, coaching club American Oaks. And these Fox Saratoga Saturdays running through Travers Saturday near the end of the meet. It is going to be a lot of fun. We hope you join us all meet long, and a good one to start it off with maybe the best 3-year-old filly in the division, at least right now. Multiple grade 1 winner in Lacara. We told you she'll meet up again with a 2-year-old champion filly, Immersive.
But it's a very, very strong field. I think you go through it, and first 2 finishers out of the Wilton are a little tough to like. They'd have to improve, but they're lightly raced and talented. And LeClaire may have her workout out for her, especially if dry powder inside of her is as aggressively ridden as she was in her last race.
Her weapon is her speed.
It's her speed, yeah. And you wonder if she's better on a dry track or a wet track. When she ran in the Kentucky Oaks, she just went way too fast. But she also went fast here at Saratoga last time out in the Acorn at about 7.5 to 1 and was able to get the job done. She's got a couple horses in here that, you know, Immersive on the inside is a horse that is very good and it could be 5 for 5. Just missed last time out.
2-year-old champion filly. Andy, what did you think about the comeback? She was on the bench after the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, came back June 14th of this year and beat by Take Charge Milady. How'd you feel about it?
I thought she ran fine. I mean, she ran as, you know, the fastest figure she's ever run on the Beyer scale. I always thought that she was champion because, and she was a nice horse, but she was kind of a champion because she was beating up on weaker horses. And a lot of horses have sort of appeared or they've gotten better, like Lucara. And I had heard some criticism of Manny Franco's ride. I'll be honest with you, I don't get it at all. I don't know what Manny did wrong here. And I've always liked Take Charge Milady, a horse who was unlucky to be second in the Ashland behind Lucara and may have run the best race that day. So I think both these horses are players in here. I think this race, I think Scottish Lassie's a big player in here, who won the Frisette last year. But I think both of these horses can win in here, and maybe Immersive will move forward off that race, Paulie.
8 months away off that race.
Yeah, but, you know, I'm kind of with Andy. It says bottled inside, but what do you mean? You have the length of the stretch to try to outduel the other horse, Take Charge Milady. So you got to give Take Charge Milady the credit. But I do think that Immersive draws the rail again. It could be a horse that sits in a good spot because if Lucara goes to the front end, this horse could sit in a good spot. But somebody's got to put pressure on Lucara.
Is she going to outrun Dry Powder? You know, I look a lot at the Time Form Pace Projector, which does have Lucara in front, but I can't understand how they're going to rate Dry Powder. Went 22.44 and change and ran a huge race last time. So I imagine she may go in there. And the other thing that bothers me a little about Lucara is that track, when it rained on June 6th, it got extremely speed favoring. Nobody was making up ground. And I think that Scottish Lassie was a little bit compromised by being close but not being able to be in front. And I think she has a chance. And she's a Grade 1 winner as well, winning the Frisette. She could take that step forward and maybe upset this race.
I know Immersive won 2-year-old champion filly. Scottish Lassie had the best race of any 2-year-old filly in the sport last year.
Yeah, she did. I mean, she won by 9 in the Frisette. You make a good point there. And I think Sweet Seraphine is interesting.
Got to get better, though, right?
Yeah.
Miles and miles for Brad Cox, who will send out Immersive of the Coaching Club American Oaks with the one here who's at 9 to 2, one of the speeds.
For 104 years, success starts at Saratoga. Offering the highest concentration of quality of any U.S. yearling sale, Saratoga is ranked #1 by percentage of Grade 1 winners. Recent stars include Preakness Stakes winner Journalism, Eclipse champion and Breeders' Cup Classic victor Sierra Leone, and Grade 1 winners Kings Barnes. And one more time, to Penn Street and seize the gray. The 104th Saratoga sale, August 4th and 5th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage here. You're watching Saratoga Live. Thanks for spending part of your Wednesday afternoon with us. And today, Wish Wednesday. That is Kylie Paul, the event day ambassador, accomplished equestrian representing the Make-A-Wish Vermont and Northeast New York division. The Make-A-Wish Foundation does so much for children and families facing serious medical conditions, and all kinds of events going on this afternoon and introducing them to the action here at Saratoga.
It's an
More on Kylie coming up later, by the way.
It's an unbelievable foundation. I was able to participate a lot when I was with the Mets and the Dodgers, granting wishes, throwing out first pitches, doing some stuff with kids in the bullpen. Make-A-Wish Foundation is an unbelievable foundation.
That's great.
Andy, 3 Bs. Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz. He had 8 wins opening week. We talked about it. Dropping class. It's a short price, isn't it?
You don't think this is the Greg Wolf factor? They all saw you pick this horse on Talking Horses. And
Probably part of it.
Diving right in. Yes. I mean, there is a good argument for this horse. And I'll say one thing. Linda Rice, and this horse makes a lot of sense. I mean, you know, I'm sure you agree, Paulie, and I know you do, and I picked the horse second. This horse, I can see this horse the horse to beat. Tough spot last time this horse ran the dirt for Linda. When Linda gets bet like this, they usually run. So while I like the 4 a little bit, Smile and Say Cheese, 3 B's horse to beat, Paulie.
Yeah, and I think the 2 is, yeah, like you said, I'll give the 1 a little bit of a chance, but the more you look at this field, the 4 and the 5 are the other horses in here. The 4 has never not seen a stakes race outside of the maiden special weight that he won. So now he finally goes for 25, and there he is right there. Taking 4 guys to hold him off.
Did not do much running, though, in that comeback. Is that a concern? We'll talk more about Smile and Say Cheese in a moment. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, and I just feel like 3 Bs, guys, is the lesser of the evils in this spot here. I think he is the one who makes the most sense because he doesn't have as many question marks, I think, as some of the other, horses that might be appealing. And that does include number 1 in here, Miles and Miles. First off, the claim for Brad Cox was well beaten in a match race last time out, and he was turning back in distance, and I honestly just didn't see it. To me, he moves like a horse that wants to run long. He kind of has that big loping stride to him, and furthermore, his demeanor is like he wants to run long, and physically, that too. But I will say this, he has put on a little bit of weight and conditioning since the last time I saw him, which I like to see, but this is a precipitous drop, guys. I mean, do you take this as a major red flag and stay away from Miles and Miles?
Because
go ahead.
No, I think that's a very valid question by Maggie, the 50% drop off the claim. What I will say for me as handicapping this race is I've never liked this horse in the sense that every time he's run well, particularly that 10 length when he had everything go his own way with the bias. Also, while Brad Cox and his barn have had enormous success this year in New York claiming horses, it's virtually all been for horses he's claimed for Sandy Gold Farm. Now, I have the utmost respect for Mike Dubb as a claiming owner. He doesn't need my respect. He's been successful for 100 years doing it, and it's very hard to do. I just haven't seen the Mike Dubb claims with Brad Cox run as well as the ones for Sandy.
The other part is the Engleharts. Jeremiah, Chris, all of them have been hot as a pistol, and they've been really hot. And now this horse,
I just don't like this horse.
Like when you claim a horse for 50 and you drop for 25 and you haven't seen the horse since May, yeah, there is some concern there. But Michael Dubb, as you look at the 3 Arrow Star for Jose D'Angelo, that horse is making a drop, but can bring speed to the party. But if you're Michael Dubb, you got a ton of horses, Greg, maybe like, okay.
No, but you claim a horse for 50,000, you drop him in for 25, you're already waving the white flag, and Mike would be the first one to agree with that. He's not, this is a purse of 47.5, so he's going to get around a little over 20,000 after paying expenses. A claim and a win even, he loses. It's not that, on the other hand, he's trying to find a spot he can win in.
The way he did it, Miles and Miles last start, this horse is a major problem for him, Aerostar, because he is quick, probably quicker early.
I agree.
And he comes in and sort of, unlike Miles and Miles, who's trying to find a spot where he can win, he's coming in sharp form, kind of going the right way.
I agree. Listen, if you like Miles and Miles, he's 9-2, and if you like him, you should bet him. But I think up here, the 3 of us are not particularly fans of his chances today. Which doesn't mean he can't win.
I am not his biggest fan, I'll say that, by looking at him here in the paddock. But, you know, as far as the 4 inside horses go and the 5 actually taking some money, there's 2 where the drop is suspicious. That is the 1 and the 4. And with regards to the 2 and the 3, the drop isn't suspicious whatsoever, because with the 3 Aerostar 3 back, he was claimed for 17.5. And he's done well off of the Jose D'Angelo claim. Now, he is sharp in here, which is what you want to see with a fast horse. He is quick early, and he tends to jump out of the gate as such too. He is a horse that is a little bit smaller than some of his competition here. So, you know, stacking up with them, okay, but then again, he is that type of animal. You wonder, is he a little bit distance limited overall? Obviously, his lone win coming, going the 5.5 furlongs. But Andy, a question for you is, it feels like, and I don't have the stats, and I'm not expecting you to off the cuff here, but horses coming into the NYRA circuit from Tampa just seem to underperform, I feel as though.
You know, Maggie, it's a very valid question. What I'll answer, this is not the answer to the question you asked, but I think it's tangential. Jose D'Angelo is a very good trainer who wins at a high percentage, does very well out of town. At Saratoga, over the last 5 years, he's 5 for 52, 10%, 70-cent ROI. In the dirt, he's 3 for 30, same percentage, and at same ROI. So he has not enjoyed the same success. Now, some horses coming from Gulfstream, coming from there. So I don't think it's exactly an answer to what you said, but I will say these horses shipping in for him have generally not done as well.
7-2 on his speedy Aerostar, the 3 here coming up. That mount right there will go to Flavien Prat on just clarity. We'll talk about his chances when we come back, but it's Linda Rice and the man who won the opening week, Jose Ortiz, with those 8 victories on the 7-5 favorite, 3 Bs. Post-break when we come back.
Game winner first ran a very, very impressive maiden race at Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity.
Gaming. A first-crop colt, following in his sire's footsteps, winning the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity.
And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year, went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was crowned 2-year-old champion. A very exciting combination of pedigree and race record.
Game winner, continuing the legacy of Candy Ride.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Well, September of last year, we lost this man way too soon. Trainer Chuck Simon had been an assistant in the past with Dwayne Lucas, the Chief, Alan Jerkins, Nick Zito. A lot of success on his own as well. Passed away at the age of 57. Saratoga Springs native who once said, never wanted to work in any other industry. Told Dwayne Lucas, and Dwayne loved it, I don't want to be a movie star, I just want to train horses.
No, I mean, Chuck was a marvelous guy who he touched people in every facet of the game. And after he wasn't training, but he was very involved with horsemen's groups, but also on Twitter and stuff, and made a lot of close friends. I mean, had a memorial service for him yesterday. He was a wonderful guy. And, you know, his father was joking with me last night. I saw the memorial service, and he said, you once said on TV that as long as Chuck's around, you're not the biggest know-it-all in the game. So, Chuck, you've left me as the biggest know-it-all around here. But Chuck really did know a lot, you know? I mean, it wasn't fake. I mean, Chuck was the real deal and had so many friends. Cherie DeVoe worked for him for a great deal of time in the game, close to him, but so many different people he touched. And, you know, it's nice that we can come back and sort of honor him as we get back to Saratoga, as he did pass away the Sunday after Labor Day last year. But just a terrific guy to so many people and a great friend.
This race named in his honor as we kick off our post parade. Here is Miles and Miles. Brad Cox first off the claim.
Well, if you want to bet horses I don't like, I'll put this guy in the winner's circle for you.
3B, 6-5 favorite with meet leading rider Jose Ortiz for Linda Rice.
This will be the first time he gets on this collected colt for Linda.
The speedy Aerostar could be a problem for the one.
He does feel like he's supposed to be in front here. Expect Irad to be aggressive.
Smile and Say Cheese, some big efforts as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, a horse that's dropping down out of stakes, out of 6 straight stakes races, so should be effective early.
Here's Flavian Pratt on Just Clarity.
I mean, on paper, this horse is too slow, but Flavian Pratt, first time on this horse, could work a miracle.
And 14-1, Taprit's Temper outside for the Wayne Potts barn.
Yeah, it didn't break well on the turf, back to the dirt today, and some of the dirt efforts. Got one on there that's okay, where the horse did show some speed on the complete outside, but you're getting 15-1 right now.
All right, so back to Smile and Say Cheese, and this is where Andy winds up.
Yeah, listen, there is a real question. You and I were talking about it quite a bit earlier, Greg, whether or not this horse can be trusted, taking this extreme drop to $25,000. But remember, you know, they paid $60,000. They made some money with the horse last year. Obviously, this is his debut when he ran very well. He's run the fastest races. If you look at buyers overall of anybody in here in some of his races, whether or not you trust him dropping is another question. And I do have some concerns, but he's 9-2. He's not 8-5 or 2-1. So at 9-2, I'm willing to take a shot with him. And I played him in exact. I played a 2-4 exact and a small box reverse, but I bet him to win. I like his chances today.
So Ricardo Santana Jr., he took the opener on that 20-1 shot on this one, who was 9-2, second start back now, third start back as a 3-year-old. And he has the form. Look, he has the best races, Paul, of anyone in the field, and when he was a 2-year-old, but he hasn't gone on since then.
No, he's gone backwards a little bit. They went to an optional claimer. I will say this, in that video we showed, he was propelling a little bit with that tail, and I'm wondering if there was something on the backside going on with this horse, and that's why they're dropping the horse for 25. Can he win this race? Most definitely. He's the class of this field, but he's just not getting played like it.
Meanwhile, the 6-5 favorite is 3Bs, and Paulie, the last dirt start for this horse, outside post, not really a stumble, just didn't break great, sort of broke to the outside and seemed a little bit further back than I think he can be in this race. So I think Jose Ortiz maybe tries to keep him a little more with the field early on.
He makes a tremendous appearance on the racetrack, and you make a good point. He kind of broke a little bit flat-footed. I like that he kept on going. You know, he was claimed out of a 7 3/4 length win. They tried the turf. Why not? Now back in for 25, and all the money's going here, especially in the Will Pays.
And he was all the way outside that day. His last dirt start we're talking about. It was a much tougher field, and Inside Speed was doing very well that day, so he was really up against it.
I think he, instead of like stumbling, he kind of broke towards open spaces. You see the picks.
2 minutes to post in an early pick 4. Back to Maggie.
Yeah, it's not like I love 3Bs here. It's just I can find less things that I don't like about him, where I find more things I don't like about other horses. And more so, he won me over on the racetrack too. He is moving so well, as Paul hinted at, just beautifully on the bridle, carrying himself. He's so light on his feet. So all things really good here physically for 3Bs, as we'll move on to Smile and Say Cheese, who is a horse I've never really liked. he's a bit of a head case as far as I can work out. I think he has the right rider on his back, and Ricardo Santana, who will tell him what to do instead of playing passenger. But he's a horse that, especially here at Saratoga, for whatever reason, consistently bears out around the turn. Now, he's also bad in the paddock to get the tack on. It was the same song and dance yet again. He has warmed up nicely. He's settled beautifully as far as the warm-up is concerned, talking about number 4, Smile and Say Cheese. But he's just not a horse I like because of his antics. For me, I wish he carried more conditioning. He's a little too light behind. I've probably put him right into the winner's circle, but he's just not my cup of tea, Greg.
I'll say this, Paul, we look at this board. I like 3Bs. I selected him. He should not be even money. He is being way over bet. But is that maybe that's a good sign?
Yeah, I think Andy mentioned it earlier. When Linda gets bet like this, they're usually pretty live. And, you know, Maggie brings up an unbelievable point on Smiles. You see Linda on Smiles Say Cheese. You know, the 2 starts here, lugged out, got out, was 6 wide last time. And it just seems like Linda wins these races, right?
Linda Rice, trainer of 3Bs, the 2 even money favorite. And she'll have Jose Ortiz aboard. Big drop, too. She's been tremendous, Linda Rice, too, with moving horses turf to dirt and going from allowance to claiming races. 45% over the last 5 years. It's been a huge move for her. So that's part of the reason you're maybe seeing such a short price. The biggest question marks in the field is this horse here, Paul. Smile and Say Cheese. I know it was a stakes race. Smile and Say Cheese is coming out of a lot tougher company. Just did not run at all.
No, he didn't. And he's the kind of horse that, you know, Maggie had mentioned again that, you know, he gets out on the turn, especially here at Saratoga. He's gotten out 3 times. And I think that's why he's really not getting the money that he probably should deserve when you look at his PPs. The 5 is interesting here because Flavien Prat can do miracles, and he might be able to move this horse up. He's usually good with horses that are bad gate horses, and this horse is a bad gate horse, the 5. So if that horse can get out of the gate, I think that horse could be a player as the 2 clicks down to 4 to 5.
Wow, just getting immensely. I liked him. Obviously, a lot of people do. That's way too short on this horse.
Yeah, I think the 1 now at 9 to 2. I think you could take a gamble at 9 to 2 at the 1 now.
It's a slow race, and again, pace pressure. He's going to get all kinds of it from the 3 Aerostar. As there's Pratt stepping in with Just Clarity. Early pick 4 starts here on our second flat race of the afternoon. Let's send it upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thank you, Greg. We've got the best group up here. Great treat for your family and supporting a great cause. Get a hold of BEST, B-E-S-T, the Backstretch Employee Service Team. They're in the gate. And they're off. An Aerostar out very quickly. Taprit's Temper is flashing plenty of early speed. Smile and Say Cheese. Just Clarity is next. 3Bs and Miles is at the back of the field. They're heading to the half-mile pole, and it's Aerostar prompted by Taprit's Temper, who keeps the pressure on, 3/4 back second. At the rail, it's 3Bs in third. The opening quarter mile for Aerostar went in 22 and 3/5 seconds. So it's Aerostar moving right along. Taprit's Temper still second. 3Bs, Just Clarity on the outside. Miles and Miles trying to inch up outside of that pair. Smile and Say Cheese has 9 lengths to make up. As they come to the quarter pole, it's Aerostar, Taprit's Temper, 1-2 the whole way. Just Clarity is third. Miles and Miles, 3Bs, orange colors down at the rail. They're 1/8 of a mile from home. The half went in 45 and 4. And Aerostar just keeps on going. Has shrugged off Taprit's Temper. Aerostar by 6 lengths. 4 of them line up, battling to complete the exacta behind the runaway winner, Aerostar. Aerostar wins by 6 lengths. Tight photo for second, 3Bs and Taprit's Temper. Miles and Miles finish 4th.
Aerostar got to the front by himself under Arad Ortiz Jr. and goes gate to wire. Horse coming in from Tampa.
Yeah, and the horse that just got to the front end, and Irad sees the, I guess, Carpe Diem sees the day. And what ended up happening is the 1 kind of didn't break, and the 1 got headstrong on the outside, Miles and Miles, and now you have the 6, Taprit's Temper, kind of chasing your favorite at 4 to 5, trying to run up the rail. really tight for second place, but no doubt about your winner. And if you're alive so far in this early pick 5, you got a 20-1 shot, and I think this horse will play bigger than 4-1. The race was over when the 1 didn't break. Kind of the 1 and the 2 came into each other, and this horse just took advantage.
Well, we talked about 3Bs getting way over bet. Dangerous territory, and that was the case. Let's go back to the start. When Miles and Miles does not break sharp from the inside post, the 1 here gives the lead to Aerostar all by himself.
Yeah, you can see how the 2 and the 1 kind of made their own problems, and the 1 just never got out of the gate. If you keep it rolling, watch the rider on the 1 here. Manny Franco, he's going to go all the way to the outside, and this horse is headstrong. He wants to go, and by that time, your race is over with. You can see this horse is trying to rush to the outside, and when you're 4 or 5 wide, it's turning into the 3 is now home. This horse is going 46. The last time this horse went 46, he won by 7 lengths, and that's what happened today.
Had on the improved form coming in from Florida at Gulfstream in Tampa, and able to get things his own way in the front end. Goes gate to wire under Arad Ortiz Jr. Wins for Jose D'Angelo. Solely stable, and now a 3-year-old who's a 2-time winner from 6 starts. 4-1 upset of a 4-5 favorite. 3-2, 6-1. Here in the third, we'll have the prices when we come back. It is a good place to be. Usually riding with this guy right here, but on the front end as well. Arad Ortiz Jr. leads every step of the way here in race 3 on Aerostar for the victory.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Good to have you with us on our Wednesday coverage here on Fox Sports 2 of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual. Unusually, well, what a gorgeous scene that is. And what a sight to see this race And that winner's circle named in honor of an incredibly popular Chuck Simon, who again passed away back in September of last year at the way too young age of 57.
Yeah, and you see Ramon Dominguez, the great rider, holding up the nice little plaque there with the winner's circle. And Aerostar got the job done for Jose D'Angelo, and Irad Ortiz Jr. just took him to him early and took him to him late.
Irad Ortiz Jr., 3 straight riding titles and counting. Tremendous opening week for him, even though his brother sort of stole the headlines, but gets his 7th winner of the meeting, trained by Jose D'Angelo. And trainers, who've struggled here over the past, tend over time to figure things out here.
Yeah, you know, a horse that has shown a ton of speed in the past, been off since April, but yeah, got this horse in the right condition.
Pick 6 starts here, mile and an eighth, New York bred, maiden special weight. More on it in a moment. First, let's go to Maggie with a special guest.
That's right, very special guest here, Greg. I am here with Rosemary Pasquarello, who was just named the official clerk of scales here at NYRA. And congratulations, Rosemary. I couldn't be happier for you. You're the 3rd woman in North America. There's a clerk of scales that is a lady out in the Emerald Downs and up at Woodbine. But first here at NYRA, what an honor.
I'm really excited for the opportunity.
And there can be challenges. Obviously, being a woman in a predominantly male jocks room, have you faced any challenges yet?
Honestly, the guys in there have all been really great and have stepped up and helped with anything that I need, so we've been pretty good.
I think you have a classy group, to say the least.
We definitely do.
Also, since I've worked here, I've watched you work your way up through the backside, through the front side. You were a groom, a hot walker for Gary Siaka for several years. And Rosemary, what I found the overriding theme with you is just your overwhelming love of the horse.
It definitely is. I mean, I feel like to work at the racetrack, especially as long as I have now, you have to love the horses.
Being a groom and hot walker all those years, did it help you? Did it lend any knowledge and prepare you for this role today?
I see from both sides, so I'm not only a front side worker and seeing it from this side, I also have the experience back there, so I know what they're going through every day too.
Well, you're a welcome addition to the jocks room. Obviously, you've been with NYRA for a while now, but congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And Rosemary Pasquarello, I'm sure you'll see her in some of the shots now, checking and weighing in all the jocks in the future. Guys?
Well, congratulations. We all, I think, echo those sentiments to Rosemary. No question, groundbreaking. First on this circuit to hold that position. As we get set for the pick 6 coming up next. 23 minutes to get your tickets together. It begins with a New York bred maiden race coming up, and we'll take a look ahead to the weekend. Raging Sea. Maybe a Shuvi encore coming up. Flavian Pratt will be back aboard. Grade 2 coming up on our Friday action. Stay with us.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
And a Dare Manor will take the Clementel Hirsch. Olympiad gets the gold. It is Timberlake who's going to win.
Tap it twice! Tap it twice!
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
And Raging Sea takes the lead coming to the 8th pole. Misty Vale now a length back second. They're followed by Shotgun Hottie and Just Catherine. A 16th to go. Raging Sea and Fabian Pratt pulling away as Shotgun Hottie moves into second. Raging Sea wins the Shuvi.
That was last year's Shuvi in the first of 3 graded stakes wins in a row, including the Grade 1 personal Ensign, where she got a bit of a setup, but nevertheless beat Idiomatic. Was on quite a good run. Comeback, though, I have to be a little bit concerned about, no?
Well, first of all, I think Chad Brown deserves enormous credit for getting this horse to win Grade 1s and then it being the runner-up for the Eclipse Award, because she is who she is. And you're right, she shouldn't have beaten Idiomatic. She was fortunate to do it, but she did run second, Torpedo Ann in the Breeders' Cup. She came back and won a La Troyenne, Paul. It was a slow race. And then she got caught behind the speed bias last time out and had no real chance. Should get some more pace in this race.
She didn't have the best starts either. She got it says squeeze in the start. It wasn't that dramatic, but the horse got put behind the 8 ball. She's never really 10 lengths out of it. She was 10 lengths out of it last time out in the Ogden 5th, so maybe a little bit closer today with a better beginning, at least tomorrow.
I hope that morning line stays, because I like Leslie's Rose in here, who clearly could not handle a sloppy track. And I know Todd Fletcher cross-entered her in the Molly Pitcher, but I got to think he did that concerned it could rain here, and I can't imagine he won't stay here. This is a very good effort in a return race on a speed-favoring track, going too short and against a good field, and then she couldn't handle the track. She has lacked consistency, but she was one of the better 3-year-old fillies in the country last year.
Second to Torpedo Anna in the Acorn last year. She was a Grade 1 Ashland winner. And, yeah, she ran a productive race she didn't even want to be in. Sprinting, coming back in the vagrancy, ran huge.
Yeah, I like her chances. And, there's a minor amount of rain early tomorrow morning. And after that, there's none predicted until possibly early Sunday. So likely a fast track. Expect to see her there, and boy, I hope she's 5-1 in there, because I've never been Raging Sea's biggest fan. I think she'll get a pace and she'll run okay, but I think Leslie's Rose is going to be tough in here.
Even money, very short.
Well, and when you go to Leslie's Rose, she's ran into Holland Ice, who's a very good sprinter too, in the vagrancy. And listen, in the Ogden 5th, you got to be willing just to throw a line through that effort. She did not like the slop. Yeah, you go back to some of her races, they're really good. Her other bad race was in the slop in the Kentucky Oaks. So over a fast racetrack, she's a pretty accomplished filly.
Yeah, Todd had said, in retrospect, obviously, he wished he scratched last time, and they were just kind of hoping it was just a thing in the Kentucky Oaks. It's pretty clear she just can't handle it.
Let's look at the Shuvi by the numbers coming up. We'll see if Raging Sea can go back-to-back. Inaugural running back in 1976, named after the Hall of Famer. Fastest ever. What a year that was for Latruska, the speedster. Part of a championship season. That man right there, Hall of Famer Todd Fletcher, along with the Chief Alan Jerkins, they won 5 apiece in their legendary careers. John Velasquez with 5 wins as well. The last coming on one we'll show you about in a moment. 4 ownership groups with a couple of wins apiece. There's that John Velasquez win. 3-horse field that year. Paid up subscriber. 32.5 length win in that short group. Shuvi Stakes, who have gone on to win the Breeders' Cup. 6 of them, the last to do it, stopped charging Maria. And Shuvi Stakes winners crowned champ. We mentioned Latruska, some big names on their Beautiful Pleasure as well. A lot of history in this race that was first run back in 1976. And again, we expect to see some of these showing up against probably our reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, in that personal Ensign.
Yeah, I don't know why anybody would be afraid, and we'll see horses from this race as well as the Molly Pitcher coming there. And talk about Shuvi, one of the all-time great race mares who ran. And you mentioned Latruska. When Latruska won the Shuvi, I believe, started her streak. The lone loss she had before her streak was to our friend Tom Amos's horse in the Ballerina.
Serengeti Empress, real? That's right.
I bet
Forgot
Latruska
about
there,
that. And she didn't break. She had the rail. She didn't break well. Rushed up
to duel with Latruska, and she buried Latruska in a duel.
What
That's
a
how good she was.
from Serengeti Empress. Big victory. Yeah, she grade 1 winner as a 3-year-old, and then as a 4-year-old here at Saratoga. But see what happens is this year's edition of the Grade 2 Shuvi coming up on Friday. Now back to the Pick 6. Starts with this race coming up at a mile and an 8 to 5 favorite, Iron Dome for Steve Asmussen.
I like Iron Dome, but I'm going to say, and it's going to be a heavy favorite, you got to worry a little bit, Paulie. That last race looked like a total merry-go-round affair. The way the 6 almost held second in there, chasing the winner, and I think horses like the 2 and 8, who are going to be forward here, potentially move up on this racetrack. We'll see if that's the case.
I like the 2 kind of already in this spot, Undisputed. I think it's caught a couple, or at least one sloppy racetrack. Needs to get out of the gate. It's caught some deep fields. I think the 5 could be vulnerable at this price.
I like that as a horse name, kind of already. That's a good horse name, isn't it?
Undisputed. Ricardo Santana Jr. gets aboard. One who, had to do some shifting in the stretch and has faced some pretty good horses relative to this group.
I agree. As a major player, you look at the dry track race 2 back as a fast buyer, 74, faster than any figure in the buyer scale that anybody in this race ever run, and then caught a wet track last time and a runaway winner and hit the post and did nothing to disgrace himself in there. He's a big player, and he has a little more speed than the 5, Paulie.
Yeah, shorter field, too. He was in an 11-horse field, caught the rail last time. Now he gets a 7-horse field, and you can see him. A little bit of kidney sweat. You can see right there between his legs.
You should go out there. Dude, with the air conditioner here,
Yeah,
we're living good
right?
over here. It's warm out there.
Guys, yeah, I can attest to that. I got a lot of kidney sweat going on today. So these horses, like I said earlier, it's good to see them sweating. You want their cooling system to be working. And I think Undisputed here is a major player, like you guys said, as he'll travel the farthest that he has so far in his career. But what I like about those shorter races and how he's competed in them is that he's even. He runs evenly throughout. And for these 9 furlong, 2-turn races, that's exactly the running style that you typically want. And furthermore, he's a tall, leggy. I mean, he's got a lot of leg. He's got that nice scope to his neck. And I feel as though that horses, they can only more or less reach as far as their neck allows them, as their legs will allow them. And this guy looks as though he has so much reach, so much of that loping stride. He is a legitimate horse to consider here at 7-2. Another one, yes, that is a player, and he'll be stretching back out in distance. And I have my reservations about Iron Dome at this distance. Now, yes, it's only his 2nd time against New York breds, and his 1st time doing it against New York breds. It was open company out at Oaklawn, which was the last time I saw him. And I literally wrote in my notes, not sure about longer. He is a big horse, but he's also kind of has that built downhill type of frame to him, where the point of his hip is much more angled into the point of his shoulder, and he's got those really well-developed hindquarters. Now, maybe this is a lesser field as far as class is concerned, so therefore maybe getting the distance will be easier. But at a short price, I'm not really sold on the fact that this guy is that true 1 1/8 horse, Greg.
Despite that, 6 to 5. Meanwhile, next door, the 4 Casse oil changer, and Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard there at 4 to 1. It is not easy, Paul, to debut at a 1 1/8 distance, and that's what they tried to do with this one.
Yeah, they did, and the horse ran incredibly well. Was kind of right there, kind of challenged for the lead. Ended up 2nd best that day, and by a sire named Name Changer, who I've never heard of, but a New York bred here for Peter Casamillas. And these are connections that usually run up at Penn National, and the horse actually was working at Penn National before a pretty good race.
He was. I thought his second place effort first time out, albeit in a slow race, Paul, was pretty good. I thought, you know, of the two that come out of there, and just a real quick note with the 7 Solo Dancing, who kind of has the same form makeup, if you will, on paper. He did receive a shoe repair here, so I'm going to reserve judgment on him until they get out on track. But talking about Casse Oil Changer, we see this with Peter Kazimias. He is purely homebreds. They're New York breds, but a lot of them beginning their training career at Penn National and in Pennsylvania. And this guy just uber focused. I was not in the paddock for that June 13th effort, but just came in really on the bridle. He's incredibly fit, and he was attending the pace wall 3 wide. The winner got to go along the rail, and I thought he stayed on really well. I know he was well beaten, but again, to go 9 furlongs in your first start, it's not the easiest thing to do. So again, a horse that I think if he moves up just a touch, which obviously as far as buyer figures go, he'll have to do a little bit more than just a touch, but promising that we know he can handle the distance, Greg.
Pick 6, pool, 61,000 and growing. First leg coming up. We'll talk through the sequence briefly in a moment. Let's look ahead to this 3-year-old division and a huge one coming up this weekend in the Naira Bets Haskell over at Monmouth Park, and the incredible Preakness winning performance of Journalism. He is back in action, the only horse to compete in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown. Gets back to work.
Yeah, and it's an interesting race. He's going to be 4 to 5 on the morning line. You see Burnham Square in there, who was a horse for Ian Wilkes. That was kind of fancied a little bit. Gosker second. And then
who nearly pulled off the upset against him in the Preakness.
And then Goal Oriented, I think, is the interesting horse getting to the outside. The horse that caused a lot of problems, but Journalism, good racehorse, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, I hope Journalism wins this race. I'm rooting for him. He's a terrific horse, and he's just better than these horses if he runs his race. Goal-oriented, I do not agree with the handling of this horse. I think they have run him in 2 races over his head, sort of a rush job. I understand they're trying to make him a stallion, but I don't like that horse at all. I'd be more interested to see what a horse like Burnham Square can do in here, or even Gosker.
Yeah, those are a couple of very interesting runners, but this horse has been sensational in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown. He's run his races, and if not for Sovereignty, he'd probably be a Triple Crown winner. Well, he would have been. And we should mention too his dam passing away recently, unfortunately, mopetism at the age of 11, but she left a good one on the racetrack, didn't she?
She was a nice runner as well. I think she ran for Paul Redham. I always liked mopetism, thought she was okay. Journalism is better than these horses, and I want to see him keep winning, and I'd love to see them set up a rematch with Sovereignty. I'm not ready to concede that Sovereignty's a better horse, though there's starting to be some evidence that he may be. These are very good horses, Paulie. There are a lot of years where Journalism would have won the Triple Crown.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. I mean, it's just crazy. As you see the 3-year-old schedule, it starts to heat up, obviously, with Saturday with the Haskell. And if Journalism wins that, there's going to be no doubt, obviously, between whatever. And I think he will win that race with a good trip. Anything unforeseen.
Be an up-and-comer in the Curlin next Friday as well, as Strategic Focus is running in there. And he had beaten Malachuk, came back and ran a big figure, winning here this weekend.
Well, the top dog of this division, there's no question about it. It is the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner, Sovereignty. He's being pointed toward the Jim Dandy, July 26th, and then the plan onto the Travers. And until someone ups their game, it's his division right now.
No question about it. He has a virtual stranglehold, Paul. He'll have to get beaten in the Travers, and then, honestly, I mean, I think at this point, Journalism will have to beat him in the Travers and then beat him in the finish ahead of him in the Breeders' Cup Classic to be able to win the top 3-year-old, right?
And we keep talking about, Paul, all these horses can catch up to him. They can improve second half of the year. Why can't he improve?
He can. And here's the thing about it is we always, every year, get 1 or 2 3-year-olds that run in the Breeders' Cup Classic that are effective. Sovereignty has the chance, because going that distance of ground, I think he can run with the older horses. So if he keeps on going and going, he might be one of the favorites for the Breeders' Cup Classic, which could be scary.
I think he probably will be if he is. I think you're right. And, I think we started this year thinking the older horses were going to be so dominant with Sierra Leone and Fierceness and Mindframe coming back. Now, listen, they very well may be the better horses, but it's shaping up as a really good year of top horses.
I'm with you. I do think Sierra Leone's still the best horse.
But he's got to win.
He's got to win. But when you get a full field and pace to run at, I like to see Sierra Leone and Sovereignty come rolling down the middle of the racetrack together.
Yeah.
Take a look at these jockey standings. Couple races into week 2. And the Ortiz brothers start certainly expect from Irad, but look at Jose Ortiz and coming back rejuvenated off the way he closed things out at Churchill Downs, Andy, just astounding.
Yeah, he was 16 for 40 closing week at Churchill Downs. I think he was rider of the week. But it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, and those three guys are going to be battling it out. Maybe they'll all meet, which is fun.
Flavian won the first 3 races of the meet.
Yeah.
He's only won 3 since.
He's done. His career's basically over at this point. He's probably retired.
He's got the 1 grade 1 so far of the 6 wins.
Yeah.
7 grade 1s last year for Pratt, and he set records in grade 1s, stakes wins, and graded stakes wins at this meet. And, yeah, kicking things off again the way he did last year with a win in that grade 1 Diana, winning it for a 3rd year in a row. You can play all the action by getting signed up right there at Naira Bets. With that offer, $200 deposit match, new customer bonus. New members punch in that code SPOT200 at sign up, and you're ready to roll all summer long and beyond at NairaBets.com. So, you know, this pick 6 quickly. Did you find a lean, Andy, anywhere in the sequence? I'll ask both you guys.
Well, you and I were talking about it in Talking Horses, and we agreed that the horse that's going to be the biggest favorite in the sequence is the number 8 Sassy Princess, race number 6. Now, I'm trying to beat her with Temple City Taboo, but she's an A in that race, and she's probably the shortest price because, I mean, maybe Iron Dome, as it turns out, could be the shortest price. I would not, I mean, I picked that horse, but I would not single that horse in a dirt race on this track. I think you have to use the 2 and maybe even the 8 somewhere as a backup.
I think a lot of people kind of with Dandy there with those 2 singles.
Got to spread in the next, right?
Yeah, Mainstream might be singled by some people, but the one duration's pretty good.
You know who's favored looking at doubles? The 11 in the next race.
I kind of, if I would take a shot, I like Mommy's Turn.
Here's On Molo to kick off the post parade, Charlie Baker.
Yeah, this horse just would have to improve immeasurably stretching out, and Charlie Baker does not have great numbers stretching out on dirt.
Jenna Antonucci Barn, undisputed with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, I hope Ricardo can get this one out of the gate and get this one forward.
Casse Oil Changer attracts Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, debuted at a mile and 1/8. It's going to go right back there, and Irad looking for back-to-back races.
Brother to one of my favorites here, Iron Dome, Mr. Buff.
Yeah, I thought he actually did pretty well given the way the track was playing and the way the race was run last time, and he's shown that he can be effective going longer.
Mr. Buff was great at this distance. Here's State of Readiness, Charlie Baker.
Yeah, Lane Leslie will get aboard. A horse second off a long layoff will get Lasix.
Mark Hennig Barnes solo dancing. This one debuted at a mile and 1/8. Same race as Casse Oil Changer.
Came from a mile back to finish just behind the horse you're interested in, Casse Oil Changer in this race. I just worry about his lack of speed.
And the horse who could be loose on the front end, shake it for the bird.
Yeah, a horse by Big Brown that has shown some speed, actually sprinting first time out here at Saratoga last year, then has tried the turf the last couple times, gets back to dirt.
And a trainer who's been pretty good, too, going from turf to dirt with maidens over the last 5 years, 22%, Anthony Ferraro.
If somebody told me he was going to clear in here, I would absolutely use him strongly. My problem is breaking from post 7 at a mile and 1/8 thing to turn that quickly, Paulie, with Ricardo Santana riding the other main speed, undisputed. I just don't see him having an easy time getting to the lead.
Yeah, I think the only way that the 8 gets to the front end if the 2 has some gate issues, which he's had before. But if he gets out of the gate, he should go to the front end and establish himself, and I think he could take control and see him warming up. 4 to 1's a very good price. I thought Iron Dome, the way he is in the wheel pace, 4 to 5's about right. Here's Undisputed's second career start over a fast racetrack in the lone, like, it was a mile, 1-turn mile. I thought this was not a bad effort.
Palace Boss came back out of this race to win his next start at a mile and 1/8 and then finish a respectable 3rd.
Kind of had to shift down to the inside, wanted to stay in that outer path, but the 1 came over a little bit to take that ground away.
And I think he can be forward in here. I don't think Iron Dome is going to be far out of it. I imagine Jose will have him sitting 3rd or 4th. But I think this horse could have more speed, and we'll see how much pressure he gets. It's not like Dylan to go really aggressively against the 2, but we'll see how it plays out, and we'll see how much these riders want the lead.
Well, a little bit, who knows? We're trying to get into the heads of the riders in here as you take a look at the analyst selections. But Dylan Davis, what?
3 to 5 on the 5?
It's crazy.
That's nuts.
Dylan Davis being drawn outside, Paul, with that first turn comes up pretty quick.
Yeah.
You almost have to assure you don't get hung out wide, right? You have to go.
I would think
when you have speed, no?
And, this is, okay, we have connections that are coming in from Penn National. These are connections that are Finger Lakes connection. If you look, this horse has got a bullet drill, then another drill on July 10th. that hinders speed, 47 and change. So I would think the 8's got to push forward as you keep on looking at the 2 here, Undisputed, who I think can lay off the 8 if need be and go by, but you just never know. Sometimes these horses get brave on the front end.
Maggie, speed outside. We'll see how aggressive Dylan is with Shake It for the Bird.
Greg, yes, he could be the speed, but by just watching these horses and how they behaved in the prelims, I honestly think that we're not going to see Shake It for the Bird up front because he was a horse that, at least as a 2-year-old, which is the last time I saw him, he was really sharp. And I did think that longer, as far as distance is concerned, the better. So he gets it here, so I like the spot for him. He's just a lot more quiet now for his second start as a 3-year-old. And again, as Andy pointed out, it's not easy to necessarily clear from that outside post position because, yes, I think Undisputed has some speed too, but Casse Oil Changer, who was close, albeit at a longer distance and a slower pace, he is really sharp for his second start. And how often do we see horses just show that much more speed in their second starts because they've kind of figured it out now? So I think that we will also see Arad and Casse Oil Changer forwardly placed too.
Well, we were just talking about the board with, let's go back to Casse Oil Changer on your screen now. This horse should not be 5-1, but part of it is, the man aboard, the leading rider at the meet, Arad Ortiz Jr.
I'll put it this way. Look at the PPs and tell me that he should be a very similar price to the 2 Undisputed. If you do, I disagree with you. And I know, Paul, Greg, you like this horse, but I think you thought you were going to get 10-1 on him, and it's all the IRAD money. He did run very well in the context of the race he comes out of, but it was a woefully slow race, and Toga Dan got bet in a 6-horse field, I think, on Friday, and finished a distant third. So
Toga Dan won that race, but yes, he needs to improve quite a bit, Paul. He ran okay at a 1 1/8 first time out, which is hard to win at, but he needs to step up. 5-1's awfully short.
It's very short considering that the 7 had problems and the 4 and 7 were right with each other at the wire last time. And the 7 was doing the same thing. Debuting, going a 1 1/8 and started charging late, but actually had a bad beginning. So I thought the 7 and the 4 would be closer in price.
The 2 has run about 20 buyer points faster than Casse Oil Changer. It has more experience, and it's 7-2 or 5-1. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you could make an argument that the overlay on the board is the 2. I mean, there's a little bit of an argument the state of readiness is a little bit interesting.
Being told the 1's coming out. Late scratch of the biggest price on the board.
34-1, right?
Yeah.
Well, the other horse for trainer Charlie Baker is the 6, State of Readiness, and gets Lasix for this race, second off a long layoff. Didn't run that badly, albeit in the slop last time. Not convinced this horse is going to be a 1 1/8 horse with that kind of pedigree. And for what it's worth, as we know, the 1, Charlie Baker, Maiden, stretch outs on Maidens, sprints to routes with Maidens on dirt. At Naira, Charlie Baker's just 1 for 30 over the last 5 years, the 16-cent ROI. But the 6 is 12-1 if you like him.
And Paul, a tough spot to come out of. A dirt debut off a long layoff, and the winner of that race would come back and run second in the New York Derby.
Yeah, but we saw it happen in the race before. Gets Lasix. Didn't run that awful, I mean, considering. And they put the horse back into a maiden special weight off that long layoff. You would think maybe they could have dropped here, and they put some confidence in this horse. The one thing about the 1, I understand the horse was a big long shot, but he was coming out of sprints. He could have shown some speed. You kind of never know. Now, do you even worry about the 8 clearing? Because now he's kind of in the 6th spot.
He is. I mean, do I worry about him clearing? I mean, I'm not worried about anything right here. I'm not betting the 5 at 4-5. I think it's an underlay. But I think it makes it easier for him.
Yeah.
I still think it's going to be hard because I cannot imagine that Ricardo is not going to come out running on the 2. It just doesn't make any sense.
And we talked about, the 4 debuting at a 1 1/8. So did the 7, who was a little ways behind him, 3 1/4 lengths behind him in the debut, solo dancing. Now, homebred for, as you just saw, McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, son of Salamini. And Katie Davis will ride for Mark Hennig, but certainly some ground to make up on the 4, if not everyone else in here.
I do think that this horse ran a big race last time. Did not have the best beginning. Showed a lot of courage for the first time out to make up a lot of ground. Going a 1 1/8. So I think the 7 is a horse that you want to use maybe underneath in here as your price.
So 4 to 5, Iron Dome. Steve Asmussen, Jose Ortiz, career start number 5. Trying to break through here to start off this pick 6. The next race, 5.5 furlongs on the grass for New York bred maidens that appears wide open.
The 11 getting a lot of money, not surprisingly. Adam Rice shipping in. The 2 and 3 appear to be the favorites, but the 11's up there.
And you mentioned, don't forget the 12-2 for Graham Motion drawing into that race.
I agree.
In the 5th as well.
Very wide open.
Race 6.
Lean on the 8. I'd use the 1 as a backup, my top pick, but the 8's the horse to beat.
Talked about race 7 duration and mainstream, going to take a ton of money. You like Barb,
I
though.
like Barb, but any of the 1, 3, and 4 are very dangerous in there. The 8th race, I don't know about Paul. You got an idea in the 8th?
I like
2, 8, 4.
I like alternate reality a little bit, the 5, but
so does Greg. I do not like that horse.
I question him at the distance, but I do like him.
I can't. I thought that race was as wide open as a race could be.
I like Mommy's Turn. I would take a shot in the Suzie O'Kane in the stakes because I like Mommy's Turn.
I like Marvelous Madison.
Oh, you do? Okay.
But I think it's a wide open race.
And Mommy's Turn, her last 2 on grass. She's been good, but she's been ranking both.
Yeah, I know. I'm hoping that she can settle today.
Pick 6 starts here. 4 to 5 favorite Iron Dome. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thank you, Greg. Solo Dancing is acting up just a little bit behind the starting gate. In the meantime, State of Readiness. The gray is coming up. Shake It for the Bird has been standing quietly, waiting his turn. But first it'll be Solo Dancing and Katie Davis coming to the starting gate now. Goes in without incident. One more. Shake It for the Bird. And they're off. Iron Dome is going to the front. Casse Oil Changer is now moving through, and Casse Oil Changer to the front. Iron Dome is right up alongside in second, and just in behind them, it's Undisputed, right off the leader's heels. Center of the racetrack, Shake It for the Bird, Solo Dancing, and after a bit of an awkward hop, State of Readiness is at the back, some 8 lengths off the speed. Casse Oil Changer prompted by Iron Dome, who's within a head. The opening quarter went in 24 and 2. Shake It for the Bird is 3 wide as they make their way down the back stretch. And just behind them, it's Undisputed in 4th. 3 lengths to make up for him. Solo Dancing, 4 more to State of Readiness. Casse Oil Changer and Iron Dome, 1, 2, the half, and 49 and 3. They come to the half-mile pole. A length and a half behind them, Undisputed and Shake It for the Bird. Behind them, State of Readiness has joined and passed Solo Dancing. Coming to the 3/8 pole, Casse Oil Changer and the favorite Iron Dome, stride for stride, racing together as one. Iron Dome now puts his head in front. Undisputed has to get after them. State of Readiness has taken 4th, and it's Iron Dome and Jose Ortiz blowing past Casse Oil Changer at the top of the stretch and opening up. Casse Oil Changer still second and quite a distance to Undisputed and State of Readiness. Lights out. Iron Dome. The chalk prevails with authority, pouring it on without being asked. It is all Iron Dome. Iron Dome will win by 9 lengths. Casse Oil Changer, Undisputed, and State of Readiness.
Iron Dome, Jose Ortiz, Steve Asmussen, odds on, and looks like should have been odds on.
And I'll tell you, Paulie, once you saw the way if you knew they were going to break out of the gate like that, and the 4 and 5 were going to be sort of walking along in the front end, you might have taken the 4 to 5 on this horse. I'm surprised, and I think Ricardo must have been riding to instructions because he doesn't rate speed horses. And you were pointing out how he seemed to resent some in the backs there. Once this horse got this position, Paulie, it was over.
It was over. You're right. I mean, just laying off that horse, ears pricked, ready to go. And yeah, you know, the 2 was not cooperating. I don't know if broke the best, whether the horse was not, but mouth was open, was a little rank down the backside. I'm actually surprised the horse stayed on and almost, you know, ran an okay 3rd, but no doubt about the winner, Iron Dome. My goodness.
2 was not aggressive. The 8 was not aggressive early.
I don't think it would have mattered, though.
It may not have mattered. This horse won by a city block, but it definitely changed the way the race was run.
Yes.
And I think a horse who was probably going to win anyway. Nobody's up here saying this horse wasn't best and likely to win. But once you get in the garden spot like that in a slow pace, how can you possibly expect the best horse to lose?
No, I'm with you. The eight wasn't taking the turn. A lot of horses weren't taking the turn, and just the most professional horse won by a city block.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about the winner. But as far as the also-rans are concerned, it does help to read horses. Oh, we saw him kind of jump a shadow there and switch back to his inside lead late. But as far as reading horses, the 4 was by far the sharpest horse in here. So that's why we saw him up front. And the 2 just has this kind of awkward way of going where, awkward stride. And I'm sure Ricardo kind of felt it. I think also that's why we didn't see him necessarily send this horse, because I feel like he's a horse that needs to be held together with the stride that he has. But Iron Dome, much the best, and a horse that deserves it, running out of town against some tougher competition, fits nicely with this New York bred bunch.
5-4, 2-6, and logical start to this pick 6 as we look out of the gate one more time here.
Well, here's the gate. Watch the 4 go right to the front now. Now, Ricardo's asking the 2 a little bit. He's asking for a little bit.
Really?
He starts to concede right now. Now, watch the 2 as you go around the far turn. Here, he starts to say, oh, I want to go now. And right there, you see his mouth is open. He's getting rank on him already. And you can't really see it, but those kind of things right there take air out of the horse. Again, see how rank he's getting on the inside? He just was not wanting any part of being behind horses.
Iron Dome, maiden breaking win, career start number 5, and he does it by a country mile to kick off this pick 6. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. Late pick 5. We'll set the stage as well. It's Iron Dome here in the 4th from Saratoga.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
on our Wednesday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you where you can play along with us all summer long at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Hopefully you're down to the pick 6. Iron Dome the favorite, not just the winner. Does it stylishly. Long way back to second.
I thought he was overbet at 4-5. He was probably an overlay. I mean, the way he won, Paulie, he was just an hour the best. But I think it also function of trips a little bit.
Yeah, function of trips, and he pays $3.60, and maybe, and hopefully you did. Listen, sometimes you got to take that bold move and single in the pick 6, and hopefully you did.
I definitely wish I played the 6 and singled him now. I can't speak for before the race.
Up next, our 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, 6-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief, sire of this year's Kentucky Derby winner Sovereignty. And it is 2-year-olds going 5.5 furlongs on the grass in this New York bred maiden special weight.
Heavy favorite in the doubles is the number 3 Super Dave for Wesley Ward, who Maggie was talking to Wesley about, and they showed a little bit of the workout when she did her 2-year-old report. It looks like the 11 for Adam Rice. Slight second choice over the number 2, Illmatic, and the 7 and 11 taking money. I'm sorry, the 11 second, 7 and 10 taking money as well. The Mike Maker firster, a Yaupon.
Huge Super Dave Osborne fan. He could have jumped over the entire stretch on his motorcycle.
For a lot of people who know Super Dave Osborne, he was probably the goofy Evel Knievel. Would you call him
that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, okay.
Evel Knievel. How many people watching remember Evel Knievel?
And his son, I think, is still going on.
Really? Remember he jumped over, was the Snake River or
And
something he jumped over and busted Evel
yeah.
Knievel? Big when I was a kid, but when I was a kid,
Super Dave was not quite as successful on his his ventures. He was hilarious, though. A lot of funny. Very funny. We're going to get to this field coming up to kick off the late pick 5 in just a moment. Time right now for our Bullet Bourbon performance of the week. Let the doing do the talking. Side fair, race 6 on Thursday. Dazzling first time out.
Not surprisingly, after this race, there was a lot of interest in perhaps buying into this horse. He was crazy impressive, Paulie.
He really was. You don't win turf races like this, and he is striding out like he is loving life.
I believe it's he.
My goodness. He was motoring through the lane. Johnny V was just a passenger.
I mean, this was very, very impressive. And we'll see about this horse going forward for George Weaver and our friend Reagan Swinbank.
Yeah.
I would think they've targeted a race in November.
Working backwards from the Breeders' Cup, I couldn't agree more.
Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, I would think, for that one potentially. We're going to take a timeout, talk more about the pick 5 in a moment, and big one coming up in the Sprint division. Vanderbilt and Grade 1 winner Bookham Dano, the pride of New Jersey, set to line up on Saturday. Stay with us.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramonti's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new middle pick 5, joining the win early pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is summer's best bet. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Wednesday coverage here on Saratoga Live. One of the most iconic sporting venues there is in all of sports here in upstate New York. Glad to have you with us in a big race in the sprint division coming up this weekend. Grade 2 Alfred G. Vanderbilt handicap, 4-year-olds and up.
Wow.
And Bookham Dano, Grade 1 winner of the Woody Stevens, coming off a Grade 3 win in the True North in a race that was much tougher than a Grade 3. We'll try and rack up another big one here.
We love Bookham Dano. And Mulligan's pretty darn good, too. This case came up a very, very good race. It was downgraded Grade 2. It's a Grade 1 race this year, but gradings are different in New York than they are in other jurisdictions. He's just a good racehorse. Both of these are good horses, Paulie.
Yeah, they are. And Bookham Dano gets a good draw, but I think this is a tougher group. You know, he's a kind of horse that wants to be towards the outside where he can track, and he won this race over a sloppy racetrack. He's fine over a dry racetrack. I'm with Andy. This is a loaded field.
He's won over $1.3 million, Bookham Dano. And off to a tremendous start now as a 4-year-old. But yeah, he's got, look, many serious rivals. Most notably, I guess you can make a case Mulligan's still the best in this division. He's going to get a fast track for the first time coming back now as a 5-year-old.
Yeah, and you know, there's a couple horses in there. Mulligan, Skelly's the type of horse that if he can break out of the gate,
he's still a rocket ship.
He's a rocket ship, so he can throw a lot of speed into the party. Don't ever throw out Steve Asmussen. So, yeah, that is a very salty race. And you got horses like the one and a horse like Baby Yoda that can just throw out ridiculous numbers every once in a blue moon.
And he does it here at Saratoga. That's where he's been just sort of freakish at times and can maybe find a throwback performance. Of course, Nakatomi won it last year for Wesley Ward. He'll be back also. We can't wait. What a great card on Saturday. Grade 2, A.G. Vanderbilt, and of course the Coaching Club American Oaks as well. Late Pick 5 starts with this race coming up. We mentioned Nakatomi, trained by the man who trains this horse here, Wesley Ward. Super Dave, who's the 2-1 favorite, making the debut coming up.
Yeah, and Wesley is a very dangerous trainer with 2-year-olds, turf sprints, dirt sprints, and to bet against the money can be dangerous. But, you know, Paulie, I find these 2-year-old maiden first-time start races not the kind of races I want to follow the money. I mean, you're interested to see who's getting bet, but I want to look at pedigrees. I want to hear what Maggie has to say, or Vacation if she's out there talking about these horses. And this horse could certainly win, but there's a lot going on in here. You've got Illumatic, who works very well with 2-year-old sales, a half to 4 turf winners. You've got a lot of sharp trainers in here, people coming in for this race, and I just don't want to default to this horse.
No, I think the 5's a live horse for connections that have been very good here at Saratoga. The 7 has taken money, and I do think the 10, Crystal Ball, has been working well over the turf for Flavian Pratt and Robert Falcone, so there's many chances in here.
Well, Maggie, we know Super Dave was part of your 2-year-old report. What did you learn about him?
Well, obviously who he's named after, which was enlightening. And Wesley literally had his iPad full of pictures of Super Dave Osborne, as he's a big fan, as one could tell. But also, you know, when it comes to Wesley, you know they're going to be ready and you know they're going to be fast. And that's exactly what Super Dave is showing me here, in that he is on his toes. He looks like a little rocket ship, and that's probably what we're going to see if all things go accordingly at the break. He does wear blinkers, which is very typical of Wesley's horses, and he looks ready to go. So honestly, when I met him back at the barn a couple days ago, he was actually really calm and classy acting, but he knows what the deal is now. He has been on the muscle from stepping into this paddock till now. Number 2, Illmatic. They paid $290,000 for this son of Honest Mischief, who worked 10 flat. He was asked a bit, and he kind of has that higher knee action, which is very indicative of a turf type of runner, but he does kind of lower himself well into stride. Now, watching his Gate Breeze 3 back. He was on the outside of another turf horse, Aporia, who did debut up here last week. Didn't run that well. They stayed nicely together, but he didn't gallop out as well as her. But sometimes that's just a turf horse working on dirt. He is a big, good-looking type. He gives me the impression that he might want to go a bit further than this. And that might sound counterintuitive, being a son of Honest Mischief, whose progeny are better going shorter, to be honest. But there's a lot of scope to this guy's frame. And he was a little bit green here. He's being good to get the tack on, of course, but just a little unsure of himself, kind of hollering to any friends that would answer him back. One I want to watch with interest, but I don't know if first times out is going to be the winning performance, Greg.
Love the name. Nas fans, hop on board. Album that said East Coast rap is back. And we're going to get Andy into a little Illmatic, that debut album from Nas.
Yeah.
During the meet.
That's not going to happen.
We met one of the owners earlier.
We did.
Named by,
that's right.
Yeah, it's Stephen Rocco, I was told, by Acacia. So credit to him for this name.
Is that a good sign when you see the the first person we saw while we were having a little shake burger over there?
Yep.
This one out of a Woodman mare. I mean, how old is that mare?
Yeah, yeah. Well, actually, I tell you, the mare's 21. I think the mare's around 23 or 24 now. This mare is older than Woodman. You're right, and that was probably sort of the end of Woodman,
right?
So like late in his stud career. It's a good point. Good
well,
sire though.
With scratches in here, do not sleep on the also eligibles that get into the race, including both barns very dangerous. With more, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, actually going to take a look at one that's still in the body of the race. That's number 10, Cristobal, in here for Rob Falcone. And watching some of his workouts on First TV, his 1-2 back on the Oklahoma turf course, he was working with a 4-year-old filly. Now, granted, she's still a maiden, but she hasn't had that many chances. That's Bintal Dandy. And he was on the outside of her, and I thought he stayed on terms well in moving across the turf course. I like the way that he moved over it. He did fall behind a little bit, but that just kind of goes, and the gallop out goes with kind of fitness and a horse that has run before and has a lot more miles under her belt than what he does. And he is a son of Cantheros, whom I love sprinting on the turf. The Dam, she was a precocious type as well. Now, there's one half that is a turf winner, albeit from 3 to try. But this guy has just been very professional. He's very athletic, and he comes in here fit. And he looks incredibly well meant for the conditions. I said, Rob, what do you think? He said, yeah, I really like him. So we'll see if he can make his trainer very happy. Number 11, Spirit of New York, as Greg was pointing out, yes, these are two very dangerous horses that draw in here. And the 11 for Adam Rice, taking some money, another son of Honest Mischief, a gelding here. This is the right spot for him. He just could look a little tighter, a little more defined. Now, granted, I feel as though turf sprints are the one condition when it comes to maidens and lightly raced horses where you don't have to be 100% fit. You can get by with being about 80% there. So if there's talent, yes, of course, this horse could win at first asking. We'll see what he does coming in here from Presque Isle. Now, number 12, Jackster, I think is interesting because Slumber, of course, campaigned by Head of Plains Partners and still in their barn, if you will. He's a really good sire. With a limited number of mares covered, he has produced runner after runner and actually hits at 16% with his first time starting 2-year-olds. The Dam, she was 2 for 7 on the turf. This is her first foal. Now, typical of Slumber and kind of European horses more in general, they're a bit raw looking. You know, they're kind of a little heavier bone. They're not quite as refined and fine boned as some of our American horses can be. They have a little bit more of that English hunter in them, and that's kind of what he looks like here. But again, a horse that I think could be effective in this spot is a little green, is probably about 90% fit, but with Graham Motion at the helm, I would not be surprised if this guy could win at first asking too.
Sneaky, both these two drawing in for two very good. Anytime Adam Rice brings horses here, you need to pay attention. Of course, Graham Motion, one of the best trainers in the game.
No, and he could win with a 2-year-old firster. I mean, Slumber, you think more distance, Paulie, but I don't get caught up in, and Maggie mentioned Rob Falcone really liked this horse. And anybody that can suffer as a Nets fan like I am is my guy.
I like the way this horse is working well over the turf course. Got a couple good race works over the dirt. You get Flavian aboard, and you know Flavian, and he doesn't ride a ton for Robbie Falcone Jr., but I have a feeling this horse can run today.
You support the U?
Oh, yeah, well, the Cristobal, the coach, the head coach.
Named after the head coach of Miami.
From Oregon.
Oh, is that
He's
right?
from Oregon.
This horse is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's the ex-Oregon coach. I don't trust him.
This is a super fun race. I mean, there's a lot going on in this race, and maybe Wesley's just going to win. And, you know, and Maggie's right. Obviously, Wesley's horses, especially when they're good, they normally are speed horses. But you never know. I mean, you don't know with first-time starters. You don't know what's going to happen at the gate. And there's just an awful lot. I mean, a horse like Tim and Sam, Ferocity de Paz, he's not getting bet. But, you know, if you like a horse in one of these races with pedigree or whatever it is, don't be afraid by price. These races, you can see some goofy horses win these races.
Well, we have somebody making some noise out there, and it spooked a couple of the horses, but not too bad. So we see riders up here momentarily. Some of them already are. There's Joel Rosario on Illmatic, the firster for the Miguel Clement barn. You can play this race, the Pick 5 pool, over $300,000. $200 deposit match, new customer bonus when you punch in that code at sign-up, spot 200. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Tough sequence. We had thought, as we talked earlier through the Pick 6, Andy, that I guess sort of the lean, if there is one, that turf race with Sassy Princess in race 6.
Well, we're probably already wrong because Iron Dome at 4 to 5 might end up being the shortest price in the sequence. But Sassy Princess is going to be, I imagine, you know, in tickets, and obviously a lot of people are alive with that horse winning. But I would guess the next big lean is Sassy Princess because after that, Paulie, I mean, I don't know about you. The 8th race to me is as wide open a race as you could possibly find. I mean, you guys both like the 5. I didn't even have the horse in my top 4 horses. So, and I respect both of your opinions. So that race is wide open, and the 9th race is pretty open too. There are a lot of possible contenders in there. This is a fun sequence going forward, and you got to get through this race as well. And maybe a lot of people leaned on Wesley Ward, but Paul, don't you think a lot of people have played serious money? They've got 4 to 6 horses in here at least.
Easily, because this is a race where I give a shot to almost everybody in this race. You make a good point. I just think somebody's going to jump up and run a giant race and beat the 3 in here. I think in race 7, maybe if you lean on mainstream, but that's the crazy part. That's maybe you want to go 1, 2, 3 in there with duration, and then Barb. Yeah, you're right. There's not a lot to lean on. Like I said, I'd probably lean on Mama's Turn in the last.
Post parade for the 5th. Here is Illmatic. Joel Rosario, Miguel Clement, first-time starter.
Yeah, a son of Honest Mischief out of the Woodman mare, getting a little money at the windows.
Next door, the favorite Super Day for Wesley Ward.
It's really more of a dirt pedigree on the dam side, though the dam herself, American Pharaoh, but Tiz the Law has been an excellent producer in the grass.
Here's 313 debuting for Melanie Giddings.
They have had some success. This was a $10,000 2-year-old purchase that did not work impressively.
Horacio de Paz, Tim and Sam has Ricardo Santana Jr.
And son of Motown, he's about 13%, and they're 20% horses getting on the turf for the first time.
This one taking money for Mike Maker, Yaupon firster.
The dam was a turf winner, a multiple turf winner, but her production on turf has been horrendous. And Yaupon may be a good hot young sire, but turf?
Diliello at 15 to 1 for Carlos David.
Big long shot by Gift Box, but I think this horse might outrun his odds.
Gift Box 2 for 10 so far with the turf sprinters, but pretty low buyer speed figures. 56 and 58. Here's Cristobal.
This horse has a neat pedigree, but it's more dirt, and I did not like the 2-year-old work, and neither did the betting public.
Adam Rice runner, Spirit of New York with Rat Ortiz Jr.
I just think anything that Adam brings here has to be considered dangerous.
And Graham Motion, first-time starter on the outside, Jaxer.
A player in here, you know, Manny Franco gets aboard, 11 to 1, probably an overlay. Sometimes you don't see these also eligibles getting in.
And the dam was 2 for 7 in the turf, but she ran in turf sprints. Now, Slumber, you think more distance, but dam was interesting. And, you know, with 2-year-olds first time out, sometimes the pedigrees don't matter as much as far as distance, the same way it would later in their careers.
So Victor Espinosa, Triple Crown winning rider, on board for Wesley Ward here on the favorite. It was, again, Wesley who convinced him to ride full-time at this meet and to take it seriously. We'll see if he can get his first win here coming up. Here's Jaxer, so outside post, Graham Motion, Manny Franco, and 11 to 1.
And Manny is pretty much Graham's go-to guy. He rides his very good horse Test Score, who won the Belmont Derby. And listen, I'm never surprised when Graham's horses do well. And this horse has come down a little in odds, down to 11 to 1.
Well, this race tough. It does not get easier when we end things in the Suzie O'Kane. Where are you going to wind up there?
I like a horse in there. Now, I think there are a lot of horses. I think, Paulie, you're not wrong. The 2's a major player. I think Charlotte's Heart's a player in there. But I like Marvelous Madison. She's a horse that won her debut racing on a dead rail, and then she bolted in her subsequent start. Came back, didn't run great, but didn't run badly in a turf sprint in a stake. I think she wants to go long. And has the pedigree to go long, and I like her stretching out second time as a 3-year-old. So I'm betting 100 to win on Marvelous Madison, my second bankroll bet. Paulie still has $8 left. He's going to smash the pick 5 with that.
No.
Saving that 8. Socks.
Well, yeah, I'm going to say
dinner.
Yeah, dinner.
Okay, thinking $8.
Big Mac meal.
You want another $4? Maybe round it up. Get
Difficult pick 5. These are the pick 5s you want to be involved in.
I agree.
I'm with you.
I agree.
It is hard to, and there's Super Dave fan.
That's awesome.
I would spread here. I would just use in the 6th race, I would, hang on. 6th race, I would use the 1 and 8. The 7th race, depending on how much I can spend, I could use any of the 1, 3, and 4, though I'm betting on Barb. The problem is the 8th. I mean, I'd have to figure out, I'd have to go narrower somewhere to get as many horses I could in the ticket, and I might go 2, 5, 7 in the last race, Paulie. But it's not easy.
No. I would lean on the 2 in the last, but that's my, if you look at the 3.
I would use 2, 3, 11 here, maybe.
Still the favorite, Super Dave for Wesley Ward. Back to Maggie.
Yeah, you're checking out his groom there, wearing the Super Dave Osborne t-shirt. I love it. Got the barn on the team as we'll check out number 5, 313. Worked 10 and 2. Wasn't asked much in that OBS March sale. He really tries to extend himself, but he's just kind of small. It is small here today, but not bad looking by any means. And he was taking some early money. Maybe it is because, like Andy said, we've seen Mel Giddings and her partner Sean Bridgmohan take a lot of money when they team up. I don't know. I mean, watching his turf workout, he was working on the outside of an unraced workmate, and he was under a stout restraint. I mean, it was 50 around the dog, so it's not a disgraceful time whatsoever. And he looked to be manhandling his workmate. So I suppose that's a good sign. He's been professional and he looks fit. As number 7, Whammo is the one I don't quite understand taking that much money, because it's not like Mike Maker has that much success with his first-time starters, and I just thought he might need a start / a little bit more ground to cover. He just seemed a little unsure of himself. He's wearing blinkers first time out. I just got the total wait and see vibe with him, but maybe I'm completely off base here, Greg. I respect Super Dave, but I decided to go Cristobal here.
See what happens in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Nearly $500,000 in this pick 5 pool.
It is a tricky sequence. I'm going to be surprised if this thing chalks out. Between the 9th, the 8th, and this race, Paulie, I just think there are too many horses that can win that make it hard. I mean, I'm sorry. The 3 may win this race. I don't know how anybody makes a 9-to-5 shot in a race like this. I just don't know how they do it.
Yeah, I'm with you. The horse wins. The horse wins. I can't go there. Now, the 7, Maggie was talking about the 7. Yapown has gotten off to a great start to first-time starters, 4 for 11. Now, only 1 has started on the turf. I would think the 7 is going to be a rocket ship or at least be fast. What means to
Mike
be seen.
Maker with a rocket ship and a 2-year-old turf sprint? I'll believe that when I see it.
I have a feeling the horse is going to – I just don't know how good the horse will be. I just think the 7 will show some speed.
I know nothing. I picked the 2. It was my best guess in here. Horse isn't really getting bet, but I could bet the horse is 6 to 1. These races are fun and interesting, and they're great races for the fans to watch at home, to watch trips, because there will be horses out of this race you may want to bet back next time. This has a look of a race that could be pretty strong. Very strong New York bred first-time starter race.
It's this one who's been favored throughout, Wesley Ward. This is how he makes his money in this game. And he wins some big races, too. Obviously, he's going to have Nakatomi. He won that Vanderbilt last year, but his debuting 2-year-olds do a lot of damage.
Listen, Wesley's a trailblazer. What Wesley did in going to Royal Ascot, he really changed the game over there. These trainers over there realized, I got to get some more speed in my 2-year-olds for those races. And when you do something like he did going over there and you essentially change the game That's a great accomplishment because in this game, very few people change the game.
Invited a lot of other people. I don't think we would ever saw Tepin go over there without
very possible
Wesley, whatever. But you know, Tepin did something that was amazing.
No, he was good for Royal Ascot and getting American horses, though mostly owners have come to their sanity and trainers and aren't going there as much, and it's probably for the best.
Late pick 5 begins here on our Wednesday card. We send it upstairs. Frank Miramonte, the call.
Whammo just hesitates briefly in Jaxer. Awaiting his turn. Here he goes in. They're in the gate. That one inside might have been Super Dave acting up. Settles down. And they're off. Slow start for Tim and Sam. Not a quick one for Whammo either. It is a fast one for 313, who's going to the front. Illmatic Super Dave is up and on the pace too. They're followed by Cristobal in 4th. Only 3 lengths off the lead, moving up 1 from the outside, and Spirit of New York is just outside of him. A gap of 3. Jaxer moves toward the inside. Funny Factor is next, racing 2 lengths clear of Diliello. Tim and Sam is next, and the distant trailer is Whammo. 21 flat. Illmatic going at it with 313. These two have sped 4 lengths clear. Cristobal is trying to get after the top pair in 3rd. So is Spirit of New York. Red sleeve Spirit of New York is coming alive in a big way. And inside of him, Cristobal just studied. Spirit of New York blows by them at the 8th pole and opens up. From the back of the field, Diliello is threading through traffic, trying to get into 2nd. Inside, Illmatic. Spirit of New York. Sharp in victory. Scores by 4 lengths. Diliello was 2nd. Cristobal finished 3rd. Funny Factor 4th.
We said this barn always dangerous when they show up at Saratoga. It's Adam Rice, Arad Ortiz Jr., Spirit of New York off the also eligible list.
Well, you knew this race was going to come apart when you saw that first quarter in 21:18 as the 2 and 5 were speeding around the racetrack together, and it's Adam Rice. And it's just so dangerous when Adam Rice ships in here, and this horse just destroyed the field, Paulie. And the favorite was a complete no-show. Barely had speed and had nothing.
Yeah, the 3 just was fractious in the gate, wanted no part of it, and the 11 just went around these horses. Wow, like they were tied, and Irad gets the mount. You usually see Jose get the mount for the Rice barn, but Irad will take the mount. The long shot, Diliello, the 8, actually ran really well.
I don't know why they have a photo. The 10 was 3rd by a city block. It must be a photo. No, there's no photos for anything. Yeah. Not exactly sure what's going on behind there, and this horse just rocketed. Now, Spirit of St. Louis, take that. We got Spirit of New York.
5-1 start to the late pick 5, 11, 8, 10, 9. And Adam Rice, with the first-time starter by Honest Mischief, gets Arad Ortiz Jr. and gets the win to start this pick 5.
This is a horse that's been working at Presque Isle Downs in Erie, Pennsylvania, and that's where the Rice barn usually has a lot of the horses. You'll see Linda Rice actually run some horses at Presque Isle. It's a synthetic racetrack. They had this horse ready today.
2 today early on already for that man right there, who's leading the way at the meet again. 3 straight riding titles and counting for Arad Ortiz Jr. And another incredible start for him.
This horse really spread out. The fast pace helped spread the field out as well. And frankly, Illmatic actually didn't run that badly when you consider how quickly they were going up front.
So 5-1 beginning. 11, 8, 10, 9. That is it for this trio. Lafitte, JK, and Mig. Are we ready to hand it over to him?
Just letting you know, guys, it's going to be a very tough act to follow. You guys better have your game on, okay?
I have faith in them. They're going to take it from here. Suzie O'Kane to close things out. Tremendous group on the grass. Wide open race. Good luck to everybody involved in the Pick 6 and Pick 5. Coverage continues on Fox Sports 2 right after this. And speaking of that, Suzie O'Kane, he'll try and collect number 4,000 unless he gets there earlier with 2 chances. Mark Casse in that race to close out our Wednesday coverage. Still to come. Saratoga Live continues right after this break.
And
They're off in the Naira Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Yep. Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live. Please be joined here by winning trainer Adam Rice with Spirit of New York. I'm going to let you get your picture taken real quick. Actually, this is live TV, folks, so they are getting their picture taken, and obviously with a hot day, wanted to make sure Spirit of New York got a nice ice bath before coming into the winner's circle, and what a debut we saw from this guy. So professional, son of Honest Mischief out of the Candy Ride mare Unbroken Spirit. He returns 1260 over Longshot DeLelo and Cristobal with a troubled third. As I'm going to jump in here and talk to Adam real quick. Adam, always stressful debuting horses, but I would say even more so when you don't even know if they're going to be in or not.
Well, you know, I was wishful thinking. I was like, oh, it's 2-year-olds, you know, you're liable to get some scratches. Last breeze is going into it. Horses, sometimes people don't want a big field. So I just shipped up here and said, if not, we'll try to breeze him this week and I'll take him back.
He was so professional in the running of the race. Is that what he has shown you all along?
He showed a little greenness at Keeneland and showed some parts. I had his half-brother as well, who actually just won by like 12 at Finger Lakes like 2 hours ago.
Perfect.
And wonderful. And they really just, he's gotten so good. He got to Pennsylvania. It's a quieter training center. Well, racetrack, but it's so quiet, so good to the horses. He's been so good. Everything's been amazing. I've had good company. His last few breezes, they really came together. And so I said, I'm just going to take the risk. I'm going to get in the truck and trailer. It's not a bad drive. I'll come up here. I see my sister, get some dinner. If not, I'll leave him here. They'll breeze him this week, and I'll come back.
It's what happens when you have family, obviously, Aunt Linda and your sister Taylor, but well done. It'll make that drive back to Presque Isle even better.
It will. Thank you.
All right, Adam Rice, so good with these 2-year-olds. Gets another winner here at the Spa as we are going to head to a break here on Saratoga Live, but coming up next, new crew. Lafitte will be joining the program and bringing some others with him, as well as that Suzie O'Kane, our feature, here today at the Spa.
They're off in the Churchill Downs Stakes.
inside the first quarter.
But it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Downs. Gun Pilot by 2.5 under the wire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Folsom from last to first in the Mat win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front, and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
They're off at Saratoga.
Four and a half days in, horse players. So how is the handicapping coming along? We know how things are going for Chad Brown. Lots to smile about. Now a 10-time Grade 1 Diana winning trainer. And today, Brown to unleash Mommy's Turn in the Suzie O'Kane. Will she avenge that narrow defeat to Trail of Gold? Or will Trail of Gold revisit the winner's circle, New York bred filly on the ascend? But the story on this Wednesday at Saratoga, Hall of Fame trainer Mark Casse. 1 win shy from victory number 4,000. Enter Charlotte's Heart. Those colors, this venue for Casse. The table is set for history. Live look in a moment. There it is. Gorgeous paddock here at Saratoga Racecourse, Saratoga Springs, New York. Very warm day 5 on this 162nd season. Summer racing at its finest. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. From the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Lots going on this first Wednesday of the meet. As you can see behind me, horses have just arrived. The late pick 4 about to get started. Race number 6, that's all pretty typical. What isn't typical is the history we could witness this afternoon. Trainer Mark Casse, 3,999 victories, has a runner in a few minutes at Colonial Downs and 2 in today's feature. The Suzie O'Kane. There's the field. New York bred 3-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th on a firm inner turf course. Number 2, Mommy's Turn. Wide open. Look at that. 7-2 morning line favorite. Number 5, Charlotte's Heart. Number 9, Disco Star. Both trained by Mark Casse. As I welcome in my friends and colleagues, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, champion jockey Richie Migliori. Guys, let's start with Mark Casse. And this number, without context, 4,000 wins, Richie, like it's just a number. It can lend perspective to just how many wins that is in the career of a trainer.
He will be only the 17th trainer in North American racing history to hit that mark of 4,000 or more. And to put it in context, jockeys tend to get more opportunities than trainers. There are 86 jockeys that have hit 4,000. So it's
86.
86
to 16.
And so to think about that rarefied air, where he's at, it's pretty impressive.
Look, if you're in the top 17 of anything, you're doing pretty good, especially when there's been a lot of them for a lot of years. But I will say this, though. I think the most well-known trainer, especially as recent time with the success of American Pharoah and Justify, would be Bob Baffert. He's only at 3,499, right? So the
only.
only. So where Mark's trying to get, and where I hope he gets today on this show, if he doesn't do it at Colonial, I feel like he'll do it in the Suzie O'Kane. My top pick is trained by Mark Casse, so I'm very hopeful that we'll see it here today.
And that's him watching Colonial, no doubt, to see from Saratoga here if that's where he registers his 4,000th career win, or it happens right here at Saratoga. Not a bad place for a trainer to reach that kind of milestone, specifically in a stakes race. And that Suzie O'Kane for those New York bred 3-year-old fillies, tough edition of the Suzie O'Kane. As we take a look at the favorite here and the top 3 that the Casse runners are going to have to deal with. Grace and Grit, Mommy's Turn, Trail of Gold here, JK. They meet once again after this wild finish back in June at Aqueduct.
Yeah, look, Trail of Gold I thought ran the best race in this race. I thought Trail of Gold was a little bit further back, closing into a pace that wasn't particularly quick. And a lot of times when you see these horses closing at a slow pace, they're just like a third or a fourth, an annoying third or fourth. This horse actually won despite the situation. I think that goes a long way. I prefer of these horses Trail of Gold.
What happened in the stretch that we can see better from the head on as opposed to the pan here, Richie?
Yeah, Grace and Grit, the filly in the green silks, white face, white shadow roll, is going to come out into the the 2 today, Mommy's Turn. And I think really stymies her forward march. Watch late, this contact that made really threw her off stride. And you can make the case because these horses were separated by about 10 inches all told. And the winner in the second place horse, a couple of inches. If she doesn't get bumped like that, does she hold off Trail of Gold?
Strong argument that she would have. And adding to the intrigue, those 3 fillies today in the Suzie O'Kane, they'll break side by side by side. As for one of the Casse trainees, a Charlotte's Heart coming in here. Live Oak Plantation. This was the Bowery New York Showcase Day, Belmont Week. Richie and Charlotte's Heart runs second to a really good, promising filly in K-Cup.
Yeah, and this was on the dirt, and this was a really nice, so we're not talking about Charlotte's Heart here, then we're talking about, Disco Star.
Disco Star, the other Casse.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I apologize for that. But
no, that's I threw the pick.
She comes charging well. Just does she stretch out effectively? I think that's a big question with Disco Star, don't you think?
Well, here's the thing. I'm in love with Charlotte's Heart, so Disco Star is going to have to wait for another day. What I like about Charlotte's Heart is that this is bad TV. I've heard Lafitte to give your pick 3 hours before the race, but whatever. Charlotte's Heart for me is one that she ran her best race turf sprinting on debut. Then she's run her lifetime best race on the dirt now. Now, she was sprinting on debut, but now she's going a little bit longer, but she's in the best form of her life. You take those 2 together, I think you have a winner.
And just to clarify, Lafitte, that was Charlotte's Heart breaking her maiden here last year.
Yeah, proving that she can.
We had a little
turf.
confusion, my fault.
I promise you she did run second to a very good filly in K-Cup here. Belmont Stakes Racing Festival a few weeks back. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. As promised, that late pick 4 about to get underway. In race number 6, Suzie O'Kane, race number 9, main track fast. Turf courses are firm. Temperature about 92 degrees. We mentioned it's a good time to get involved, to sign up. Just day 5 of 40 at Saratoga. Go to NyraBets.com, get signed up, use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NyraBets.com. Field 56, $35,000 claimer, non-winners 2 lifetime, all for sale, all 1 for something. Mile and a 16th inner turf course. You'll see those updated odds with a 9-5 favorite in Sassy Princess. JK, let's see the ticket here, my friend. You playing the late pick 4, yes?
I am playing the late pick 4. I like to play a late pick 4. I'm going to play this. We're going to use a QR code so that you guys can play at home for 50 cents. However, I am also going to make this my bankroll play today, but I'm going to play it. I'm going to ride along with you. If you ride with me, I'm riding with you. A $4 pick 4. Try to catch up, make some ground up on Andy and Paul. So we'll get started in this sequence here. In the first leg, I'm going to use 2 horses, the 7 and the 8. The 7 Sail Away, the 8 Sassy Princess. In the second leg, the 2 tap into this, the 3 Mainstream. I'm going to spread a little bit in the third leg. I have a great story to tell. We'll save it for the show with the 9 My Noble Knight. That guy Tom Amos that sits next to us, pretty smart, reading the condition book. And then I'm going to wrap it up with 358 with the 5. Charlotte's Heart, getting Mark Casse his 4,000th win. And we're not going to have much time to talk about it because it's right when the show's ending.
And depending on what happens at Colonial, he has that runner at Colonial about to take place. The 2 runners in the Suzie O'Kane here this afternoon. And on this day 5 from Saratoga, horses there, as you can see, in the paddock. And just to reset, JK, the bankroll and how it works here, $1,000 a week for our handicappers, our analysts, right, and $200 the max every day.
That's what we've been told. I tried to break the rule today, and I got overridden. Yes, $1,000 a week, $200 a day. If you make more money, you can bet more money, so I've been told, or so I will attempt to try to find out after this.
Best of luck with your selections and your bankroll this afternoon as we look at Sassy Princess, and welcome Acacia. Come on to the broadcast with this race 6 Paddock Report. Acacia, how does the favorite look?
Well, she stands out as a favorite should, Lafitte, as this is a filly coming in for trainer Brendan Walsh that watching her race at Churchill last time out where she did finish 4th. She was caught wide into that first turn and then had to kind of take back, ended up wide late and then kind of flattening in there. But she just never looked like she was comfortable and able to get any sort of trip in there. I haven't seen her in quite a while since she started her career here in Saratoga a couple of years ago, which I'd always written that she looked like she would appreciate distance, that she's tall and leggy, and she's still a tall and leggy, very feminine type of horse, but she's strengthened and filled out in all the right ways, and she's on her toes in here, and a horse that I think maybe just takes a little bit of time to get into her stride because she has a big one. She's a very big horse that probably, with the trip that she got last time at Churchill, not to her advantage. So we'll see if she can be a little bit more forward. She's certainly acting like she should be forward as she's sharp and get into the race and into that stride a little bit sooner. The number 3, Starlight Dancer, also taking some attention as she finally broke her maiden last time out. And I think the key with her is also being forward. Now, it took her a while. She broke her maiden for $50,000 against New York Bred Company. She comes back here for $35,000, which I do think is the proper space to come back given where she broke her maiden last time out. But she still does have to face winners for the first time and run against horses that are taking a drop in class and have been running against some tougher company. And I think there's a bit more going on in this race, not to mention a short price favorite she'll have to get around. But she pulled away and she was much the best and a very confident handling from Kendra Carmouche that day. She's a horse that always frames herself up well for Michelle Nevin. She just cut back in distance a little bit, and I was actually a little bit concerned as to how she would handle the mile and an 1/8 last time out. She obviously handled it fine, but physically she looks much better suited to a touch less ground, which is what she gets today. We'll see what she does, but again, that race from beating winners to facing other winners can often be a big jump. The number 1, I think, is a bit intriguing, Temple City Taboo. She's one of those horses that is taking a drop in class as she makes her 3rd start for Antonio Arriaga. The blinkers do come off as well as several sent to the front end, and she had pressure, got a little bit keen, and you could see those strides shortening late as she ended up fading in the stretch. And so a horse that I think maybe got a touch too keen with the blinkers. They come off today. She's been very calm, very relaxed. Front wraps on again. She wore them last time. Not typically something that I love on turf horses, but again, it's something that she had last time as well, and just beautifully turned out. Great in her coat, really, really strong, and in her weight as well. And I thought a little bit interesting as she does drop in and hopefully can settle a little bit more, but should be forward again from that inside post, Lafitte.
Relaxed looks the part, Acacia. Temple City Taboo. Late pick 4-time Saratoga. Mark Casse's runner finished 2nd at Colonial. Still on 3,999 victories. Off and running. Week 2 Saratoga. So glad you could join us on Saratoga Live.
City of Light. Multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man. Sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, A proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Welcome back to Saratoga, where today more than 50 Make-A-Wish Vermont and Northeast New York Wish family members will visit Saratoga for a special day that offers a new experience to local Wish children and their families through the excitement of world-class thoroughbred racing. Amazing program, and what a special place to make these wishes come true. To Acacia.
And it is Wish Wednesday, Lafitte, as you said, a really incredible program. And I'm joined by an incredible young lady here, Kaylee Paul, the ambassador for Make-A-Wish. Kaylee, tell us a little bit, if you would, about your background with Make-A-Wish and what brought you here to the track today.
Yeah, so it's Wish Wednesday, and it's just such an amazing event. I've never been to the racetrack before, so it's really cool to see everything and be here to support kids that have had wishes and have been involved with Make-A-Wish, and I love being here with Make-A-Wish. I've always loved being on the Make-A-Wish team. As an ambassador, it's such a special opportunity for me to do, and I love doing it, so. Yeah.
And you are a really accomplished equestrian as well, and have received some support through Make-A-Wish.
Yes, definitely. My farm that I've been riding with, I actually rode with them first at Lake Placid on my Wish Day, and I've been kind of part of the team ever since, and it's been so amazing, and I love being with them. But horseback riding just in general has always been really close to my heart, and it's right next to Make-A-Wish, so it's just, they've always came together, and it's really cool that they've came together here. But yeah, I've done it my entire life, so I don't know how I could go wrong with being here, so.
You and I were just bonding over our love of horses, and you said you've ridden some horses off the track as well. How have horses been a support for you? Because they seem to know your soul.
Yes. Yeah, horses have just been so close to my heart my entire life. I've been riding since I was 4 years old. So I've just always had horses in my life, and I feel like I've made such good connections with so many of them that even my first pony when I was 5, I still have her, and she's 19 now, and she is such an amazing pony, so amazing. And I've made so many other bonds with so many other horses, but it's so special to have. It's a special ability to kind of have, to make connections with horses or even animals like that, and it's very special, and it feels very special, and I'm very blessed to have it.
Well said, and well done, you, and I'm sure the whole Make-A-Wish team, very proud of you representing them. Thanks for being here today.
Of course, thank you for having me.
We're on a show called Saratoga Live. Okay, so we're a little bit biased. Like, that aside, that program, Make-A-Wish, at this place, Richie, it does feel like the perfect fit.
Absolutely. And one thing about people on the racetrack, too, they're so inviting, of people into their barns and showing them the horses and getting them up close. And like Winston Churchill said, there's something about the outside of a horse that's good for the inside of a person. So,
one of our greatest stories in the last 20 years is Cody's Wish, the human and the horse. And obviously, Make-A-Wish is how they found Cody and how Cody the horse found Cody the human to lead to Cody's Wish, who was an outstanding horse. So you got to love the program and what it does, what it stands for.
And that was the best story in racing at the time that Cody's Wish was the best horse in training. And here at Saratoga, wishes coming true all throughout the course of the afternoon and summer here in upstate New York. Horses on track, race 6, late pick 4. Let's meet the field. There's Temple City Taboo.
Yeah, look, this horse showed some speed last time. It's extremely slow the time before that. Needs to find that middle ground from that inside post.
Runway lights, Johnny Velasquez takes over.
Dropped back to 5.5 furlongs last time. I would think that would sharpen this horse's speed up a bit, and you get the all-time winningest rider in Saratoga history, Johnny V.
You saw the New York bred Starlight Dancer, Kendrick Carmouche. More on Kendrick later in the broadcast. That's funny.
That's funny. First try on the turf. The Grand Dam was a stakes runner on turf. Don't see a lot of pedigree outside of that.
A higher force, big opening week. Trainer George Weaver, the 6. Timia.
Speed. Should add speed. I think there's a lot of speed signed on here.
Currently 26-1, followed by a 23-1 shot in Sail Away. Christopher Elliott, she graduated in May at Delaware, but on dirt.
I think this horse is very, very
Is that right?
sneaky. 23-1.
23 to one outsider. Sassy Princess here. Backward all started last summer.
And dropping down in class, I think it's very well spotted here.
Here, Political Spin, just her second start on grass.
Yeah, this horse is not very fast, been running against lesser.
Silent Melody, Flavian Prat takes over, marooned outside.
Yeah, tough post, but this horse ran best race of her life last year with Flavian aboard at 1 1/16 on the turf.
Race 6, Saratoga, late pick 4. As we have reached post time, but you have a few more moments, and we circle back to the favorite, currently 7-5 in Sassy Princess. Let's take a look at her lone victory. It was a while ago, 7 starts ago, March 2024, Gulfstream Park. Sassy Princess, Richie, unfazed by the riderless filly and graduates.
Graduates. And this is a filly that's versatile. I mean, she showed good speed breaking her maiden where she was attending the pace, but she's also capable of coming from just off it. And I guess the biggest thing is just the drop in class, Jonathan?
It's the only thing that she's got, because she's been disappointing when you look at her past performances. If she had been running against lesser, doing the same thing she's doing in races, she'd be an automatic toss for me. But the problem is that the horses she was running down or attempting to run down that kind of held her at bay are significantly better than these. So you substitute those good horses with those less good horses. Now, maybe when she makes that run, she'll have a chance to run them down.
That's the favorite at 3-2. To the outside, Acacia, a Silent Melody and Flavian Prat. What is she showing you?
Well, she looks incredibly fit second off of the layoff, but yes, the post is going to be a bit of a concern for her. But I do think that she's one that really benefited from having that race under her belt last time out for the Jorge Abreu barn. And she got a little bit keen on the backstretch last time. The winner was much the best that day. But again, I really think it's a race she's going to improve off of. We'll see what kind of trip she gets. Now, talked about some of the logical horses. I wanted to mention a couple of the price horses, namely 2 switching surfaces. The 5 higher force is taking some attention. George Weaver has tried to get this horse on the grass. I wrote down previously in one of my notes, looks like a turf. So she finally gets to get on the grass today, even though there's not an abundance of pedigree. Also think the 6 at a huge price should like the turf Lafitte, but she probably needs a race off the layoff.
As they file into line, Acacia. Final check of the tote board, reading 7-5. Sassy Princess, start of the late pick 4. Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 6 from the Spa live on FS2.
Silent Melody completes the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. It was a clean start. And a quick one for Timia. Timia goes right to the front. Here's Silent Melody moving up on the outside to take second. Just behind them, Higher Force came away in good order. Inside of her comes Runway Lights, and Political Spin is 3 deep and going even wider into the first turn. They're followed by Temple City Taboo and Sassy Princess, racing next to one another, some 6 lengths off the lead. It's another 2 back to Starlight Dancer, then That's Funny and Sail Away. 23 and just under 4/5 of a second for the long shot Timia, who leads Silent Melody, a reserved second, heading toward the half-mile pole. Another length and a half to Runway Lights. Higher Force is racing in between rivals, and outside of them it's Political Spin, followed by Temple City Taboo. Right next to Sassy Princess moving into the far turn. Starlight Dancer looking for room in between those two. Another 2 back to That's Funny and Sail Away. 47 and 3 for Timia. Timia in front of Silent Melody. There goes the favorite, Sassy Princess, making her move on the outside, 3 wide. Now taking second as Timia is backing out of it at the top of the stretch. Starlight Dancer gets a clear shot and angles to the center of the race course. Political Spin not being persevered with at the back there inside the 8th pole. And it is Silent Melody's Sassy Princess to the front. Starlight Dancer, Temple City Taboo in the center. It's Sassy Princess, Starlight Dancer, and Temple City Taboo. It will be Sassy Princess. A beautiful trip to victory. Photo for second between Starlight Dancer and an oncoming Temple City Taboo. Behind them, Silent Melody.
Favorite delivers. 6th race, Saratoga to kick off the late pick 4. Sassy Princess seemed to lose a little focus late. No worry as she glides under the wire in front.
No, the drop in class is exactly what she needed, and she made, I thought, what was going to turn out to be a premature run. She started about the half-mile pole, Jonathan, about 5 wide, swooped the field, so maybe she did get a little bit late, but that was a long, sustained run she made.
No, Mick, you're 100% right. It was too early of a move. The only reason it worked is because she's better than these horses. If she would have done that in the group she's been facing, she would have finished 8th like she'd been finishing. It's all about who she was facing, and that's what you got to do when you have the best horse. Ride aggressively.
Right about here, Richie. Yeah, fumble. It's a mistake, but still able to keep it together and hold off the 3 and the 1. Temple City Taboo, Starlight Dancer in the end.
Yeah, and just she was best to make that early of a run and continue on. Starlight Dancer worked out a nice trip under Kendrick Carmouche, just came up second best. The one, Temple City Taboo, wound up third. Had to wait for room, had to negotiate some traffic. She was closing well, ran at a racetrack. Maybe if she was able to get out a little bit cleaner, JK, maybe she gets up, but that's part of turf racing.
The position Flavien Prat found with Silent Melody. She finished off the board, gets right over, sitting just off the leader, gave her every opportunity in the end.
Well, that's a ride that'll go unnoticed because he finished 4th, but Flavien Prat rode a flawless race on the 10 Silent Melody and gave her her opportunity to win from a tough post position. She just wasn't good enough, so no one will notice it, but we're explaining it. That was a really good ride to be 4th.
It's a great example of not being too results-oriented in racing. You have to make your evaluations, make your thoughts, make your decisions, and then just because the outcome was a little bit different than what you thought it might be doesn't mean it wasn't the right decision.
Luis Saez, the winning pilot, and the favorite, Sassy Princess. In this 6 from Saratoga, 8-3, 110 results. Reaction when we come back. You're watching Saratoga Live on FS2.
Horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Aloha from Saratoga Racecourse as fans this Sunday will receive a red and white Hawaiian shirt free with paid admission while supplies last. Then on Friday, July 25th, take home a Saratoga blanket presented by Rivers Casino. Visit NYRA.com for tickets.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 5th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day celebrates retired racehorses and fun for the whole family. Free with paid admission on Thursday, July 17th.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
It's the biggest day of the year at Meadows Racing. Saturday, July 26th is the Delvin Miller Adios Pace for the Orchid, starting at 11:45 a.m. Come out to Hollywood Casino at the Meadows in Washington, PA, and experience the thrill, the speed, and your chance to win big on Adios Day. Bring your bets, feel the roar of the crowd and the power of the pace. The Adios is coming. Get all the details at meadowsharnessracing.com.
Major League All-Star game last night in Atlanta and tonight in Troy, the Frontier League All-Star game. But first things first, JK, look at that. Some of those All-Stars spending the afternoon at Saratoga.
Look at that. The winner of this race, and good timing, whoever planned this out. The winner of this race has a baseball on his silks.
See that? Right
Look
on
at
cue.
this. That's why they pay you the big bucks. I want to go sit out there. Stuck here with you two.
It's depressing. A little depressing. That wasn't depressing. What the favorite just did here, Sassy Princess, the company, her opposition, a crew she could handle, albeit not in a perfect effort.
This is a perfect example of that old adage. As a horse trainer, you're supposed to keep yourself in the best of company and your horses in the worst of company. And not that this was the worst of company, it was just a lot easier than what you've been facing.
She's been facing.
And look, this is a puzzle you'll try to have to solve every day at this meet. An expensive, well-bred horse or a nice horse or a better horse dropping in and facing lesser. Is that going to be the thing that helps them get the win? Or are they just not that good and even the class relief doesn't help?
Gets the victory on this afternoon. Sassy Princess, 8-3-1. And part of today's racing, a big theme. And with the Make-A-Wish Foundation and the presentation taking place in the winner's circle, Richie, as we touched on earlier, it just does feel like a perfect fit. This venue, this place, and this cause, and Make-A-Wish.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, you can see the excitement. They get to get down there in the winner's circle. And anytime you get to get close to the energy of these horses, I think it just elevates everybody around them. I mean, it elevates me every single morning when I come out here. And for somebody that doesn't get to experience it on a regular basis, what an experience.
And for younger fans, the next generation, an opportunity to be exposed to this particular game, specifically at a place like this. And part of the reason, in so many discussions recently with D. Wayne Lucas, who just recently passed at the age of 89, a legend, and how many children who already were at the track, though, but that experience of going into the winner's circle with him in moments that they will never forget.
Well, and you know, I was at Oaklawn all winter, and I watched it firsthand where, you know, Wayne, they'd win a race, his wife Laurie would go get some kids, and then in the picture, and then Wayne would go get the picture. And before they left the track, they had a win picture with them in it. And I was talking to him about it one morning in his tack room at Oaklawn, and he said, you know, stuff that we take for granted after a while, we get a little bit desensitized to it. But how cool it is for these people to experience something that, you know, we have experienced so much throughout our lives. And it makes a difference.
That's the moment these children will never forget. To Acacia in the winner's circle.
Some really big smiles here in the winner's circle, which was very special, but I think somebody with an maybe even bigger smile is Brian Spagnola of America's Pastime Stables, co-owner here. She finally got the trip that she needed, Sassy Princess, to get the win today, Brian.
Yeah, you know, we've had really high hopes for her when she was young, and she had some big races, and she kind of flattened out a little bit for us, and today we just got aggressive, put her in her spot. She could win, and she did. She got a good trip, great ride, and got us here, so.
We, on the set, they were discussing how maybe Louis might have even moved a little bit early, but it turned out to be the right move for her to keep her in the clear and put her where she needed to be.
Yeah, I got a little nervous deep stretch, but she, when she got approached, she kind of dug in and did her thing. So I know she got new owners here today, but hopefully this taught her a little bit to win. And we thought that's what she needed, to get some confidence and learn. But she says she got some ability, so we'll see what happens.
But putting her in the right spot to get the win and at Saratoga is always special, especially for you guys and bringing your partners here to a place like this.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, winning here, this is why we do it. So, when this spot came up and we talked with Brendan and Jeff Bloom, our other partner there, we thought this was the spot and, get aggressive, try to win and see what happens. So.
Well, it all worked out to plan. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lafitte.
Casse, thanks so much. As we get set to turn the page in race number 7, this is a really good maiden race. We get excited about 2-year-old maiden races, right? Like these aren't 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, but still a good maiden race. Horses that don't have all that much experience, but still that potential to improve.
A lot of potential here, and you got several horses here, Jonathan, that have thrown some pretty big buyer speed figures without winning a race yet.
Yeah, I mean, look, we love the 2-year-olds because it's the unknown, but sometimes you can have that happen in a 3-year-old race as well, right? These horses sometimes don't get to the races when they're 2. It might be a little bit slower to develop. So when they finally do get here, you can still find a superstar. I remember last year a horse by the name of Unmatched Wisdom, right, who was a late to the party type, but then jumped up on the scene. Arrogate. If you want to go a little bit further back, he broke his maiden as a 3-year-old. So there's still some opportunities for some good ones to come out of races like this.
The great ones don't always develop early enough to make it to a Kentucky Derby, to make it to a Triple Crown race. Who knows what kind of talent we have in this upcoming 7th race. We can tell you the winner of the 6th race was claimed. Not sure which barn she's headed to, but the winner was claimed. Sassy Princess, and moving to another barn. There's the field. Mainstream here, Richie. Even money, 4 to 5. Actually, JK, who graduates? Who do you have graduating here?
Yeah, I like the 2. Tap into this. A horse for Steve Asmussen, who's had a couple of good races, couple of bad races. I'm focusing on the good. I'm thinking positive. A half to Extra Anejo, one of Steve's really good stakes-winning horses that he has, older horses.
7th race on tap. Post time in about 20 minutes. As for this week's highlights, the Week 2 stakes schedule looks like this. Suzie O'Kane today, Rick Violet tomorrow. A sentimental races for whom they're named after. And 5 graded stakes races over the weekend, highlighted by the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks. But let's start with Friday's Grade 2 Shuvi and last year's winner, Richie, Raging Sea, who was so good last summer up here in upstate New York.
Yeah, well, I think she's kind of proven that she likes Saratoga a great deal, and she's been ultra consistent. I don't think that she's ever had a day, JK, that she's not shown up. She gives you an effort every time.
I do feel like the races that she wins, though, the circumstances usually work out in her favor, right? You look at her La Troyenne, she won that race where she beat Taxed. Randomized didn't really fire that day. Torpedo Anna didn't show up. When she won the Personal Ensign here, she got an unbelievably crazy fast pace where Idiomatic got into a duel. So I think she needs things to go her way, and at even money, I'm probably going to look elsewhere.
Trying to become the first ever back-to-back Shuvi winner, Raging Sea. Then you have Grade 1 winner Leslie's Rose, eased in the Ogden Phipps, didn't care for the wet track. JK prior this vagrancy, shaking off some rust, not having raced in 9.5 months.
Yeah, which, thanks for pointing that out. The rust being shook off here is the reason I fell for her in the Ogden Phipps. Look, it was a sloppy racetrack. I'll forgive her for that. I mean, I think this was an actually good performance. And so for a Hall of Famer in Todd Pletcher, you'd like to think that on a dry racetrack with better circumstances, she could build off of this effort. I wouldn't take the Phipps all that seriously in trying to evaluate her talent.
That's a line race through that race. She just doesn't perform well on wet racetracks.
No, it's the second time she tried a sloppy track where she was beaten, essentially eased in both spots. And Todd Pletcher said before the Ogden Phipps that he was concerned about the condition of the track, that she was doing good, he was going to run her, but you could tell he didn't have a lot of confidence that she was going to handle it, and she didn't.
Exciting weekend at Saratoga. What else is new? And then on Saturday, a first of 6 straight weekends at the Spa on Fox. Return of Fox Saratoga Saturdays, the best horses, the biggest races, the perfect setting. It's marquee affair after marquee affair all summer long. Fox Saratoga Saturdays all get started this Saturday with the CCA Oaks. The schedule. You'll see sovereignty, by the way. Perhaps twice this summer, it sounds like, at Saratoga. There it is. Look at that. Very best at Saratoga has to offer. Coaching Club American Oaks will preview in a moment. Circle your calendar. Sovereignty fans, Derby Belmont winner returns July 26th in the Jim Dandy, presented by Mohegan Sun. As for this weekend, Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks, top class 3-year-old fillies, $500,000 purse. Number 1 immersive 8-5 morning line favorite Lacara, though. JK, there you see her splashing her way to victory this year, a second Grade 1 win this year in the Acorn.
There's something about a horse that takes their trophies, their skins home by going wire to wire. I love a horse like Lacara and the way that she did it the other day. And look, Mark Casse and his 3,999th win. A lot of those horses came from off the pace, but he's suddenly turned into this speed demon type of trainer. Lacara is the card-carrying leader of that group.
And Casse sitting pretty with 3-year-old fillies. Lacara, Coaching Club American Oaks, then Nitrogen, pointed towards the Alabama later on in the meet. But the favorite is a champion in immersive. And this is how she did it, Richie. Last fall, Del Mar in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Just one start this year, but last year, the best of her generation that wound up in a title.
Undefeated, 3-time Grade 1 winner as a 2-year-old. Maybe she was just a bit more mature than everybody else and, was able to dominate. Went on the shelf, missed the Kentucky Oaks, came back with a second-place finish in the Monomoy Girl. Now, she did have a bit of trouble in the Monomoy Girl. Still thought she had her opportunity to win, Jonathan.
She wasn't kind of the best last year. She was much the best last year. She won 3 Grade 1 races. And the thing about immersive is, and you think about those blue silks of Godolphin, those silks that
when something's going to go right for them.
Yeah, at some point. On the back of Sovereignty. Think about their end game. When they have a horse who's won 3 Grade 1s, who's a champion 2-year-old in immersive, no offense to our friends at Churchill Downs, do you think they thought Monomoy Girl or bust? We got to be ready for the Monomoy Girl. We have to be ready, Richie.
Sure.
No, they worked backwards from a race like this. Let's give her a race in the Monomoy Girl on her home track at Churchill Downs with her trainer, Brad Cox, and let's have her ready to give her best effort in the Coaching Club American Oaks.
No panic alarm about her getting
Not
defeated.
yet. If she gets beat on Saturday, you can ring the alarms, send her home, and start breeding her. But I joke. But I still trust that there's probably still a little bit more there. I don't think that this was the plan, the Monomoy Girl.
Yeah, right.
Coaching Club American Oaks this Saturday on Fox. Let's go by the numbers. So much history, tradition. Look at that, back to 1917. And while much has changed at Saratoga, much remains the same, like the great fillies, the fast fillies over the decades. Nobody faster than It's Tricky back in 2011. Most wins by a trainer, Todd Pletcher, 8-time Coaching Club American Oaks winning trainer from 2001 to 2022. CCA Oaks leading jockeys, plural, a pair with 5, 2 of the very best, Johnny Velasquez, Mike Smith. Most wins by an owner, the number is 6. Calumet Farm, mighty Devona Dale in the late 70s. From the CCA Oaks to the Breeders' Cup Distaff, 4 have done it, including Torpedo Anna last year. Grizzly Bear all over this segment. Championship implications, no less than 19 3-year-old fillies have won here, later crowned champion 3-year-old filly. And finally, there was one CCA Oaks winner, recognized as the Sports Horse of the Year, Torpedo Anna. What a season, what a filly. The Coaching Club American Oaks by the numbers. Richie, and the show that she put on last summer. She ran out of competition facing the girls, and because she was winning races up here, that easily what led to a start and nearly making history against the boys in the Travers.
Almost pulled it off in the Travers, and she faced what, arguably could be the best horse in training this year in fierceness. I mean, he still has a couple things to prove, I guess, but he's super talented. She came within a head of running him down. I'm just a big fan. She shows up. She does her job. She's not the most imposing individual to look at, but path to the winner's circle is usually through her.
Felt like this time last year, the title was already, for the most part, decided. A little bit, many layers to this chase for a 3-year-old filly title in 2025, and the next piece in that puzzle will be Saturday's Coaching Club American Oaks on Fox. Here, this 7th race, about 13 minutes out. This good maiden special weight event. We'll take a look at the field. Check the wagering while you look at the favorite, Even Money Mainstream, pictured for trainer Brad Cox. Louis Saez is trying to go back-to-back on this Wednesday program. We check in with Acacia.
First, Lafitte, I have a special guest joining me here, Shannon Kelly, the Executive Director of the Jockey Club Safety Net, who has their big event coming up soon. Shannon, first of all, for those not familiar, give us a little bit of a run through of what the Jockey Club Safety Net does, because it's such an important part of this industry.
I agree. It's the most important part. So the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation is a charitable trust that assists people who work in horse racing in all facets and all jobs nationwide in financial crisis, whether it's due to medical or emergency.
And tell us a little bit about the event coming up.
So this is a big event for us. It's been on for decades. It's called the Fashionable Fillies Luncheon. It's our big fundraiser. It's the most important thing to get us to where we can help so many people. Monday, August 4th, it's a ladies' luncheon. We're honoring Lindsay Zarniak, Emmy Award-winning broadcaster in sports, and of course, wife of Craig Melvin of the Today Show. We love her. She loves horse racing, and it's an important fundraiser. We'd love everyone to come. Tickets are still available, so if you haven't gotten yours, get it.
And such a fun event as well, but it's kind of in the middle of sales week, Whitney week, a lot going on, but worth it to take the time to support such a great cause.
I agree. Everyone should come.
Shannon, thank you so much, and thanks for all you do.
Thank you, Acacia.
Lafitte?
I'm biased, JK, you're biased, but Shannon's awesome.
Love me some Shannon.
Nobody works harder. We're biased. She's awesome. Two things can be true at the same time.
I'm like one of the few men that have been to Fashionable Fillies. They had like a booth. I had to sit there for a second. I didn't get to eat anything. They wouldn't let me eat, but I got to like stand in the back for a second.
Let you eat?
What about women's wear then?
Yeah, that's what
that's
my wife.
got to be that Fashionable Fillies. There's got to be some.
That's number 7 on the thing that people yell at me when I'm walking around Saratoga, but I get that sometimes, and I always just say, talk to my wife. Talk to my wife.
Passes it on to G. Right back to the paddock here, and coming up with the 7th race, and we're looking at duration, currently 7-2. Let's take a look at his latest. This was mid-May at Aqueduct, the same level duration, Richie, and he just happens to hook a really stubborn foe.
Yeah, he hooked a horse that didn't want to lose, and he's kind of gotten there a few times, Jonathan, where I thought maybe he flattened out or hung a little bit. Was this more a function of the inside horse fighting back or him lugging in and hanging a little bit? That's my question. He has improved in every start, and I like the little bit of a turn back for him. He doesn't look like he's as eager to pass horses as he should be.
Just usually doesn't take a good one this long to win for Chad Brown. But I will say this. His last race was pretty good. It was a winning race, nice figure, good enough to win. 2 races back, he ran into Strategic Focus, who will likely run in the Curlin, will likely win the Curlin, and will likely be one of those horses we're talking about going to the Travers. So you can give him a little bit of a break for that as well. I just don't trust him that much, and I think the other 2 are a little bit more interesting.
That near miss, Acacia, the favorite, Mainstream, coming off of a pair of near misses in the slop.
In the slop, as you said, as he gets back to a fast track today. And while I know he's run exceptionally fast races in those last 2 efforts, this is a big hunk of horse flesh. I mean, he's very imposing, kind of that typical Speightstown build. Very, very powerful. Very laid back here in the paddock as well, but he stumbled to his nose at the start last time out, but he was moving forward that day too. But I noticed he was kind of leaning in on his foe in the stretch, and sometimes big kind of burly colts are kind of like that. They'll kind of be all over the horse next to them. They'll kind of throw their weight a little bit around. He is outfitted with a cage bit, stronger bit to give his rider more controlled, but for a horse like him who maybe just is a little bit of that type that tends to lean on other horses, that might be more than anything what's been holding him back. So I am curious to see if he does that again today. Louis Seiss has been aboard for all 3 of his starts and has gotten to know him very well. We'll see if Louis can pick up another one on today's card. The number 2, tap into this, as Jonathan mentioned, the half-brother to Grade 3 winner Extra Añejo. And while that horse probably found his best form going from 7 furlongs to a mile, at one point he was actually 4th, a valiant 4th in the Haskell, going 1 1/8. So I can understand why they tried stretching this horse out. He kind of has a similar type of look to several in these, in that he's always run well, just not necessarily well enough to get the job done. I saw him too back at Oaklawn when I thought that, yes, second off the bench, he looked a bit better, just really wishing he was carrying more muscle mass, particularly in his hind end. And I feel kind of the same way about him in here. I do think physically he is best suited to the 7 furlongs. I like the slight turn back in distance for him. He's incredibly fit. Just a horse that maybe hasn't really taken that next step forward, wondering if this might be the place for him to do exactly that. Now, the number 1, Duration. Another one with a nice pedigree, the Dam, the sister to multiple Grade 1 winner and champion Goodnight Olive, a horse that also kind of never really materialized quite yet, but I do think that his last couple of races were huge steps in the right direction. I haven't seen him since last year when he was a 3-year-old, and he just never really looked all that athletic or showed much kind of brightness or alertness in the paddock. He's come a really long way. He's developed a lot, really, really fit, really strong, and he's also bright and been on his toes throughout, which I appreciate. So a horse that could not get by Hopsing last time out in the stretch, wondering if he can show a little bit more punch breaking from that inside post, Lafitte.
Can he deliver that knockout punch, Acacia? We'll find out. Riders up, Manny Franco, Duration, circling back to Mainstream at 6-5. Current favorite number 3 for trainer Brad Cox. Louis Size looking for back-to-back wins. And this is what you'll see him entering the picture at some point. There he is, the 6-5 favorite, Mainstream. And this is what Acacia was just referencing. His most recent Belmont day right here in the slop Main Street, Richie. A little bit like we saw with Duration. Mainstream, though, in this case, locking horns with just a really tough rival.
And again, you know, the figure would lead you to believe that, yeah, it was just a function of, you know, these tough rivals fighting back. But you're going to see right here, right? He goes down to this horse, the eventual winner, Stars and Stripes, and I think he makes him gain, and he leans on him, and he's very content to run alongside him. You know, some horses are just happy to run with horses as opposed to running by them. Did it ever look like he was going to beat him the last 16th of a mile?
No, he looked like he was just kind of stuck there at his hip. What I will say, though, one thing you could have some comfort in with a horse like this with Mainstream is that Brad Cox is usually pretty aggressive. He sends his horses to be forward, so hopefully he'll be in a situation where he doesn't have to catch anyone. It's trying to keep someone from catching him. Maybe he'll respond a little different.
I always thought, Lafitte, horses like that, you're better off putting them on the lead from the start because they've already broken through that plane. They're not going to get to a horse and hang on them. Is there any scenario here that the 4, Barb, who gets a very aggressive Ricardo Santana, and Mainstream hook up into some sort of a speed duel?
Pace figures, no. Rider, maybe. But Louis pretty aggressive,
Louis
too.
aggressive as well, yep.
Who graduates? Call to post. Let's meet the field. Another look at Duration. Can he close the deal today?
I mean, based off his race 2 back, he certainly could. And even his last race, I just don't quite trust him. It's taken too long for him to win.
Bit of a bounce on his toes as Acacia reference. Number 2 here. Tap into this for Sanford winning trainer Steve Asmussen.
This is a horse that I watched run all winter at Oaklawn, and I made him note that I thought he'd be better turning back. Well, he turns back to 7 furlongs today.
The favorite, Mainstream, 6-5.
So it'll be his 4th race. It'll be his 4th straight race at 7 furlongs.
Speedy Barb, number 4, another threat, and he's been close.
He's been close, turning back to 7 furlongs after a good effort last time going a mile. Ricardo is aggressive. I wouldn't be surprised if this horse shows improved speed.
Time passes for Mark Casse, Scratch, Private Flight, and Johnny Velasquez aboard. They teamed up, he and Mark Hennig, to win the Nightcap Sunday.
Who started out his career on turf on the female side of the family. It wasn't an overwhelming turf pedigree. Maybe it was just a place to get him started.
5 of them in this 7/8 maiden special weight event. $100,000 purse. Another look at Barb. So this was his latest. This was late June. Aqueduct, $100,000 maiden claimer, J.K. Barb, he's favored and just can't get by Interceptor. Just a theme in this race.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those situations. Now, look, someone looked that he was running in a maiden $100,000 claimer. It's like a diet maiden special weight, right? I mean, it's basically the same thing. There's not just a bunch of people popping in for $100,000. You probably still, it's like a Coke. You probably shouldn't. It's not great for you, but Diet Coke's at least a little bit better. Maybe there's a chance for this horse to kind of jump up. It's also that was his first race for Mike Maker. Mike Maker, I believe that if you are a trainer that people believe that you can move a horse up, you are not limited to moving the horse up in the first time you have them. sometimes it takes a race or two to figure something out, to make that tweak. So maybe that tweak has been made and this horse can win.
I have a follow-up on Barb in a moment, but first let's remind our viewers about NYRA YouTube and getting in the game with the NYRA Bets YouTube channel. Tune into race previews. You get full card analysis, betting tutorials from tracks around the world. Subscribe now and bet with confidence at youtube.com/NYRA Bets. So yeah, just to expand on that a little bit, that maiden claimer, a $100,000 maiden claimer that Barb exits, like how much of a discrepancy between that and the competition he's facing today? How much would he have to improve off of that loss to graduate today?
I mean, it's definitely different, right? If you look at what Mainstream did in his first couple career starts, you look at Tap Into This's pedigree, and you look into Duration's couple of starts, those other three horses probably, there's a chance they get claimed for $100,000. Chance. So they would never run in that spot. So there is obviously a little bit of a difference between where Barb ran and where they've been running. But it's not that drastic. It's not the normal drastic discussion we have about maiden special weight to maiden claiming. That's like maiden claiming 30, not maiden claiming 100.
Barb, Acacia, what do you think?
I'm going to land on Barb, even though, as you guys were touching on in the post parade, it does seem to be a theme of horses that don't have the tendency to want to go by horses. But look at the warm-up that Ricardo Santana has given this horse, and he is a big horse. He's got a big, long stride on him. He's kept him moving out there, spirited warm-up, and he has speed, which is why I gave him the slight edge, hoping that he can get onto the front end, because he broke a little bit awkwardly when being drawn more towards the inside last time, and he was dueling throughout. The top two horses just were going head and head the entire race that day. So even though, as he is technically stepping up a little bit, I love the maiden special weight, diet maiden special weight analysis. I think he suits perfectly in here. And it's not exactly like he's meeting a field who has shown any sort of killer instinct as of yet. If you want the total wild card of the race, it is the 6 Private Flight, who is out of an unraced mare. The second dam was all turf, but all 3 of the siblings, while 2 of them at much lower levels, were dirt winners. This horse doesn't look overly like a turf horse, very upright in his pastern, smaller feet, did not do much running at all on the grass, and comes in off of a very sharp gate workout on the dirt, which was rated at a B+ on the DRF Clocker report. He's fit coming in for Mark Hennig. I don't know if he has any ability at all, but at least if he is a total fresh face and is not yet, at least Lafitte, shown the tendency to not want to pass.
Maybe, just maybe, he does have that killer instinct, that knockout punch that several of these have failed to deliver in start after start here, Richie. And as far as race shape and the pace perhaps making the race, what you'll be looking for early on from the favorite Mainstream and Barb to his outside.
Well, I do think Mainstream is the most naturally fast horse in the race. I think Barb has speed. Then it comes down to rider intention. Louis is an aggressive guy. Ricardo Santana is an aggressive guy on Barb. I just feel like, if not right from the gate, at some point in this race, these two are going to wind up hooking up, and the pace is going to intensify. And I think the race is going to shape up for someone to lurk from just off the pace. And I think the most likely to do that is the 1 Duration or the 2 Tap Into This.
Yeah, I think that's a great point you bring up, Richie, is like, when you're looking at a race to fall apart, it doesn't have to happen in the first quarter of a mile. It doesn't have to happen in the first half of a mile. When you have 2 forward horses that are both good, you have to know they're going to be at each other at least in some capacity all the way. I like to say, like at the 3/8 pole, they're going to hook up, and then they're going to have to run for 3/8 of a mile, dismantle one of the others, and then have to hold off the horses coming from off of them. So it doesn't always have to be that they're going to go 22 and change, blistering fast from the start. They can eventually hook up a little later.
How much differently would you ride strategically, like from 3/4 of a mile sprint to this 7/8 of a mile? How different can they be from a rider's strategy?
7/8 is a much more demanding distance. It's 1/8 of a mile further, but it's usually run just like a 6 furlong race from a pace scenario. So you got to save a little something in the tank.
Who finally breaks through amongst these maidens? There goes The speedy Barb and Ricardo Santana. The favorite is in even money Mainstream. To Frank Miramati with the call. 7th of 9 on this first Wednesday of the brand new Saratoga meet.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Barb in Private Flight. Here's Mainstream joining and passing those two. So it will be Mainstream pressed by Barb. Those two stride for stride. A length and a half back to Private Flight. It's a very compact field. Duration is next, and tap into this between those two. Luis Saez and Mainstream lead the way, 3/4 of a length over Barb. With Duration down on the inside, 3 lengths off the lead, a joint third inside Private Flight, and tap into this 22 and 4 for Mainstream. Mainstream passes the half-mile pole in front, just under a length to Barb, trying to keep pace second. Duration gets a nudge along the rail. The gray is tap into this as they have now passed the 3/8 pole. 3 more to Private Flight, 45 and 3. Barb pestering Mainstream. Those two arrive at the top of the stretch, joined by Tap Into This, who's angled out by Pratt for the drive. They're at the top of the lane. It's Barb in front on the outside by a head. Mainstream, Tap Into This. Tap Into This as Mainstream has bowed right out. Tap Into This takes the lead away from Barb inside the final furlong. Duration is in third. It's Tap Into This. Too strong. Tap Into This pulls away the final 16th to win it by 3 lengths. Barb was second. Duration finished third.
Tap Into This. The gray in his 6th career start for trainer Steve Asmussen, North America's all-time leading trainer. Another win at Saratoga. Flavien Prat, JK, well done.
Well, look, it worked out really well. Like Megan kind of designed the race. The 3 and the 4 were going to be up there ding-donging with each other. You know, Brad Cox is never going to take speed away from a horse who's fast like Mainstream. You know, Ricardo was never going to take it away from Barb, who was drawn well. And Tap Into This, and Flavien Prat just sat right in behind. Sat chilly in between horses. It wasn't the most comfortable trip early, Mig, in between horses. But man, he had a lot of horse when he pulled him out right here.
It got a lot more comfortable for him when the 6th Private Flight fell away, and then he was able to angle out. And you can see there, it was a little bit of a odd head carriage as he angled out to the outside, wasn't it? I mean, he might be a horse with a soft mouth.
Yeah, I don't know, Mig. I would actually, if I was trying to find out the answer to this, I would call you to ask you. So thank God you're sitting here. Did he maybe, was he direct when did he like grab with his right rein to pull him out, and then the horse kind of threw his head that looked weird from that angle?
I think the horse overreacted a little bit, but that's why when I say a horse has a soft mouth, they're just more sensitive to bars of their mouth with the bit. And he kind of overreacted, I thought, a little bit, the horse. Instead of just guiding out, his head kind of came up and was a little more dramatic. But this was what this horse wanted all along. This winter, I kept saying, man, when this horse turns back, he's going to be good. And then I picked against him, and he won quite nicely. So
the observation, spot on. Went with the wrong horse on this afternoon. Tap Into This. What did you make of Mainstream's performance?
I think he had much excuse. He broke okay, not as sharp as the 2 outside runners, Barb and Private Flight, but he assumed the lead. In the first quarter, I thought was comfortable enough, 22 and 4 basically. The second quarter, they picked things up, but the pressure was being applied by Barb, and Barb continued on to be second best.
It's a weird one for me. You know, look, I think that sometimes you should always look back to try to see what happened to understand so you can predict what could happen later. I will say this about Mainstream is his last 2 really good races were on sloppy racetracks. Maybe that moved him up. But I don't know. I feel like that's just a lazy excuse. Maybe he just didn't run well today.
2-4-1-6. Another view here, Richie.
Yeah, keep an eye on the gray horse, the 2 horse Tap Into This. And you see, like, what I was talking about there, it was, okay, I'm going to head out. But when he first started to guide him out, horse's head came back up to him in his face a little bit. That just speaks of a horse that has a tender mouth to me. And a rider has to be careful and not over manhandle them in those situations.
Flavien Prat handling it just right. Anybody who thought the summer of Flav last season here at Saratoga was some fluke? Not the case. Not the case.
No, definitely not a fluke.
Won the first 3 races opening day. Another Diana, a 3rd straight on Saturday. And a victory here with Tap Into This. Results, reaction when we return. Tap Into This in the 7th at the Spa.
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were made for this.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as in race 7. Tap into this. It was his day today to break his maiden here under Flavien Prat, who got the right kind of trip this afternoon. Flavien, Richard Migliori had pointed out in watching this race, it appears this horse has a little bit of a lighter mouth. What did you feel from him when you tipped him out?
Yeah, he's a bit light mouth, but he broke okay today. It was key, you know. He's always a bit slow out of there, and and the short field helped as well. And so I was traveling well, very well all around. And yeah, when I tipped him out, he made a good run.
And you sat behind what turned out to be a little bit of pace for him to run at too.
Yeah, honestly, I was expecting a bit more pace. Actually, I thought there was quite a bit of speed, even with a short field. But yeah, he got himself in a race, and I was able to track the leaders and made a good run.
Talking about pace to run at, coming up on Friday in the Shuvi, you'll be aboard Raging Sea, who you know very, very well. She's one of those that comes running, tends to kind of hang on that left lead a bit, but she always seems to come with a big late run.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, I think pace is very important for her. And yeah, she's just a grinder. She always come at the end, and then she'll give you what she gets. She's very honest. Yeah.
Seems like she's improved though.
Yeah, I mean, over the past years, yeah, she has improved. She was always a good prospect, but yeah, she definitely has improved. Yeah.
Well, good luck this weekend, but congratulations on the win here.
Thank you.
Flavien Prat with the win, and we match, so it was meant to be, Lafitte.
That looks coordinated.
It does look coordinated.
Perfectly coordinated. And if you're just, predicting at some point that Flavien Prat's going to wind up in the winner's circle here, it's a pretty good bet usually, what he's done the last few summers. Handles tap into this perfectly, 870, and this one, JK, that you locked into, and it should play bigger than 3-1 in the late pick 4, late pick 5.
I would think so. If you beat two shorter priced horses, one of them being a Chad Brown, one of them being a Brad Cox, you got to think about all the people that played the pick 4. How many of them didn't use those two horses? I'd say that basically I'd bet 90% of the people playing use one of those other 2 horses, so that all that money gets left in the pool while they go away. It should help a little bit, if not a lot.
2 left on this first Wednesday of the meet. Race number 9, the Suzie O'Kane. Race number 8 is next. Starter allowance event here, 1 1/8 miles. Field updated odds. Scratch Walaka, number 6, 8 strong, wide open. Jonathan, alternate reality, 3-1. Who did you go with? And then who do you have? Because the ticket that you gave our viewers at the top of our broadcast, the late pick 4, still good.
Yeah, 1589. My top pick is the 9, My Noble Knight. And we'll talk about it a little bit later, but if you're at home watching, read the conditions of this race very carefully and look at the 9, My Noble Knight, and tell me what you see, but we'll talk about it a little bit later. See, now I'm figuring out this TV
You like
thing.
giving our viewers homework now, on top of everything else.
You're just teasing it, though, huh? Yeah.
Well, we will be teasing what you spent some time on your off days here at Saratoga as we are relaunching Ride of the Week with Richard Migliori.
Yeah, a good idea that was started by our friend and colleague Rajiv Miraj, who went back to riding, and I picking up the mantle and going to improve on it.
Yeah, just make it better. That's coming up next as our coverage continues here on Saratoga Live. Yeah, it's not like a mystery as far as like the unmasked, jockey or anything. You're going to see that. It's Kendrick Carmouche when we come back. The first installment of Richie's Ride of the Week. Next, here on Saratoga Live.
Seize the Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray! He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best ride right when he needs to, and he's gonna run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
Kendrick, I chose your ride on Light the Way as Ride of the Week because I judge riders not on the races they win on the best horse and the races they make a difference and win on a horse that may not have been best. And I think everything you did in this race was perfect. And to me, it's a clinic on how to ride a horse on the lead.
Yeah, this horse, you got to leave him alone in the gate, Richie. He don't like for you to hold him too much, but I want it to be real aggressive out of the gate. Because, they got a point that comes out in the turn right here. If you be a little aggressive, you make the jock take back a little bit quicker because they think they're going to go into the rail, So I use that for my advantage too, but this horse left there running yesterday.
Well, he left there running, but you got Certified Lover Boy, a horse that you're familiar with to your inside, and you kind of took it away from him. And a jockey's job is to make his rivals as uncomfortable as possible within the boundaries of the rules.
Yes, yes. And I rode Certified Lover Boy before, and he's a front-end running horse, but he's more of a 1.8 mile, 3.6, 16 horse, and he does break good, but I had just natural speed in him, and if I knew I could have put him in a situation where he had to hold that horse and do something different with him, he couldn't beat me.
Kendrick, to me, there were just 3 critical points in the race that made you win. Obviously, getting out of the gate well, and the far turn. You let this horse start marching, where I think a lot of riders make a mistake. They hold their horses up too much and allow the closer on top of them. So essentially, they're trying to outkick the kickers. They're playing their game. You made them play your game.
Yeah, Richie, I like to let my horses run around the turn pretty good where they can catch their breath. So whenever the closers come, I already have an extra breath underneath me. So that's why I do what I do around the turns to win races, you know. I don't want to leave jockeys in the race. I don't want to have to fight at the end. You know, I want to eliminate you at some point in the race where I know your horse not good for a half a mile or 3/4. He runs late the last part. I'm that guy. It might get close, but 9 times out of 10, if I make that move around the turn.
Well, and then the way you finish. You know, that was the 3rd contributing factor here. Flavien Prat got to you with Certified Lover Boy. You had a little something left, and then your strength in the finish really got this horse home. Well, for me, if I was teaching young riders, this would be the video I would show them on how to ride a horse on the lead. Great job.
Thank you very much, Richard.
Kendrick, congrats, ride of the week. And it's not like you had to sleep on this one, right? And take a couple of days and look back. I was sitting right next to you when that race happened, and you were right there. You're like, wow, that's like textbook.
If you're going to teach young riders how to ride a speed horse, how to ride a front runner, that's the video they should use. He made every key move that you need to make. Go into the turn, you've already got your horse in a good rhythm. Start allowing him to stretch his legs a bit more. Make the closers start to kind of have to come off the bridle and chase you. That's going to mitigate their late closing kick because they've had to elongate their run. They're making a 3.5 furlong run as opposed to a 1/4 mile run. It drives me to distraction when I see a rider has established an advantage on the lead, and then they'll slow the horse down until they've got a closer right on top of them. And essentially their strategy became, I'm going to outkick a kicker. Mm-hmm. I don't understand how that even makes any sense in anybody's mind.
And the worst part about it is in those situations when they do drop the anchor, a lot of times the horses, the closer, the horse themselves brings themselves into the mix. So you don't even have to get the rider to have to make a decision.
No.
Next thing you know, he's right where he needs to be, and then he just asks his horse to run. When you stretch them out like that, now you bring the rider's decision-making into the, do I wait, do I go, do I wait, do I go too early, and I think that's why I love when those types of rides, just open up, use that speed as a weapon.
A ride of the week. It was one of my favorite segments, my favorite race. It was Kendrick Carmouche when he won like his first grade 1 of his career, right? The Cigar Mile a couple of years ago. That resume and the marquee victories for Kendrick Carmouche. Here is another a few weeks ago right here at Saratoga on Deterministic.
Deterministic, what a nice horse. And this is a horse that has a wonderful stride, a big, long, impeccable way of going. And a lot of times they were rating him. He's better off allowing him to use his speed because of the efficiency of his stride.
That segment you talked about, no offense to Jack Sisterson and Calumet and True Timber. I wonder if this one might be his favorite race now.
Kendrick Carmouche, all smiles, and the recipient of the highly prestigious, coveted Richie Migliore Ride of the Week. About 14 minutes out until this 8th race and the updated rider standings. The brothers, JK, then they came out guns blazing.
Yeah, somebody asked me who's leading the meet. I said Ortiz. I didn't have to do the math. I just said Ortiz.
11 for Arad, and Jose with 9. Kendrick Carmouche, 3 wins. Kendrick Carmouche, 3 wins. Opening week. 2 occasions in the paddock.
And we will check in first with John Velasquez's mount, and that is the current tepid favorite in what is I think, a very wide open race. Double your money coming in off a wire-to-wire score for Felissa Dunn with a 94 Beyer speed figure. And that was an impressive race and an impressive win where this horse just looked like he was the winner every step of the way. Now, that's obviously faster than what he was consistently running. So my big question is, can he repeat it? And can he repeat it coming here to Saratoga, going the mile in an eighth? Looking at him, I would not look at this horse and say that he's built like a two-turn dirt horse. He's by DeMarchier, whose progeny do tend to be a little bit on the smaller side anyway, but you don't think about looking at this horse like he would be a distance horse. He's built a little bit more like a sprinter, if anything, but he has shown, if you look through his past performances, even that race in March going a mile in 3/8 where he finished second, that he can handle it. He's also shown that he's best when he is forward. So with John Velasquez aboard, he had the rail last time. He's been marching around the paddock. I would imagine he's going to try to use that speed again. And the two horses behind him did both come back to win. The second place finisher with an 87 Beyer speed figure next time out. I'm very curious to see what this horse does do and if he can take his show on the road. The number 8, Gilmore, comes in from Kentucky, Fort Joe Sharp. This is a horse that actually used to run in New York a long time ago, so I do have notes to compare to from several years ago, but seeing him come in off of what we've discussed as that tough Churchill meet and running against solid horses there, as well as for Joe Sharp, who's had a terrific year and has brought live horses here to New York as well. Was outfooted last time out, but chasing and ran on was second best, but a horse that has run some solid efforts recently. In my previous notes, and I brought those up because I'd always written down that he was a horse that was so sharp and did so much before the race that I was never convinced he could get any additional distance because he was so high energy. He is still forward, but he's settled so much, and he's now a 5-year-old, much calmer, much more mature. That's the type of mentality that you want to see for a horse stretching out, and as is always the case of horses coming from the Sharp barn, he looks a picture here in the Paddock Report.
Gilmore, Acacia, some positive signs there. And in that Churchill Downs race in June, JK, it's the same level on paper. He didn't win. What I liked is that he never stopped trying. He never stopped grinding. He will give you he give you the best he has to offer.
Yeah, and the pace wasn't that fast that day, so the horses that he was trying to grind into still had a little bit in the tank, so you can upgrade him even more there.
Gilmore. Richie, what do you think?
Well, I think there's a lot of speed in here. I mean, I think there's 3 or 4 horses that want to be forward and could be a part of the scrum. So that should aid Gilmore instead of having to try to close into a less than fast pace. How do you see that, Jonathan?
Yeah, I mean, look, the 7 is one that has won in back-to-back races where basically wire to wire. So why would those connections say, oh, let's do something different here today? The 3, Catch the Smoke, another one who's got speed. Sagamore Mischief down on the inside has speed. Double Your Money on the rail has speed. Whenever there's a rail horse who has speed, I think that's one of the biggest clues you can have to whether or not a pace is going to be fast.
You touched on My Noble Knight and how he qualifies for this race and reading the fine print. What was that all about?
Yeah, so the condition of this race is for 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a claiming price of $20,000 or less since April of 2024, and then there's a word and. This horse did qualify. He ran for $12,500 last July. And which have not won 2 races since April 16th, 2025. And our cheeky, sneaky friend Tom Amos's 9 Noble Knight won on May 3rd.
What a coincidence.
And won on April 13th. Snuck right in, 3 days to sneak right in. And the reason that's relevant is that condition is there to make sure you don't catch a horse who's really in form to beat up on some of these horses that were once running for a tag. Well, Tom snuck right in with 3 days.
My Noble Knight at 5-1. We have a special guest. This is like accepting an award. Kendrick Carmouche with Acacia in the paddock.
That's right, Kendrick, you won the Richard Migliore Ride of the Week. How does it feel? Is it more special than winning a Grade 1?
Nah, it's not more special than winning a Grade 1, but it is special whenever, they award you with something like this, especially being in Saratoga, It's not easy making Ride of the Week, but I take it.
And he pointed out a lot of good things that he said would be beneficial to teach young riders. That has to mean a lot to you because I know you're always big about sharing your insight as well.
Yeah, it's all about trying to help the younger generation, but also, giving out good tips. They never can beat the teacher, so it always works in your favor.
Good luck here, Kendrick. Thanks a lot. He's off to win another one, Lafitte.
Maybe another ride of the week, Kendrick Carmouche. You're going to have some incoming fire, and Rajiv had some experience with this last summer where other riders would see another rider get the ride of the week and like, hey, man, what, you didn't see what I did in that third race on Saturday? You didn't see what I did in the stakes race?
Do I look like a guy that worries about heat?
No, actually, no, you don't.
I will say this, though. Kendrick, he said, it's nice to teach the younger guys, but, you know better. So he can say, I taught them everything they know, but not everything I know.
Not everything
right?
I know. Have you ever, any similarities between, do you see any similarities when you watch Kendrick Carmouche?
I'll be honest with you, out of all the riders, and obviously a superior, talented group of riders here, he rides day in and day out. He reminds me of myself. Position, understands how to get horses away from the gate, understands how to ride a speed horse, but he's not one-dimensional. You look at some of the big races he's won from well off the pace. I got a reputation of being more of a front-end rider. If you look at the major races, the 27 grade ones I won, the vast majority of them from well off the pace. So you've got to be a chameleon. You've got to be able to adapt to the situation.
But I think if you're a good front-end rider, what that actually means is you're a remarkable judge of pace. And if you're a remarkable judge of pace, you're well positioned to win from off of the pace when the opportunity comes.
I think you make a great point. It is about being confident in your ability to judge how fast or slow you're going.
And trying to avoid the stereotype. You mentioned a legend's name like Eddie De La Houssaye, and the first thing anyone says, oh my God, nobody's been better from off the pace. Best jockey ever on a You know how tough Eddie D was to pass when he was in front on the stretch?
Next to impossible.
Right.
Because he always had horse left. And you think about some of his rides. I think Hollywood Wildcat, when she won the Breeders' Cup this step.
Beat Passiana.
And beat Passiana, and he blew his stick the last 16th of ride. Even the way he handled that, he said, I'm embarrassed, professional race rider, blowing my stick
my
like
whip.
that. Yeah.
First thing you said.
I would compare that to even a current rider. I think a lot of people think Joel is really good from off the pace. And he is good from off the pace. But, man, he's nasty when he gets on the front end, too, because he can finish with the best of them.
But those narratives can become just that, and almost like a fact that this jockey is better than A than he is B, and that can cost a rider opportunities. It's a fascinating conversation. Johnny V, we know he can do it all. He's aboard Double Your Money.
He ran very, very fast last time. It just kind of came out of nowhere.
Sagamore, Mischief should be involved early. Ricardo Santana, Catch the Smoke. Recent form looks solid.
Yeah, I would think he's going to be involved in the pace, and that's not the best place to be if you need to improve a little bit.
Number 4, Systemic Change. Steve Asmussen seeking a second one in the afternoon.
Well, he'd like to see them get really heated up on the front end because it would help his style. He is a true closer.
Alternate Reality in the money, 8 straight with 2 victories.
Yeah, he ran well enough last time going 9 furlongs, the same distance of today.
Lonian at 11-1, and the recipient of Richie's Ride of the Week, Kendrick.
Yeah, you got Kendrick right there with those 10-strike silks on. Kendrick and 10-strike, a long-running relationship.
Gilmore, and trainer Joe Sharp, has him going very well.
And he's a horse that's versatile, should be lurking from just off the pace, and a fast pace would make Gilmore pretty happy.
My Noble Knight fits the condition. Good luck, trainer Tom Amis.
I think this horse is in the best form, but I got to tell you, I thought he was busy today. That's why they said he couldn't work. I just saw him in the paddock.
Always finds a way to get off the set. Earlier we touched on this race with Gilmore. Mid-June, Churchill Downs. Yeah, the same level on paper, JK. And watch him here. He doesn't win, but just keeps working, just keeps grinding.
Yeah, and look, he ran better than Gilmore did, than my top choice in here, My Noble Knight. I thought he ran well. I mean, I think he definitely can get in the mix. If you're playing that pick 4 with us, I've used Gilmore in that pick 4 along with the 9, My Noble Knight. The one thing I do like about Gilmore is he should appreciate the setup that he's going to get to, like Richie mentioned. The pace should be pretty quick, pretty honest in here, and the 8 and the 9 are both types that can come from off of it.
Remind our viewers that may not have scanned that QR code just so they can follow along. You're through the first 2 for this late pick 4. Who do you have in the 8th again?
The first leg we use 7-8, we hit the 8. Second leg we use 2-3, hit the 2, excuse me. Third leg, which is where we are right now, 1, 5, 8, and 9.
All right.
And then race 9, we have the 3, 5, and the 8.
Good luck, my friend. 2 races left. Another look at that late pick 4. Probably too late to scan. Probably can't jump in now and join you for the ride
and don't
now.
play the. I'm not going to tell anyone not to wager on Naira. Don't play the double. It's not great value the way that the ticket's 4 by 3. You don't want to do that. Maybe an exacta here with the 8 and the 9 would be a better opportunity, and then jump on board with the QR code tomorrow.
To Acacia and more on alternate reality.
Yeah, this horse, it comes off of a good effort going the mile in an 8th last time out. And physically, I've always felt that he's a horse that could handle distance. Does come in second off the claim for Wayne Potts, who sends out a couple in here. And this is one that will be coming from off of it in alternate reality, as this is a horse who tends to be closing late. Wayne's other horse, Catch the Smoke, had a spirited warm-up, and I do think could be part of a horse of the group that should be forwardly placed and add a little bit of pace in here. So complementary running styles for the 2 runners from the same barn. But as far as alternate reality is concerned, ran a gaudy figure last time out at the 9 furlongs. He's a horse that always carries good conditioning. I do wish he looked better in his coat today. I have seen him look better than he does today coming in, but he's a horse that has been known to show up. My big question with him as well is the class, though, too. As he comes into the starter level, I think typically he's a bit more comfortable around those mid-level claiming type races. So we'll see what kind of trip he gets in here, and I certainly do respect his overall body of work. Now, the number 9, My Noble Knight for Tom Amoss. Yes, he was in the paddock. If there is ever a horse that is convincing of wanting to go the mile and an 8th distance, it is this horse. He is tall, he is leggy, there's so much of him, he has a big stride, and Jose Ortiz has given him a big warm-up. He pressed the pace setter last time, and when caught ended up fading, and so that is my question, if he is better being a bit more forward, or if he's better kind of launching and making a bit more of a run like he did 2 starts back, where he was able to overcome traffic over at Oaklawn. But I also wonder too that I think it's worth bringing up, maybe those 2 Oaklawn starts or 3 Oaklawn starts might have taken a little bit of the starch out of him. He ran some big races, and then going over to Churchill and running against the salty field that day, I wonder if we are going to see a better performance from My Noble Knight, who has been able to work here at Saratoga and get a little bit fresher with another start under his belt, Lafitte.
Jose Ortiz, Tom Amoss, Acacia, Louisiana, Kentucky, Saratoga, wherever. Formidable, dangerous tandem. Teaming up here, My Noble Knight. Circling back to alternate reality. 7-2 co-second choice. His latest appearance. This was Belmont Day. Sloppy track off the turf affair. JK, a big effort from alternate reality from well off the pace.
He did. The one thing I have a problem with is I don't like falling in love with horses in off-the-turf races. Sometimes it can, who are they running against? South and Aberdeen. Yeah. Is it a bunch of turf horses? Is it some MTOs? It's hard to run through that. But his races prior to that, he's got a couple of good ones in there. I like horses that are popular at the claim box. Horse has been claimed 2 times in his last 3 starts. I think it says that a lot of the trainers see something in a horse. And if the right trainer gets his hands on him, and I love a situation where a horse has run well enough going 9 furlongs and is going to catch that distance here again today.
Early on here, Richie, this mile and 8th, what are you looking for?
Well, I do think there's a lot of speed sign on it, particularly down towards the inside. You've got the 1, double your money. Johnny Velasquez knows how important it is to protect inside position. Sagamore Mischief has some speed, and you get Ricardo Santana, and usually he allows his horses to use their speed. The 3, Catch the Smoke, has some speed, and as well as the 7. So I think we're going to see a pretty mad scrambling in the first turn, and I'm looking for a closer. I landed on Gilmore, but I like anybody lurking from off the pace in this situation.
Double your money, now favored at 5-2 with Johnny Velasquez, the speedy gelding. Another look at Johnny V. 5, alternate reality, coaxed forward. To Frank Mirmati with the load-in call. Post time, race 8, Saratoga, live on Fox Sports 2.
Thank you, Lafitte. 4 more left to load. Here's systematic change. Systemic change, that sounds better. And my Noble Knight. They're in the gate. And they're off. Double your money. And Sagamore Mischief. Colonian is up close in the early stages too. Then Gilmore, my Noble Knight, is widest of all. In the meantime, Systemic Exchange is only 2 lengths off the lead, right off the leaders as they round the first turn. Then Catch the Smoke and Alternate Reality. So it's double your money, and Johnny Velasquez leading the way, but no breather with Colonian right up alongside, just a head away through a quarter that went in 23 and 4. A gap of 4. Back to Systemic Change, who races in third as they swing on to the Saratoga backstretch. In front of them now, Sagamore Mischief and Gilmore. In behind them, it's My Noble Knight, the 2 trailers, Alternate Reality and Catch the Smoke. Colonian on the outside has the lead from Double Your Money, who's a half length back but still protecting that rail. The half went in 47 and 4 as they come to the half-mile pole. Still a big gap to Gilmore, who's racing in third, starting to get a little bit closer to the top pair. Sagamore Mischief losing ground along the fence. In between horses, Systemic Change. My Noble Knight making a sudden move. There goes My Noble Knight, along with Gilmore. Those 2 swallowing up the embattled leaders, Colonian and Double Your Money. And the picture changes with a quarter of a mile to go. My Noble Knight on the outside and Gilmore are head and head with less than a quarter of a mile to go. Double Your Money not done. How about Double Your Money? He's coming right back on Gilmore. And My Noble Knight is suddenly 2 lengths behind them inside the 8th pole. Gilmore, Double Your Money, but Gilmore is better than him and opens up once again. Another try from My Noble Knight, but it will be Gilmore. Another for Luis Saez. Gilmore a clear-cut winner. My Noble Knight was second. Double Your Money third. Alternate Reality finished 4th.
Trainer Joe Sharp, high fives all around. Yeah, he has Gilmore going very, very well. And with Luis Saez, second one in the afternoon, Gilmore strikes at Saratoga.
A really nice trip. There was some pace on Double Your Money, the one with Johnny Velasquez and the 7. Chelonian with Carmouche separated themselves from the field. Their battle was their undoing, and Gilmore was in the perfect position to take advantage of it. His move was followed by the 9, My Noble Knight. A very logical kind of closing exacta here, and a very game effort from the 1, Double Your Money. He was the last man standing from the, he won the battle, but he lost the war. I guess that's the best way to put it.
Yeah, the 9 moved, maybe, hindsight's 20/20, maybe a taste early and ended up having to be 4 wide. I don't think that was the difference, though. I mean, the 8 was probably best in here no matter what, but at least would have gotten a little bit closer. The 1, Double Your Money, ran the best race.
Yeah.
After doing what he did on the front end and then being able to hold on for third.
You advance in your late pick 4. JK, I know you were focused on My Noble Knight, top of the stretch. Were you feeling pretty good that he was going to roll by the 2 in front of him?
No, it's fun. It's a great situation when you are rooting for a horse that you picked to run down 2 horses that you're live to. So that worked out really well. And then when you look behind, if I'm not mistaken, well, I think the 5 came running as well. So, yeah, there we go. The 4 horses we used, we hit the super. So it's all right.
Yeah, I think, Gilmore just had a little bit more forward position, your winner, than My Noble Knight, who, I tell you what, Jose Ortiz did some job with My Noble Knight. He left hard from the outside, and then he saw that he was going to be caught wide. He did a great job being able to kind of tuck in and save a bit of ground. To me, these were the 2 most consistent closers in a race that I thought had ample speed sign on. And when you go a sub-48 half-mile going a mile and 1/8 in Saratoga, that's fast. It's a demanding distance. Horses get tired here going this distance.
How surprised were you that Double Your Money was re-energized in the stretch and in the thick of it, didn't wave the white towel?
No, he fought back, and I was actually a little bit surprised how hard he fought back, because he was under intense pressure early on from the 7 Chelonian. Johnny Velasquez is in the Hall of Fame for a reason and the winningest rider in the history of this race course. He was always saving a little something inside, just having something to fight with. It wasn't quite good enough, but that's what you get from Johnny Velasquez.
Even on Time Form US, that race looked fast at Parks, but I didn't trust it. But based the way he ran today, even though he was third, he ran to that number.
No quit, no fight, but not enough to stave off the winner in this 8th race here at Saratoga. We have the featured event next, the Suzie O'Kane coming up very shortly, and they're on their way over. These 3-year-old fillies of the New York bred variety, Mommy's Turn. There she is, the lukewarm, tepid favorite in a wide open Wednesday feature at Saratoga.
An eclipsed champion by leading young sire Not This Time. Up to the Mark made an impression in the sales ring, bringing $450,000. He then left his mark on the racetrack, a debut winner at Saratoga, before compiling 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins in the Turf Classic at Churchill Downs, the Manhattan Stakes at Belmont, and the Turf Mile at Keeneland. Up to the Mark now seeks to leave his mark as a stallion, standing at Lane's End.
You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious, as race number 8 went to Gilmore with Luis Saez, who picked up another win today. But a good afternoon for you, Louis. Picking up a couple wins at the spot, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for this meet. Yeah, 2 winners today is not easy here, but horses run pretty well for me, and I'm so grateful to be here.
And as far as Gilmore was concerned, we saw you really having to kind of work on him. You said he's a horse that you have to keep after a little bit, but when he finally hit the front, he did kick on from there.
Yeah, you have to keep him busy. And the half a mile I picked him like a winner. He was traveling so well, so comfortable. But on the 3A, there's some pressure came unexpected, but he defended, he tried, and he make a big move, and well, he finally get the winner.
Yeah, you finished nicely in there. And how important is that when you're going a mile and an eighth? It can be a demanding distance here to conserve as much as you can.
Yeah, the good thing is try to have a good break, and he did break well today, and he was right there in the great position. But yeah, it's tactical to get a good position.
And it all panned out well. Congratulations on a 2-win day here on this Wednesday.
Thank you so much, Keisha.
Good day at the office for Luis Saez, Lafitte.
Matches with Saez as well. Does it, Casse?
She looked it up. I know she did. She looked up the silks today, and she said, "All right, I think Flavia's going to win this race. All right, I'm going to grab the blue and white."
This is the handicapping angle, and right on target. Find the blue and white. Yeah, see that? Look at that. You can tell me that's coincidence? Twice?
Well, I'm already looking for the blue and white, guys. So.
Suzie Saez, see, the only rider not named Ortiz to have captured an Angel Cordero riding title at Saratoga over the last decade, and riding one of those horses that needs constant encouragement, like some co-hosts, some analysts around here.
Got to keep their attention.
Constant
attention spans.
encouragement.
And one thing about Louis, his fitness level, he could ride a horse for the entire mile and eighth if he needed to. He's strong, his fitness level, he's fun to watch. And guys, the horse that fits this profile with the blue and white is the 9 Disco Star.
No, we
if you played
stop handicapping now.
Look, we love the pick 4, but if you played the pick 5, if you played the pick 4 along with the QR code, if I'm not mistaken, you're alive to the 3 for $160.25, the 5 for $157.75, and the 8 for $420.
That'll work.
How about that?
That'll work.
We'll see.
Maybe he doesn't need as much encouragement as suggested. Wide open, wide open edition of the Suzie O'Kane. These 3-year-old fillies, New York bred 3-year-old fillies. And Blossomé, the 4 is out, as is the 11-9 Strong. Wanted to see what the early wagering would look like. Jonathan, Mommy's Turn, 5-2. That makes sense to you?
I mean, I love the 5, so it only makes a certain amount of sense to me. But when it's a grass race and Chad Brown's involved and you look behind you and you see all the red and white awnings, yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
Several storylines. That's pretty good. Several storylines in this Suzie O'Kane, among them the fact that trainer Mark Casse, in 2 Halls of Fame, 3,999 stakes victories. He has 2 runners here. Charlotte's Heart, the filly JK likes. Also Disco Star. Disco Star, by the way, the colors, the blue and white. So that handicapping angle, that theme kind of carrying on to this featured event. Coming up next.
Well, we know Andy Sterling would love this hunch play with the blue and white colors because we know he's a big hunch player. I'm kidding. But it feels like Acacia might have handicapped last night and said, you know, I'm going to go with the blue and white dress because I'm going to be getting post-race interviews and I want to match, and that's the only one with blue and white in this race. Although I have my doubts about her wanting the mile and a 16th. She is out of a superior turf sprinter.
Kidding aside for a moment, with Mark Casse closing in on this number, we started the show for viewers just tuning in, 4,000 wins for a trainer. Can you lend perspective to just how much success, just how much winning that is in thoroughbred racing?
Well, he'll be only the 17th trainer in North American racing history to hit that mark, where, to give a comparison, there have been 86 jockeys to do it. I'm actually 42nd on that 86 list. I was 32nd when I retired, but these kids keep on, getting better and passing me, and I think I'm going to continue to slide down that list, JK.
Well, Mig, hey, listen, we'll just call Carmella, see if we can't get you back on the list.
But it's a huge number.
Commercial break can be done. He had said that because he has horses all over North America. He had 3 horses run earlier today at Colonial. Mark Casse was asked, where would you like to win your 4,000th? And I'm paraphrasing, but he essentially said, like, Woodbine's been amazing. I love Woodbine. But since I was a little kid, this is where it's been. This is where it all started for him here at Saratoga, that this is where he'd like to win his 4,000th race. Maybe we'll see that. We know we'll see it eventually, just a matter of when and where.
To make history in the most historic place in North American racing would be fitting.
Special. He has 2 chances in the Suzie O'Kane. Mark Casse watch continues, and a 4,000th victory maybe here. We'll see. We know what we will see this weekend. Book 'em, Dano. Pride of New Jersey back at Saratoga, already the Grade 1 winner here. Next stop, the Vanderbilt on Saturday.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sire of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Fox Saratoga Saturday. Acorn Stakes winning filly Lacara takes aim at another Grade 1 victory in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Fox Saratoga Saturday. Join us 5 Eastern.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Bookham, Dano, and Mulligan. Bookham, Dano, Mulligan, Mulligan, Bookham, Dano in a thriller. Bookham, Dano wears him down. Bookham, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
He's just easy to pull for, and you'll have a chance to do so once again, Richie, on Saturday. Bookham Dano, the headliner in the Alfred G. Vanderbilt.
He embodies everything I like in horses and people. He's honest and hardworking. He shows up. He puts it on the line. No histrionics, no drama. He just goes about his business. I love this horse.
Gotta love the story, JK. Atlantic 6 Racing and 6 buddies grew up in New Jersey together, pooled their money together, and this New Jersey bred one of the best sprinters in the game. And how much fun it is to watch them just root on Bookham Dano.
Yeah, and look, Bookham Dano is one of those horses that he had found himself a little bit on the Derby trail. And they decided, no, we'll keep this horse around one turn, and it's worked out. It's paid off for them. Yep. You know, especially a group of guys like that, you'd think that they'd get Derby fever. It's contagious.
Not a little bit.
No, not a little bit.
No.
And he's going to get his best setup, I think, this weekend, because he's got Skelly and Mulligan in there, both horses that are very fast.
Yep.
That should hook up and set it up for him very nicely.
Feels like a Grade 1 caliber talent in the Alfred G. Vanderbilt, a Grade 2. This year, the America's Best Racing's race of the week to be seen on Fox. Fox Saratoga Saturday returns on Saturday. 3-year-old fillies, Coaching Club American Oaks. There's the field. As for the competition, Bookham Dano, Richie, 5-2 morning line favorite, but as JK mentioned, some serious hard-hitting sprinters in the field.
Yeah, Mulligan has terrific speed. Skelly has terrific speed. Skelly's hurt by the inside post. He's a horse that doesn't always leave the gate as fast as you'd like. He's got an outside post. The other thing, too, is he's got to bring his Oaklawn Park form here. He's 9 for 9 at Oaklawn Park. I mean, obviously, he loves it there. If he can show up at one of those races, he'll be competitive, but he has to overcome the inside.
Nakatomi, Skelly, I believe, 1-2 finishers in last year's Vanderbilt. High quality, seriously fast sprinters, all part of the Fox Saratoga Saturday broadcast, the Alfred G. Vanderbilt. On Saturday. So lots going on here. JK, he's live here in the ticket displayed, top of the show for the late pick 4. And Andy, with his bankroll play, our analyst handicappers, $1,000 a week, $200 a day is a max. Richie betting $100 to win on Marvelous Madison.
Yeah, this is a filly broker Maiden, first time out, going 5.5 furlongs here. Then she was completely eliminated in the Miss Grillo when the horse bolted inside her and carried her to the outside rail. And she returned with a nice effort, sprinting in a stake. And if she stretches out successfully, I can make a case for her as well.
So much going on. The layers to the story of this Suzie occasion. Oh, yeah, by the way, a trainer trying to become just the 17th ever to saddle 4,000 winners.
Just a remarkable achievement for Mark Casse, which I'm sure will take place sooner rather than later. But as he told me yesterday, I'd really love to do it in Saratoga, and he has 2 chances here. We'll take a look at both of them, starting off with Charlotte's Heart. Now, this is a horse with a massive turf pedigree, being the half-sister to multiple Grade 1 winner Casse. And while he won races like the Jaipur at 6 furlongs, he also was effective at a mile. I have no problem with this filly getting longer. She's by Authentic, whose progeny I typically like to see get a little bit more distance, and she is big, she's leggy, she's tall, she looks so much more like a turf horse. I think these are the conditions that actually physically suit her best. She's only run once on the turf, and it was a win, albeit sprinting on debut here as a 2-year-old, but I am really intrigued to see her get back on the grass, even though she actually ran pretty well on the dirt last time out. Now, as far as Mark's other filly, the 9 Disco Star, she's not the most convincing as far as stretching out. She's sharp. She's always a horse that's been very high energy. She's not as big. She's incredibly fit coming back. I thought she ran very well when breaking slowly in the Take the A Train 2 starts back, but in that race, it was all closers coming late. The horses that were forward were not around at the end, so it actually worked out okay for her. I'm just a little bit concerned with the added ground for her temperament and the way that she's put together, though I do really think that she will appreciate getting back onto the grass and looks prepared for her next start. Now, the number 2, Mommy's Turn, for Chad Brown, currently the favorite, and I think it's what Jonathan mentioned. You see Chad Brown's name in a turf race, and they're immediately going to take attention, even though this filly has some things to prove. She's only raced twice on the grass, and both of her starts have been good. She comes out of the same effort as Trail of Gold and Grace and Grit last time out. But in both of her turf races, she's gotten very headstrong and been very tough to handle early on in those races, not settled at all. Jose Lezcano knows her well. He's been aboard, but as she steps into deeper waters, and she looks great, she's very strong, she's sharp, but not doing too much here. But as she will step into tougher company, she's going to need to be able to settle and to not make as many mistakes throughout the running of the race. The 7, Marvelous Madison, who, as we talked about, Andy Sterling having some interest in, I do too. I liked her a bit last time, even though she was a huge price and she was coming off of a layoff, because she's always a horse that I thought had more ability than she ever had a chance to show. While sprinting, she didn't really do much running, and she was forward chasing, like I said that day. Coming back, she's just such a laid-back individual. She's never really grown or changed too much from 2 to 3, but her demeanor really leads me to believe that more ground will actually suit her very well as she stretches out second time in the barn of Bill Lafitte.
Laid back, taking it all in. And the Derby, Belmont winning combination. Bill Mott a leg up to Junior Alvarado. And for Disco Star, trained by Mark Casse along with Charlotte's Heart. Casse, 1 shy of 4,000 career wins.
Watchtower coming at Maduro. Maduro, Watchtower. Watchtower got her.
DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. Wednesday feature on tap, Suzie O'Kane. Let's meet the field. There's grace and grit in that 3 filly thriller at Aqueduct last month.
Yeah, this one was close to that pace. I was looking for more for horses that came from off of it.
So Casse mentioned, watch this filly early. Mommy's Turn, really aggressive.
Yeah, she can be very keen. Jose Lascano rides her back for the 3rd time in a row. Hope he gets the setter. To settle.
Trail of Gold, closer, won that June 12th heat, but still has a lot to figure out.
Yeah, but this is the one I prefer of the 3, just because I thought this one was running on late in a slow paced race.
Charlotte's Heart, first to 2, trained by Mark Casse, sitting on 3,999 victories.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping this is the 4,000 for Mark Casse. One first out turf sprinting, ran a lifetime best on the dirt. Put the 2 together, I think this horse could run well.
Boston's finest, Flavien Prat.
Comes out of 2 sharp-paced sprint races and a really sharp work on the turf. Does this horse wind up being the main speed?
Marvelous Madison, Larry Goichman, homebred.
It's a big buzz horse. First time out for Chad Brown. Last time, I'm assuming Andy remembers that's why he used this as his bankroll play for $100.
She's our Tiz and award-winning jockey, Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, with Kendrick aboard, feels like just going to have to find a race a little bit faster than what we've seen so far.
Disco Star, second of 2 for Mark Casse.
Yeah, not impossible. I mean, she's got an okay race going around 2 turns. Her sprints have been a little bit better.
Keisha reference distance, a serious question. And Carmen's Candy Jar to the outside with Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, I mean, this filly got to work on the turf, and Todd Pletcher scratched her in a race that came off the turf the other day. So it seems like he really liked what he saw watching her work on the turf, because she would have been tough in that race off the grass the way she's run on the dirt in the past.
Hasn't fulfilled her potential, expected potential just yet. He has, and so much to smile about with wife Tina in 2 Halls of Fame. Mark Casse, much more on his 2 runners in a moment. There's Mommy's Turn, the filly to watch early on and how much she's pulling it, Jose Lascano. We get to revisit this thriller back on June 12th, Aqueduct JK. Grace and Grit, Mommy's Turn, and Trails of Gold closing erratic, but closing well.
Yeah, it was a little erratic. Trails of Gold, the 7 horse in this race that we're watching. Excuse me, the 5 horse in this race that we're watching. I thought was running on late. I was right the first time, the 7. I got confused. The 7, running on late, and I appreciate the fact that the horses that were in front of her felt like they got better trips. I like the trip, the way she ran through that poor trip.
In the stretch here from the head on, Richie.
Yeah, Grace and Grit, who hits the front here under Kendrick, the green colors, white face, white shadow roll, is going to come out into Mommy's Turn. And it's late. Now she's going to come out, and it's a pretty dramatic right here. Kind of knocked her off stride, knocked her back to her left lead. She was only beaten a few inches by the outside runner, Trail of Gold. If she doesn't get knocked off stride there, maybe she hangs on.
What if she hung on for second? Do you think there may have been a disqualification?
Oh, I think that the 1, Grace and Grit, would have had to been disqualified in that particular instance. When you're talking about inches and they get knocked off stride that way, I feel like it's a no-brainer.
The other thing to keep an eye on with the 2 Mommy's Turn is she doesn't break particularly well either, so that can sometimes be the starting point for a horse to get a little bit rank.
So hard for a rider with a horse that wants to get keen, that doesn't break sharp, because your inclination is to ask them to hold position, get position, and then they give it all to you. You want just a little bit of it, and they're just going to run away with you.
Here you see Mark Casse, wife Tina, and Charlotte Weber, who Charlotte's Heart is named after. How special this would be for Casse, not only the 4,000th career win, but a 4,000th win at Saratoga, and for a client and longtime friend, Charlotte Weber, in Charlotte's Heart.
Well, Charlotte Weber's been an integral part of Mark's success and growth as a trainer, a constant supply of good horses that she breeds herself. And Charlotte Weber has been supporting this game since as long as I can remember. I came around and was winning races for when I had the bug, but probably the mid-'70s.
That relationship over the decades, so many wins, perhaps another, perhaps a milestone, a 4,000th. For trainer Mark Casse, another look there at Charlotte's Heart. We check in with Acacia.
And luckily, she is a big filly, as she'll have to carry JK. And I really like what I see from Charlotte's Heart and the way that she fits these conditions today. But we'll check in with the number 3, Trail of Gold, who, as Jonathan mentioned, did win that last race, and I thought ran the best race too. She's a horse that starting off at the beginning of her career was just really high energy, mentally lacking a lot of focus, and she's come around and she's also improved so much since switching to the turf. She did get warm. That is normal for her. I wanted to give a quick shout out to the 10 Carmen's Candy Jar. I believe she was scratched the other day because she was already entered in this race, and so she wouldn't be able to stay in anyway. But that being said, she was entered to run on the turf. She was not a main track only in her last start where she did win. She worked on the turf in company with Uncaged, who's making his first work since the Belmont, so he's dirt horse as well, but she handled it very, very well, Lafitte.
Carmen's Candy Jar, she'll be the last to go in. Charlotte Weber, Mark Casse, wife Tina looking on, sitting on 3,999 victories. Post time for the Suzie O'Kane.
And they're off in the Suzie O'Kane. And it's a very quick beginning for Grace and Grit, who is joined immediately by Boston's Finest, and just behind them, Marvelous Madison is in third. Charlotte's Heart, Mommy's Turn, is Keen along the inside. Mommy's Turn moving up to be a joint third as they move into the clubhouse turn. Disco Star and Carmen's Candy Jar are next to one another. The two trailers, She's Our Tiz and Trail of Gold, is at the back, close to 15 lengths off the pace being set by Grace and Grit, who ran an opening quarter in 23 and 3. So it's Grace and Grit taking them onto the backstretch, prompted by Boston's Finest, who's now a full length behind in second. Mommy's Turn, still very eager to get after the top pair in third. It's another 3. Marvelous Madison is comfortable, as is Charlotte's Heart, with a half-mile left to travel. The half went in 48 seconds flat. That group is followed by Disco Star, Carmen's Candy Jar, Orange Cap 7 lengths off the lead. Then She's Our Tiz and Trail of Gold. Around the far turn, Manny Franco and Grace and Grit trying to take them all the way. Leading 3/4 of a length, Boston's Finest has been second throughout. Mommy's Turn third, 3/4 in 1:13 flat. They reach the top of the stretch, Grace and Grit. Mommy's Turn looking for room, finding it, and Mommy's Turn is now cut loose, coming after the leader, and Mommy's Turn takes the lead with a 1/16 of a mile to go. Yeah, she's keen to run, and she's full of run. Mommy's Turn pulls away for an authoritative win in the Suzie O'Kane. Disco Star rallied for second, Boston's Finest third, She's Our Tiz finished fourth.
She was aggressive early. She was pulling at Jose Lezcano, and in the end, it made no difference. Mommy's Turn, as you saw, trained by Chad Brown, rolls in the Suzie O'Kane here. Brown, the 10th win in the Diana on Saturday, and a Suzie O'Kane victory on the first Wednesday of the meet.
I tell you, Jose Lezcano did a tremendous job on Mommy's Turn, who is not easy to ride and does want to get keen, but he was able to get her to settle just enough in the pocket, and when the hole presented itself, she exploded through there and ran on decidedly based. But of course, Jonathan, she got that coveted pocket trip. Saving ground in turf racing is just incredibly important.
Yeah, I mean, funny enough, you called it. She broke a little slow. He kind of asked her to get back into the race. He set her off. But right around the backside, she did kind of fall into it a little bit, and she was saving ground on both turns. So I think it made a huge difference. I'm sure it took a little bit out of her, but not enough out of her. Mark Casse ran second with Disco Star.
2 occasions with winning trainer Chad Brown.
As Mommy's Turn picks up her first stakes win, Chad, it's clear she's not the easiest to ride, but Jose Lezcano did a really good job giving her the best possible trip.
He did, and he's gotten to know her, and I was happy to stay with Jose because she's a very difficult horse to ride, and he's done his best he can with her. And together we made just a couple changes here, and I just thought he executed the plan perfectly, and I'm really happy for the connections, the horse, and Jose. He really, like you said, a hard horse to ride, much deserved win.
Even with all of that, though, she clearly has a lot of ability, especially since she switched to the grass.
She did. We're talking about that in the paddock thing, and, you know, she's made like 3 moves every time we've run her. If we can just make one good move with her, we'll probably see the best of her. So today, I think he did that.
A nice win, though, picking up a stakes victory. Congratulations to the team.
Thanks for having me.
Lafitte?
Yeah, once she figures that out, she's only raced 4 times. How good is Mommy's Turn going to be once she learns how to settle, relax, and not waste any energy whatsoever?
Well, hopefully she does learn. Some of them never get it. They just get so rammy about it. But you know, she didn't break really sharp, and Jonathan talked about that she has a little bit of that habit.
Red cap, blue colors.
So inclination, I've got to get up in there so I don't get, you know, shuffled back, and now she's pulling. Look how hard she's pulling there. Now, he did a really good job because it's hard to get a horse to corner when you've got their head up in your face. And listen, the difference between Mommy's Turn and Disco Star, look at the ground Disco Star lost compared to all the ground that Mommy's Turn got to save. Saving ground is imperative to the success of turf racing.
And she did. She saved ground. She wasn't the most cooperative early, but her pilot found her the best place to be in a turf race.
So a stakes win here, a first for Mommy's Turn, onward and upward. As for Mark Casse, still with the 3,999 victories. Number 9, it looked like Disco Star was going to loomed out menacingly, like she's going to put in a real run. And you look back at Mommy's Turn, and Mommy's Turn had created too much separation.
Yeah, too much separation. I mean, that's what happens, though. She went around one horse. She stayed on the inside, went around one horse, and when she got through there, she just had that turn of foot that it seems all of these Chad Brown turf horses have. And she was able to hold off the others.
Cassie's first runner tomorrow. What do you know? Live Oak Plantation, first-time starter, Charlotte Weber. In the 6th race, 2-year-old by Into Mischief, Spencer Stallion, Into Mischief, Charlotte's Universe. Charlotte's Universe, first of 2 runners for Mark Casse tomorrow here at Saratoga. Also has a runner at Colonial. Meantime, into the winner's circle for Brown, the 7 training titles here at Saratoga, the 10 Dianas, a first Suzie O'Kane, and the winning colors, and for Jose Lezcano to get this win for Brown in a stakes race at Saratoga.
Well, a lot of people might not remember this, but Jose Lezcano rode Chad Brown's first Breeders' Cup winner in Marham. In the 2-year-old filly turf race. And he was an integral part of that outfit when Chad was, you know, starting to grow and get bigger. So it's nice to see him kind of back in the fold. As a jockey, you want to be alive in an outfit. You don't care if you're batting 9th. You just want to be in the rotation because only good things can happen if you're riding for somebody.
Exciting day 5 of this 162nd season at Saratoga. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow afternoon. Thoroughbred Aftercare Day at the Spa, as we watched Mommy's Turn in the Suzie O'Kane, a first stakes win. She wasn't as settled early, made no difference. Another stakes win at Saratoga for Chad Brown, Jose Lezcano, Mommy's Turn in the Suzie O'Kane. Have a great night, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmart.